most useful if I were to get that information. If you have the stream playing in the background or whatever.
You're live.
Oh, I am already?
Yes.
It's quicker than usual. Can someone in the text chat tell me if I'm live?
You're live, yeah, you're live.
Just so I can make sure. Wait, let me. Okay, cool. Thank you.
It says you're live on YouTube.
Okay, cool.
Got the notification.
Great. All right, so let's start. You guys know the deal. Let's start adding people to the tier list. I already have Halo on the cover, so I should probably add Halo. Before we do that, let's kind of get something. Should we be doing? What should we be doing? Should we be doing factions? Should we be doing just individual people? What do you guys want to do?
Why not both?
Oh, that's a mess right there.
Doesn't matter. I mean, it could be both. There's really no limit. It could be. Well, it might be kind of confusing to compare one person to a large group.
Yeah.
Well, not really, because it's just like whether or not they would survive. It actually might be easier for an individual person to survive than an entire faction in a lot of cases. So
yeah.
I don't know. We could do it. It's whatever you guys want. Just do both.
I think individual. I'd like to see how Ash Ketchum goes against Power.
Ash Ketchum.
Yeah.
Catch 'em all. Catch 'em all.
All right, sure. Let's see. Well, Okay, I'll add Halo, and then we'll just.
Bro, you didn't need to buy that yet.
What's up?
Well, someone
Only bought the Devils from Chainsaw Man.
That's a lot, though.
That's
like a faction, man.
Gotta add him.
I mean, no, that means I get to go like what first?
Hey,
I'm not
Jim.
wrong.
How's it
If
going?
nothing's been bought.
Hi, Jim.
Where have you been?
That's usually what it means. You pay.
Because all paid ones go before.
They go first. It guarantees it. So.
Oh, that reminds me. I did pay for something earlier.
The gay hell thing. I haven't even started the stream yet. Let me actually get people on the thing first.
That's fair. I'll wait.
Like, give me a second.
I'm patient.
So this shit
I just want to
last
let you know.
like 2 or 3 hours. Let's just trying to get a list going. Because normally I start off with like 10 dudes on the list, but I got up late. I
couldn't come up with any, and didn't
I couldn't come up with
enough.
people. I just wasn't here. People were probably gonna say 40K, so we might as well add them on here.
Yeah. They did say 40K.
Yeah, I didn't even look at it.
Surprise,
I just assumed
surprise.
Someone was gonna say it at some
Of course
point.
they are.
If I had to guess, I would say Yaku probably said it.
He did.
How about Dr. Eggman? This seems like his bread and butter with Palworld.
Who?
Dr.
Eggman.
Or Eggman, I suppose.
Not Dr. Eggman, just him. Since you're doing both. Yeah.
Just like his faction, though, not just him.
Yeah.
It would have to be his faction.
Yeah.
That's why I'd have to assume.
Yeah.
The Eggman Empire.
Just the one
Yeah,
dude.
the Eggman Empire.
Just the little Eggman by himself. See what's going on.
Would be kind of funny.
Hey everybody, what's going on here? That's Dr. Eggman's voice. Hi everybody.
Oh no, what?
Pretty accurate. You know, I was convinced for a second that Dr. Eggman joined the stream for a second.
The Star League from BattleTech would be pretty cool with giant robots and whatever.
Warhammer, themselves. People, yes, all nils. Dante and Virgil? Sure. Why not? See if I can find a good picture. Here we go. Dante and Virgil getting added. Oh shit, no, wrong button. There we go. Okay. Dante and Virgil.
Oh.
Alright, anybody else? Need more people.
The Shrike from
Why not
Hyperion.
Warframe?
Warframe?
Yeah,
no.
We could throw Warframe.
No, because I plan on making that video very soon.
Oh, really? Okay.
No.
Spoilers.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
Plan on making
I'm not
the
gonna give
Pokemon
my
videos
I mean, I
soon.
could put it on there, but I won't be giving any opinions on it. But yeah, they so probably a no. We already have a Dr. Eggman, so no Metal Sonic. We're not doing multiple from the same universe this early.
But if it's his faction,
I mean, doesn't
wouldn't
Metal
he
Sonic
have-
work with Eggman?
Yeah, if it's his whole
Yeah,
faction,
he's
he would
his
already
son.
have Metal Sonic. That's an excellent point.
And he would have
You
Metal
have the
Sonic,
Doom
Sage,
Demons on the thing.
like Egg Robos.
Die, then yeah, okay.
like the Bad Egg Gang, where their freaking name is from wherever.
Hold on.
And then
Can I ask a question about
real
quick?
There we go. Let's see what we got. The Viltrumites. Yeah, we can do Viltrumites.
Oh, bro, come on.
What, you like Viltrumites?
No, I'm just saying. It's like I feel like they're gonna get dealt with pretty swiftly. I mean, just throw into a Pokeball, GG's.
Do you play the game? Wait, who's gonna get dealt with?
Palworld?
You think
Viltrumites.
Palworld's gonna get dealt with?
No. I'm saying I think Viltrumites are gonna get dealt with if we're throwing them in there.
We need people in here who are who can
Well, I can't find the stream.
It's just on my channel. You just go to the channel.
All right, no, it's I was on your channel. My computer was.
Here's one. Hey, what about Dr. Wily from Mega Man?
You gotta fix your mic badly.
Sorry. Let me get that.
The Time Tombs and the Shrike from Hyperion would be an interesting thing to see there.
Can you add Genova from Final Fantasy VII, please? Like, just the being of Genova? Genova doesn't do anything. That's my issue. Like, what has she done? She's sleeping in a pod the whole game, the whole series. I haven't played the newer games, so I don't know if they added anything with her, but I played the first newer game. I haven't played the second or third one. But in the original game, she doesn't really do much. She just kind of...
Hold up, who's Genova?
She's the chick in the vat in Final Fantasy VII.
Oh.
Like, she's supposed to be like the god or whatever of the world, but she doesn't really do anything. She's they use her DNA to make Sephiroth.
Mm.
Let's see, Quincy from... See when I said stupid choices, someone was asking me like if they could put God and stuff in. Yaku this is a great example of a stupid choice.
The biblical
Sheldon
the biblical
Cooper
God.
from Young Sheldon would be a very stupid choice.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, he's solo.
What about Destiny? You don't really use Destiny much in anything.
That's because I don't know
now
much
that I think
about
about
Destiny. That's really the main reason.
I guess that's fair.
If you can talk about Destiny,
You can throw the Vex.
I can talk about Destiny for hours. So
you
like, if you want to throw it in there, it'll just be me.
So do you want all of Destiny, or do you want a particular faction?
Okay. If we're gonna do all of Destiny, I would rather just. I mean, we could do all of it, but it's gonna be a lot. So let's just narrow it down to one faction. Let's just do the Vex.
Vex.
Like the Vex would do the best here.
Can I ask a question real quick about something?
Yes.
No. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Would it be cool to add a faction? I had an idea. Or would it be cool to add something where it's less about, it's not like because it's too overpowered because the scenario is so specific, where it's less about whether they could survive and more about how the world would then like revolve around the scenario? Because I have a good idea for that. If that's okay.
I don't know what you're asking.
Like I think I understand.
Yeah, there's like there's a character, there's a specific scenario from this book called I talked about it before, Hyperion, where it's less about. Like the character itself, if they were completely unchained, would just devastate everyone instantly. But they're specifically constrained because they'd be in the events of the book to only being able to operate within a certain area. So it's more like how would the world then respond to this outside of context thing happening, pretty much.
I'd say a bunch of people would start trying to catch it, and others would just not fuck with it.
I don't know why
if it's too boring, then I can do something else. Then
I don't know why when you first said that. I thought you were gonna go over like freaking Animorphs. The aliens from Animorphs.
Yo, Animorphs mentioned. Let's go.
It's the Shrike and the Time.
Did you say Animorphs?
Yeah, Animorphs.
I thought he was gonna say
anyone else, Lizzie, I would be like, oh yeah, you just wanted to like go old school with a pick. But because you're you, I'm like, I don't want to talk about all these people you want to fuck. I'll be honest.
I can't mention it, and I'm automatically accused of wanting to bang.
Not accused.
Yeah, I mentioned it.
No, it's a fact. You've been relatively open
Liz is the
about
local
being
gooner,
a furry,
bro.
so it's not an accusation. It's a factual statement.
Yeah.
But I like Animals. Well, I like Animals because it's a cool book series.
I like animal. I'm a furry who likes fucking people who look like animals, and there's a series about people who can transform back and forth to animals. But it has nothing to do with my sexual proclivity.
Being a furry has nothing to do with like
nothing to do with
sexual inclination.
Okay, what if I just said I like boys and just threw this whole conversation off?
I mean,
Well, congratulations.
join
I'm
the
happy
club,
for you.
apparently.
Can we have what about the world government? What about the world? Can we add the world government from One Piece?
Yeah, we can do the world government form.
But see how everybody took a pause there?
Can you add the Time Tombs and the Shrike from Hyperion if you can find a picture of that?
I don't know who that is.
I was going to explain it. If it's too obscure, I can think of something else.
No one knows who that is. I don't believe anyone knows who that is.
Sci-fi dorks like me know what that is. That's about it.
Somebody mentioned the Saudi earlier from
You gotta fix your mic, Lizzie.
Starleaf? Oh, that's great.
Yes.
You keep mentioning
Starleaf
Hyperion.
Battlestar,
You
that'd be
mean like
I get it.
Borderlands Hyperion or the comic Hyperion?
The book Hyperion by Dan Simmons.
The book Hyperion.
Oh, I saw someone put in the Borderlands Hyperion, with Handsome Jack and all that.
The Reapers? The Reapers are a weird one. Alright, we can put Reapers in there. Reapers work.
What about... Jeez, I'm trying to...
Alright.
Jesus.
Sorry, guys. I'm getting the pictures little by little. I'm getting them.
I was about to say, Rouga, I'm not seeing my fucking faction up there.
Which faction?
The Vex.
I just told you I'm getting pictures.
Speed it up, Rouga!
So
I'm gonna read.
just checking. Can we do the Time Tombs, or is that like I should think of something else? Just.
I don't know what that is. What is that?
It's basically what they are. Is they are artifacts. Think the Terminator? It's that, but like way bigger in scale.
Then
like
pick the
artifacts
Terminator.
back from...
I don't know what that is. Look,
All right.
I'm trying to make it so that the stream is
To be
just
fair-
one person talking about the obscure thing that they like, while you have 18 other people just listening to them speak. Fair
enough. I'm sorry.
No one knows what any of this shit is.
I'm sorry. It's like I thought it would
Actually, it would be kind of interesting to see how Skynet interacts with the island.
Zomboss, Plants vs. Zombies. Who knows a lot about Plants vs. Zombies that we can actually talk about it?
Not me, but I would love to listen to it.
Does
that sounds
anyone
pretty
know a lot
interesting.
about Plants vs. Zombies? Okay, I'm not hearing any yeses, so I'm assuming the answer to that question is no.
I know.
Only
Plants
what
vs.
you've talked
Zombies.
about in your videos.
But only the original.
Okay.
I know some of the lore.
Okay. Add the Tony Soprano crew. Yaku, I'm gonna ignore you if you get one more stupid fucking pick.
Why don't you just like kick him from the server?
No, I'm not gonna.
And if you call somebody Yaku, it's considered a slur.
No,
No?
that's a bit overkill, personally, I would say.
You did create the Devil Race.
It would be kind of funny though.
We need an example, Rouga. Crucify him.
From him just saying stupid things? Dude, I'd have to ban like 3/4 of the fucking Discord. That's not.
See, we're true intellects
That would
in
never-
this server,
that
and we
must be
can't
what it
we
is.
can't allow people on that scale.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. All right. I got what we got. We got 10, technically 9. So we need 6 more freebies. I keep seeing
Starleague,
Kirby. Kirby's a bad one. Kirby's a bad choice. Shantae. It's been a long time since I've had to talk about Shantae. I don't remember all of her stuff. Ninja Lions from Naruto. For some reason, people who watch my channel fucking hate Naruto. They
What?
genuinely despise it, and I don't know why. Because anytime I talk about it, the video does poorly, and then on the comments are just everyone bad mouthing Naruto, and then in the streams when it comes up, like half the people watching my stream leave, and the other half just start bad mouthing Naruto. Like, people do not like fucking
What
Naruto.
is this Naruto slander, bro?
I do not know why. Do you like Naruto?
I like Naruto. I like watching
kinda
it, but I don't
enjoy it.
think I know enough about it to talk about it. So
Um.
I can talk about
I
Naruto.
know one. The whatchamacallit, the Surface, the Empire of the Spiral King from Gurren Lagann. It's not the anti-spiral. It's the one that the first arc.
Oh yeah, the Spiral King.
Yeah,
with
that
Lord
one.
Genome.
Yeah, Lord Genome's Empire. The
Is
one
that like
Lord of the
painfully
Surface.
one-sided?
No, it's unless I mean like depends what era, but if the era that actually works, the one that we were talking about, no, that's not. It's I mean later on Gurren Lagann gets like unimaginably busted, but that's when it's relatively grounded, so well, relatively speaking, but yeah.
No, it should be fine.
Okay, but he
Taboo,
does
I
still
am not
have
putting
the-
anyone in gay hell right now. We have other things to do. I'm trying to fill the
Like,
list
think
up.
about who we're gonna put in gay hell.
Lord Genome does still have that massive mech, though, doesn't he? One with the hammer? Forgot his name.
Yeah, he does, but
Yeah,
that's not. I mean, assuming that Palworld is like, you know, he told me there's like planet level people there, so you know,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not like you should be able to.
It should be
And
fine.
he's also on par with End of First Dark Gurren Lagann with his Lizengon, which is very busted. But you know, again, he's not gonna immediately. If you spot
Well,
saw
it's not.
Raditz.
Someone
It's
said the Kingdom
not
of Science
horribly.
from Dr. Stone.
Raditz is
That
How
might
is that?
actually be good.
That could be interesting.
I find
I
a
don't
bit
watch
of
Dr.
interest in
Stone,
there, but
so someone else is gonna have
It
to
gets
talk
pretty
about
busted later on.
it.
I
did follow the manga for a bit, but I just found the series very slow. It ended up getting to the point where like every week I would feel like I wasn't getting through any story. There was like nothing happened, so I started waiting like 10 weeks and then getting big chunks of it, and then I just ended up waiting way too long, and then it
Would we
built
be
way
using
too
the
much,
very-
and I just never got back to it.
It really
would you
speeds
be
up in the
using-
final season. By the
I'm not talking about the show.
Huge
I'm talking
spoiler.
about the manga. The manga
I
is
was-
incredibly slow paced. It's really
Yeah, I've
hard
heard how
to
the
get through
manga
a lot of
ends.
times.
Kind of weird.
Would you be using the very end? I'd assume.
probably, but by the end they only have one Medusa. But
So,
at the end
that
they
means-
also are making time travel. So
Technically, they only had one Medusa throughout the entire
thought it was supposed
series.
to be hard science
yeah.
I mean, unless you count that huge mountain of them.
Those were all
Yeah,
non-functional.
those
that
were
was
not
specified.
working.
Yeah, but they could have made them functional by just getting a decent diamond in them.
No,
Well,
they tried.
no?
It didn't work.
They quite literally said that they don't have
Those
the
specified.
technology or
This sounds
scientific
like a lot of
understanding
good stuff to
needed to
talk
repair
about
them.
during the stream. Like when we're
Yeah.
actually talking
Yeah.
about
Isn't
Dr.
the stream
Stone.
going right now?
Whatever.
So add Dr. Stone. It's a good pick.
We're not in a
Y'all
meeting, buddy.
agree?
The Kingdom of Science.
Y'all agree that it's a good pick?
Yep. Yeah.
It's an interesting one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
We still need 5 more. Who else?
How about G1 Transformers?
Is that
That's
are
when
you
they
the
can
same
fly.
person who posted it in the chat?
Yeah.
Why are you saying like you just thought of it then?
I just remember.
Like,
I just
let me
remembered.
think. I totally just messaged this, but I'm gonna pretend like it just popped in my head real quick.
See, he's bewildered because he got caught. He's like, "Fuck,
Yeah.
they're onto me."
There's one more. But there's the pack. I know this is another obscure thing, but I think it fits pretty well. The pack protectors from it's another, you probably know what it is. It's another book thing, but what they are is they're super intelligent. They start out.
Does
being
anyone know
stupid,
what
like,
he's talking about?
Never mind.
No,
These are pretty obscure. So I can't
everyone
say
in
that I
this
do.
Discord
I'm
is
adamantly
illiterate.
choosing to pick the most obscure dudes possible that no one knows. I already
Don't
gave
you
you
know-
my answer to that. If no one knows it, then it's just going to be us listening to you talk about the thing you like.
Don't you know everyone here is illiterate?
They're not illiterate,
Is anyone
but
here
he
familiar
knows
with Risk of
he
Rain?
knows that we don't know. He literally is saying it and then telling us, "Well, you don't know. Let me explain it to you." Like, I get you want to talk about the things that you like, but nobody else knows it. So, like, what do you want
mean,
the
I
stream to end up being? A book report?
I thought. Yeah.
Could always,
I thought it would fit in pretty well because of the themes of like being in like basically they're like start out as animals and end up becoming like a super intelligent plague.
Sure, but
that
no one
spread-
knows
just-
about it. No one knows anything
Okay.
about it.
What about
It's
Mass
only
Effect?
It's the thing. It's something obscure that you like. I mean, it's like there's over 20 people watching the stream, and like 10 people in the streams. 30 people are gonna be sit here listening to you talk about this thing you like, and not being able to add anything to it.
Just go back and forth.
Why not Mass Effect? I feel like
Mass
we
Effect's
haven't
already
seen
on.
Mass
They got
Effect.
Reapers.
Oh, it's already on the video. Damn.
Yeah,
Oh, never mind. Shit.
You're late. You're too
Fuck!
late.
You're right, dude. You know
Failed.
what, bro? I failed the
kill
server.
yourself.
I think I'm gonna go in exile.
That's right. Okay, let me see.
Oh, we don't have a Halo faction. We could add the Flood. for
Halo was
the-
literally the first.
We already have.
faction that
You
we
have
had.
Halo?
It's the first
It's
one we
on the
talked about.
thumbnail of the video that you clicked
Yeah, I
on
know
for
it was
the
on the
stream.
You knew
What
it was
about
on
the Cult of the
thumbnail,
Lamb?
you're just not
He said it
thinking
so
of it.
confidently too. Oh, you don't have this. Factually, that's a factual
Guys,
statement.
what about the Emperor of Mankind?
We have the Space Marines.
We have Warhammer. Well, I didn't put. It's just Warhammer. I didn't really talk about it. We
so
can
like
talk about
we could use
faction once we
anything.
get to it.
How about Cobra from G.I. Joe?
That's fun. That could be fun.
I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Does anyone know enough about Cobra?
No.
Or have you just like you know that G.I. Joe is a thing, but you can't go into any details about anything?
What about Doom? Do we have Doom in this?
We do not have Doom in this.
Let's throw Doom in here. I feel like we should have Doom.
You don't?
Doom is on the thumbnail, but it's not.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. You just criticized a person for saying the thing was on the thumbnail, and the next thing that was asked was it's not on the it's on the thumbnail, but not in the list.
No, that's true. Well, okay. So to be fair, he was asking the question. He didn't like. Oh, you know what? he didn't state it as fact. But also, I put it on the thumbnail because I was making the thumbnail quickly, but I don't know how good of a choice that would be. And I've seen a couple people in the chat being like, "That's a wasted pick." But we could do it. We could do it.
We could just do like.
I just want to talk about Doom.
And just
What do you guys want to do? You want to do the Sentinels? You want to do Azrak? What part?
I feel like
Let's do Azrak.
I feel like the Sentinels would be interesting.
Okay, so we're getting disagreements. So we're going to
Make
start
fair
flipping. Let them decide.
I feel like Azrak might be more fun.
I think that's what I'm thinking. Azrak, because he's got his demon army and shit, and there's pals that can like level fucking continents on a whim. So,
boom.
Could always do the Saiyan invasion.
Does anyone?
Saiyans are not a bad pick.
I'm not against the Saiyan invasion. Well, the invasion. It's 3 dudes.
It's 3 guys,
Yeah.
but I mean,
It's to be fair, it's better than a fucking Viltrumite. I feel like the Viltrumite are a wasted pick. Like,
well, the Viltrumites at least
know what I
they
mean?
have 50 an entire empire. You know, Saiyan.
yeah, but like Saiyans, all you really need is one. So,
I mean, do
like,
you guys just want to do Frieza?
yeah, you could always just do Frieza.
Yeah, we can do Frieza.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
The Frieza Force.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Frieza Force.
Frieza
Type.
Force.
What about Am? I have no mouth.
I feel like that one's kind of just guaranteed to win because Frieza can just blow up the planet.
That doesn't mean much in Palworld.
Yeah,
Fair point.
no, not entirely.
Let me see.
What about
I was more like before the let's see, Citadel of Rix.
I mean, normal ass humans in Dragon Ball were able to fucking make androids off of Frieza's DNA that were a lot stronger than Frieza. So
was
No,
remember technically have a Wincon.
Remember Samurai Jack? Like is it
coup?
Samurai Jack or would we do like a coup?
Aku does have an intergalactic empire.
He said
if I'm
a
not
coup
wrong.
after Samurai Jack,
about,
so I'm assuming he means like a coup empire.
What about Am from I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream?
I mean,
How
do
would
you know
you
anything
even
about
do
it?
that?
Ian?
I mean, I
Right.
assume it's pretty popular relatively. I
Well,
mean,
But you don't know anything
Am's
about it
whole thing is
yourself?
that he's a sentient computer.
like-
If he doesn't have anything he can hack into, he's useless. He's just a computer.
I mean, I guess, yeah. If I mean, this is presuming he'd have the same powers or whatever.
I mean, they gave Palworld all have like the
Okay, I just thought of something. What if we throw SCP in there?
yeah.
I mean, which
SCP seems
SCP?
pretty
Which
decent.
one?
So
Wait,
throw all of them
guys,
in there to dies immediately.
Aku
Just-
or Samurai Jack?
Series 1, I think.
Aku seems the most fair. Samurai Jack is just one.
Aku.
The guy who
Yeah.
said it said that we should do Aku.
Okay, I'll add Aku to the list.
What's a good SCP in there?
Aku.
If we
Also,
did
someone
SCP, how would we even do that?
Do you remember
just do
Throw
Series
one
one
SCP in
SCPs.
there or all of them?
You remember
If you put all of them in
creatures,
there, they die
because-
instantly.
No, it would just be the
I
foundation.
guess it would be like
itself.
the
I feel like it's kind of
Foundation
hard to
just
put
finds
SCP
Palworld.
into a universe. 'Cause, like,
Should we
narrow it
decide
down to one
exactly what
SCP
they're
then?
getting.
Yeah.
Let's narrow it down to just the Series 1 SCPs that are creatures. So there's still plenty of it, but like
I mean, that's
If-
kind of
That's still a
not
lot
like
of
way
stuff.
too much.
Just throw Shy Guy
for
at
the regular
them.
stream.
See how that turns out.
I'm
No,
because,
surprised
like,
that
the
actually-
thing is, a
lot of
there's
this
actually
stuff can be
very
dealt with.
few game characters that we've added. Like usually when we set these up, there's so many game characters. We've got like 4. It's like we don't have that many.
Do you want more game characters?
I'm not picky. I don't really care that much. I just found it interesting. Let's see.
wouldn't it make sense just to do the?
What about the Terrarian?
Okay,
from
so it looks like the
Terraria?
Night
That would be
Sentinels are
perfect,
winning
right?
the poll.
Hmm.
The poll just disappeared.
Well, I mean, if
don't know
that's
why.
what's winning, then I'm down to do it. I don't mind.
The poll just disappeared. What happened to the poll? I didn't end the poll. It just disappeared. Whatever. That's aggravating. I did not click. Fucking done. Y'all could go back and look. All right, whatever. I guess we're putting the Night Sentinels. You guys okay with the Night Sentinels?
Yeah, chill.
Night Sentinels, they're a hero. Gonna bring it.
We already do we have the coup already?
What's up?
Yeah.
Actually,
We have
that
the
would
coup
be
already?
funny if we did Captain Planet. That would be interesting.
Captain Planet
Planet.
throwing hands of
Planet
jet
fights
dragon.
back.
Would you just be
Be one from Ultra Kill.
chill
I vote
with
that.
everything?
He's our
Wait, get-
hero.
Oh,
mean,
who said Ultra Kill?
it's
Who said Ultra
technically-
Kill?
I said
Wait,
it.
the
V1
Don
for
Cheadle
Ultra Kill.
version of Captain
I
Planet.
would fuck with Ultra Kill.
That would be cool.
He's a robot. You can't fuck with him. I don't think he's got the parts.
Actually, I
You
don't.
don't understand how down bad the fucking Ultra Kill fan base is.
Does anyone here know about the Plutonian for me redeemable?
Oh,
Oh, this guy.
Oh man.
It is
Heard with
like-
Trying to
plutonium
find
and
something you guys.
redeemable.
I'm sorry, I'm into obscure stuff. I'm trying to find something you guys know.
I know about it, but I've
It's
only
really
seen
not hard to
one.
find stuff that we know. It's like
know,
you're
stuff like-
actively trying as hard as you can to find things we don't know.
No, just something you guys wouldn't have like already thought of. I'm just trying to think of because you
I know,
already have all
but
the
I've
non-obscure stuff.
but I've only read the series like one time.
You only read the series one time?
Yeah, so I know about it.
Why are
but
you
again, I've
saying
only
that
read-
like that's like a bad? Most
Just-
Yeah,
people,
like
I
I've read
would
the
say,
series
only
the full
read
time.
series
That's
one
like
time.
yeah.
Are there series that you've read like 16 times?
In that series, I read more than once.
You only read
Just
it
not-
once.
just not with that
That's
one.
fake fan,
I've only,
obviously.
I've only read the.
If you haven't read it at least 87 times, then you can just fuck off. you know?
Crazy.
Yeah.
I've only read the entirety of the Goosebumps series one time. It's not
What about
something
the abnormalities from Project Moon? Does anyone here actually?
You need Alden. He's the one. He's
Yeah,
the
what
Project
do-
Moon.
What do
guy.
we look like, Alden?
God dang it! All right, no Project.
Still
Moon then.
learning how we would do SCP. Like,
When we
would there
just
be a
do the-
portal to the
oh, no.
Papago Islands
I don't
that the
know.
Foundation just has now?
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
you
when you just do the
You just pick
foundation.
one SCP.
I would do NSCP. and
No,
not the
like we're talking about the
foundation.
SCP universe.
Yeah.
Hi guys.
Wouldn't the foundation be better?
Is there any fun like zombie virus you think would be entertaining to throw there?
The necromorphs.
I want to say. I
The
want to
fucking
say.
necromorphs. Throw them in there.
I mean,
I don't know if
I'm always
Moon right
happy
outside.
to shit on the necromorphs. So
I mean, I think the necromorphs are more. I mean, it's not really just the necromorphs. It's mostly the markers that drive you crazy.
Yeah.
What about,
Really,
what
the
about,
markers is what you have to deal with.
What about Dying
like
Light?
do y'all actually want
Man.
the necromorphs?
I
mean,
I
yeah,
would
sure,
love
why
to have the
not?
necromorphs in there. I could talk about the necromorphs.
I feel like you would love everything. You just love all things.
I love
I mean-
everything
Very
with
loving
my
person.
heart.
Well,
My
like
heart.
I have a lot of like autistic interests, man.
If
I
we're
can't-
adding necromorphs, we only got one more freebie. Oh no, that
Why not
that is the
why
last
not
freebie.
Seth from Crisis?
No,
That is the last freebie. If that's what.
Why not the Seth from Crisis?
Hold up. Give me a second because I just fucking without realizing it hit the peak. Okay, so we're gonna add these guys because these guys have already been
Are we
selected.
including Chainsaw Man in this?
Chainsaw Man's already in it. Watch the stream.
Yeah,
It's right there. Hold up. Boom.
because that was paid for.
So 1, 2, 3.
You know, I think
8, 9, 10.
I don't know if it's already on here. I can't really see. I'll have to zoom in to see if it's already on here. I don't think it
Oh.
is, but I think Arc would be interesting because, like, the original.
If there's someone who
which-
could
well,
talk
depends
about
what the
Arc,
Palworld
then I'll add it. But I don't know anything about Arc.
What about the Gem Empire from Steven
basically-
Universe?
Okay, look.
Basically,
We got
replace
one
the
more. We got
dinosaurs.
one more slot left. That's it. Just one more. So we're gonna do a vote.
Is
What are
SCP
4
on there
really
yet?
good picks that aren't already on here? Then we're gonna put them on. We're
Yo,
gonna.
I'll
have
Can we
to
do the
Okay.
Terrarian from Terraria?
What about the Lambs cult from Cult of the Lamb?
Do y'all want to add them?
I would like to.
Okay.
I was thinking
Well,
the
do
main
we
character.
do we
of
have
Terraria.
SCP on
I
there
don't, I don't
yet?
mind.
Have any of you
Yeah.
guys seen Steven Universe?
Let's see.
Steven
I
Universe.
have.
Issue with
I-
SCP is that like
the
nobody
Gem
reads all of
Empire, you know, the environment destroying like alien race.
Yaku is saying I should
If
ban
you
the
could-
Yaku's saying I should ban the dude who just suggested Steven Universe. Sorry.
Valid.
I was suggesting the Gem Empire. You know, I mean, it's pretty good. Like,
Night
it's-
Sitters are already on there.
Crisis?
Crisis. You could do Crisis.
Yeah.
What was another one I saw that was pretty good? Shao Kahn and Outworld.
Anthony Fremont.
Early Space Pirates. Hiccup and Toothless. Man, there's some weird choices. Someone just said one that I thought was interesting. What the fuck did they say?
Fire Nation, maybe.
No. Did you guys want to add Necromorphs to the list? To the 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Yeah.
I want the Necromorphs in there.
I'm still wondering if SCP is on
We
there.
got Cult of the Lamb, we
hear
got
me out.
Necromorphs, we need 2 more.
Hear me out. I think Yu-Gi-Oh could be interesting.
I don't know nothing about Yu-Gi-Oh.
What about Digimon?
The Yu-Gi-Oh monsters would.
Holy shit! I have
just
not heard
be
that name in a
overkill.
long
It's
time.
insane.
Digimon?
Yeah,
same.
I heard Digimon
Digimon.
like yesterday.
We got some fucking unks in here, bro.
And where's
How about
Saturn
the
when you
androids
use
from
it?
Nier Automata?
The Spiral from Uzumaki.
Yo.
It's interesting, but
That would be kind of interesting.
we don't know
It's
enough about
localized
the
to a
Spiral
single
and how it
town,
works.
so
It's
What's
extremely
another one?
vague on purpose.
and it's
Someone
localized to
just
a
said
single town, so
Skeletor.
it's hard to say.
Wait, what's up?
Maybe the IMC from Titanfall?
Someone put Digimon Digital
Ooh.
Monsters in all caps, and I just can't help
The IMC
but
from
read that
Titanfall, I'd
as
say.
Digimon Digital Monsters.
Well, what do y'all It's just- think of that? It's just the trigger, man.
I
It's a
like the
trigger.
Digimon idea.
I think they're too powerful. Don't Digimon start blowing up universes and shit pretty quickly?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like get involved with Transformer inside.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't
past
play
a
overpowered.
couple of seasons, it gets to that point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I mean,
Well,
I just
They're
think
like
universe-
even more
what?
OP than Pokemon.
And it's not one of those situations where it's like maybe you can argue that they're actually, you know, in cyberspace, so it doesn't count. No, they very clearly
No,
affect
they-
the real
no, they-
world constently.
Oh,
Literally original series. They just drop in the real world at one
it's-
point
they're
and just
very
start
clearly
wrecking
physical
house.
as well as digital. So it's
oh
like
damn.
there
What
isn't
about
even an argument
what about
Um,
the Decepticons?
there. We already have Transformers.
No, they have
What
two.
about, my bad.
Wait, what about adding like
Give me
a
the list
Savage
back up.
Hulk from Sakar Savage Hulk?
What?
You know, Hulk when he was doing the World War Hulk comic run.
No, I didn't hear what you said. What was your choice?
Oh, it was I was just tossing out Hulk from when he was King of Sakar, I guess.
Oh.
I think he's talking about the Warbound.
Yeah.
What about the
Like the Warbound coming down to the Pal Island.
Okay, we got
We're
No
still
Man.
looking for
Look,
stuff,
we
right?
got so someone said Hulk, someone said No Man's Sky, someone said Terraria. We only got 2 more slots, so
I'm either going with
y'all
my
gotta narrow this
Crisis-
down. So figure it out.
Is
I'm
SCP
going
on
with
there?
my Crisis suggestion or the Locusts from Gears of War.
Okay, you just added
Ooh,
2
the
more
Locust.
selections as opposed to picking one of the ones we already had. So
Oh, wait,
narrow
okay.
it down. Don't increase the numbers.
Necromorphs.
Okay, so
My
we
vote's
got
Necromorphs. We already have. My vote's the Necromorphs if it's the ones we already have.
Necromorphs is already on there. Necromorphs and Cult
Oh,
of
sorry. I
Lamb
thought
are already on there.
that was up for the.
Okay, hold on.
I'm about to just add 2 at random if you guys don't pick something.
No Man's Sky.
Yeah, No Man's
what
Sky,
are
No
the
Man's Sky.
Okay, No Man's Sky.
And what are the final ones? What are the final ones?
Yokai Watch.
There's
A bunch of people
there's
have been
Cult of
saying
Lamb,
Godzilla.
Necromorphs, and No
In real
Man's
life.
Sky are
No.
all. We need 1 more for the vote.
What about
Mishima
VUS
Corp?
in real life?
What's up?
A lot of people are saying Godzilla.
Yeah, sure,
Are
why
a
not?
lot of
Why not?
people saying
Isn't
Godzilla?
Godzilla's like main thing like even like the company themselves said like if you're gonna use Godzilla in anything they have to win.
Yeah, but we're
Yeah,
not.
but that's just
we don't
that's
have
just
to care.
illegal shit. We're not talking like
Oh
actual
yeah, that's like
characters.
behind the scenes
Also, not
contract
winning
thing.
doesn't
That
necessarily-
means like The Rock can't lose because in a movie he's
Yeah.
contracted never to
That's
lose.
exactly what's on his contract, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
literally.
And also, you got
No,
to
the contract doesn't even say he can't lose. It just says
and
that
also
he
you
has
got
to
to
be
narrow
able to
down
come
to
back and
which
beat
version
the
of
guy, beat him.
Godzilla.
The most interesting one,
So do y'all want
MonsterVerse.
Godzilla?
Gotta
'Cause I'll
be.
Yeah,
put
which
Godzilla on.
Godzilla one?
Yeah, let's put Godzilla. That seems interesting, I guess.
Yep. Which one?
Big G's fine.
The MonsterVerse
Does
one.
not matter.
Yeah,
we can talk about it when we get there. Okay, the poll's up.
Shin Godzilla would be cool.
This is the last person. Once this person's up, we get no more freebies. Anything else, you need to super chat if you want them to be added to the list. That's how it
Seraphim
works.
Ghidorah.
Ow, fuck.
Them be the rules.
Seraphim Ghidorah? Dude.
Yeah.
You're just mean to them now.
I just fucking stubbed my toe.
Oh no.
That's rough, buddy.
The horror.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Yeah, I wasn't worried. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it hurt for like a second. I'm good.
It's fine. I don't care
let's
about
check
your
out this
bodily
poll.
issues.
I
don't give a fuck.
I could care less about your issues.
I just wanted to see us throw hands with
I
Panther.
sat on my balls at least 3 times since we started this stream, and I haven't mentioned it once.
I don't even
so...
care about what happens to Astral. Like, I just want to see him throw hands with Pantherless.
What?
Did you say throw hands pantsless?
Pantherless is fucking way.
Oh, I thought you said pantsless. I was like, bro, what are you talking about?
Is my accent really that bad?
Is that an accent?
That's an accent? I thought it was just a list.
Yeah,
bro.
so did I. Cult of the Lamb before
Yeah,
you sleep.
Rouga.
Okay, anyone who voted for Cult of the Lamb, you wasted your fucking vote.
What accent?
Praise Alden.
Alden just paid for it,
Always
so...
put your vote to No Man's Sky.
Wasted your votes, guys. I hope
Don't put your vote
everyone
Rouga,
hate on
did
Alden before
you
you
add
goes
Ash
to bed.
Ketchum to the list?
You can all throw shit at him and I don't know, dox him or something, whatever floats your boat.
He's an
Good idea.
What circumstance are we talking
Let's
about?
crucify this man and make an example of him.
Alright, fine, I'll pull up my wallet.
Because I think Ash is cooked just because like house figures are broken.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's just because it was on
Yeah.
the thumbnail of the video.
Yeah.
Of the stream.
How would Ash
Oh yeah,
do it
Rouga, I have a question for you. So like,
Ash
what?
is just a good kid, bro.
Yeah, he
why
does.
are we throwing him in here?
So
He's just a
Rouga, like,
good
what's
kid.
the circumstance? Like, what's the scenario you
slander, I
have
guess.
for your Pokemon Palworld video? Because I'm interested in that. Like,
Oh shit.
like what is the circumstance? Because I know it's like, oh, would
Gonna
Pokemon
have to
survive
tune into the
Palworld?
video, man.
Like, it's yeah, I know. I'm interested in like how you're gonna interpret it.
Yep.
Because there's multiple ways you can go. Like it could be like the Pal Island literally just being thrown in, kind of like your MK Tekken and Street Fighter, where you literally just blended all three of them.
No,
Yeah.
obviously the video is going to be a fake out, and instead it's going to be that Warframe video he was talking about, and that's the real
Oh,
video.
Yeah, it's just fucking... I'm not going to change the thumbnail or the title, but when you click on it, all Warframe.
Yeah.
Palworld
Guys, I was just
there's
fucking kidding.
30. There's 30 seconds where you insult the viewer for thinking they're watching a Pokemon versus
Only
Palworld
30
video.
seconds. That's pretty good for me. I think I'm making good time.
Yeah, usually you're you're longer winded about it, but you know.
So Godzilla 1.
Yeah.
All right, let's do Godzilla. Aren't there like universal destroying versions of Godzilla?
Yeah, like Universal.
some,
Like
yes.
there's like versions that are like
I don't
cosmic
think
gods,
Monster
and there's
versus
versions that would
Universe
die
Destroy,
if you nuked them.
but
and,
I could be wrong since I'm
Okay,
not
so what
too
version are we using?
well versed in the series.
That's a good
I
question.
think-
Monster vs. Godzilla. It's the most fun one.
Monsterverse?
What
I think Shin Godzilla would be pretty cool.
Monsterverse would be the most the most easy, honestly. Like he's also the most wanked, I think, by his fans, or except for maybe Heisei.
Well, we can tell the truth here.
You want to do Shin
Oh,
Godzilla?
Shin is like
Pick
the
one. Someone
Yeah, I
pick
think Shin
one.
Godzilla would be the best.
Is that not...
What are the options?
Yeah, most,
All the
Most of Shin
Godzillas.
shit.
I don't care. Pick one.
The original
Yeah,
from
no.
1954, maybe, if you want to stick to the OG.
My vote remains on Shin.
but I think
I think
Showa would be the
Monsterverse.
funniest.
We'll just do Monsterverse.
Yeah. Aside from
Let's just go with Shin then.
Wanked because like Shin is literally just potential Godzilla. It's like, oh, Shin Godzilla could do this, but have we ever seen it do this? No.
Yeah, potential Godzilla.
Yeah.
Let's stick with Monsterverse. I think everybody's familiar with that one, right?
Okay,
Yeah, it's probably the most
Monsterverse?
popular one.
Alright.
Yeah.
Y'all are fucking aggravating the shit out of me, man.
Indecisive.
Because it's like someone's like, yeah, Monsterverse. And like, yeah. And then someone else will be like, yeah, no, that's that. Yeah, Shin for sure. Yeah. And then it was like, yeah, I agree with you guys. Yeah, we should do this other totally separate one. Like, why are y'all agreeing and saying different fucking picks? It's confusing, and I don't know what y'all are agreeing to.
It's free will's curse.
Yeah, free
Damn, I
will.
was gonna say the one that played basketball.
Free will
Charles
is a
Barkley.
curse, man.
Yeah. The fucking.
We should all just be slaves,
Godzilla
like
2000.
like the pals in Palworld.
Yes.
Bro,
Yeah, no, I
this
totally
fucking guy.
agree. All right, there. We got our dudes. No more freebies. And Alden kept himself out of gay hell. Oh, never mind. He sent himself back into gay hell. You're not equal. He beat
Lucky.
you by 1 cent.
Well, I guess we're not getting Project Moon here.
You can. I mean, yeah, clearly.
You can pay for it.
Okay, Tappable.
Brokey.
Who all the people that you wanted to send to gay hell? I guess I'll go back. I don't know who Vanguard is. You're making me get new pictures for people. I don't like that.
Alden saved himself.
Where was the one that you had
You
more?
told me
than-
I was muted.
Who was muted?
I was. I have a list. You don't have to go back.
You got a little list.
What's your list? Why don't you
Yeah.
just tell me who was on the fucking list?
Okay. First is Doug. Next is Jim.
Irritating ass.
Whitey, Nano, and Vanguard.
Honestly,
Why the fuck am I on there?
You said
Tappable,
Naruto.
I'm insulted.
Oh, that's fair.
You put Doug before
Hold on, no,
me.
I didn't.
Doug, Nano. You said Whitey?
Yeah.
Who else? Whitey's not even fucking here.
He said
Wait, what are
me.
we
Doug
voting
isn't
for
here
now?
either.
Oh,
I'm more
Jim-
insulted he
Jim's
put.
here? Jim too?
Yeah. I'm more insulted that he put me. That he put Doug before me. He isn't even here.
Yeah.
Well, you weren't here last time,
I
so.
stopped paying attention for like 2 minutes.
Oh,
What
I'm
happened?
sorry. I have a personal life.
How
Poor
dare you.
soul.
You're not allowed to have
I
a
know.
life. This is the internet.
I don't even
You're-
see
if
why.
when
I don't
you're in
even
the
see
server, bro,
Whitey's
did you not read the
picture
rules?
on here.
You mean I'm not even getting paid to do this?
I don't even
If
see
anything, I'm
Whitey's
losing
picture
money.
on
The
here.
YouTube logo. That'll work.
Oh wait, hold on. I need these over here. Boom. 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 Okay. That's all you get. You get these 3. Jim, Nano, and Doug. And here, I'll put, because Jim's complaining, I'll put him at the bottom.
Yippee.
There you go. Super rape is what he will have to deal with.
How'd I...
Omega rape.
Mega rape.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, are we good? Are we done? No more? Can we start the
I think-
thing?
We certainly can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for
Nothing.
allowing me to do that. Oh.
You're welcome.
Alright, so first up we got Chainsaw Man. What would happen if Chainsaw Man was in Palworld? It's not the character Chainsaw Man, it's the concept of fears becoming devils, essentially, is what he wanted. He wanted the whole devil concept to be in there.
How devil?
How
Could you just
smart
catch
are the-
him in a fucking ball?
It'd be the
I mean,
I
strongest.
feel
devil
like a
and
lot
power.
of these could be solved with just putting him in a ball.
Yeah, could you just catch
So-
him in a ball? Like,
Yeah.
all the devils could be potentially caught and controlled. They're already more or
But
less
what if they just
controlled.
weave the ball?
They're already
Wait.
more or less controlled by
Do
the
you think
government anyway.
Do you think
Maybe
the
there would be a
pals
devil
fear
for like a pal that
the
hypothetically
Palspheres?
couldn't be controlled.
I didn't understand either of you guys. Y'all were talking over each other.
Do you think the pals fear the Palspheres?
Maybe that's what I was going to wonder about.
Wait, the pals what? Oh, fear the Palspheres?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Are they afraid
if
of the
they
concept
do, that's
of
gonna make a whole new
slavery?
devil.
The slavery devil. That's wild.
The
That
slavery
probably
devil.
already exists.
I don't
Yo,
know.
just
If
imagine
something
if you
becomes
catch
the
the gun devil.
norm, is it a fear?
I
And
mean,
you
there's
can't
plenty
fear
of.
I mean,
and
I
it's
wouldn't
not like
think
they
they'd want to
fear it
avoid it.
once they're caught. 'Cause
There's
once
plenty of
they're caught, they're
weapon-based
just, like,
devils.
their will's just basically stripped from them. So it would only be
Yeah.
it would only be the ones out in the wild. We also don't know how intelligent they are necessarily, or at least we don't know how intelligent they all are. We know how intelligent some are. So I don't know. It's hard to say. if
Like
that would
after
be a
getting
fear or not.
caught. I mean, there's plenty of like weapon-based devils, so it's very plausible a Palsphere devil would happen.
And like, I'm sure there are still humans who would fear that because you can still catch
Yeah.
humans with the Palspheres.
Sure,
and
but how
obvious-
many? But not many. Like the most powerful weapon devils are being feared by shit all around the world. The Palspheres only exist on one island.
Yeah,
Worst case
there's not
scenario,
that
you get
many
a
people.
really, really weak weapon devil that's like a Pal Sphere devil. But it wouldn't be
you-
particularly strong because there aren't enough people to be afraid of it in the first place.
It has
Like,
the power to throw
at-
itself at people and enslave them.
Yeah, that probably just be a Pal
If I
Sphere.
had to guess, when it came to Palworld, I'm sorry, not Palworld. When it comes to Chainsaw Man, all of the major devils are all representations of deeper, more societal-based fears. So, like the gun devil is not actually the fear of guns; it's the fear of mass shootings. The control devil is fear of governmental control. The falling devil is the fear of of suicide and the fear that Japan has towards its suicide rate increasing. So like they all have larger societal fears. The Pal Sphere could be a larger societal fear of having your freedom stripped from you or enslavement in general. It could essentially be
So would it be a facet of control then?
Enslavement devil, but you still have a situation where there's so few people on the island comparatively to Chainsaw Man.
It'd be like
it just
the
wouldn't make
tomato
a particularly
devil.
strong devil.
It'd be like the tomato devil.
Tomato devil.
I mean,
I'm not
I
joking
would argue
about
that there's probably
That's a
more
thing.
people afraid of Pal Sphere. Well, I don't know, because if everyone has a Pal
On
Sphere
one
and everyone
island.
uses Pal Spheres, I don't feel like the fear of it would be all that big.
If everyone has a gun,
capturing people in Pal Spheres is considered inhumane according to the game.
Doesn't
If everyone
matter.
has a
People
gun,
still do
not
it.
stop fucking
then
anyone.
People still do it. There's an entire black
Yeah.
market that deals with it, and you can do it.
I mean,
Murder is considered inhumane. People
They
still
say
do
it's
it.
inhumane, but it's still perfectly doable. But the fact that literally everyone has these things in their pockets, I just feel like the fear of it wouldn't be that big.
Yeah.
if everyone has a gun, then you don't need to fear the gun. Obviously.
That's actually one thing that I thought
Yes.
about with when Chainsaw Man has a very Japanese mindset when it comes to this sort of thing. So the gun in Chainsaw Man, the answer because the gun devil was so powerful, they decided to like get rid of guns everywhere so that they can weaken the gun devil's power. So in Chainsaw Man, the United States, Japan, literally every single country on Earth outlawed guns. And the American mindset, or at least the American mindset that in the South where I'm from, would say that if you removed all guns and banned them everywhere, that would increase the fear of guns because familiarity increases
at least
fear.
in that section.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also I think that there's a massive misunderstanding with the writer of Chainsaw Man coming from Japan, not realizing that even if there was a gun devil, the United States would never give up its guns ever under any
At least-
circumstances.
Honestly, there'd probably be. I wouldn't doubt if there'd be a whole nother civil war if something like that happened.
Yeah.
Like if
It's
some-
definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I think there
nations
would be a
functioning as a dual
large
devil.
push towards there's a gun devil out there that's killing people. We need to start teaching kids about guns in school, having guns classes in schools, and get them actively comfortable with them at a very, very early age, and that would actually be the way to weaken the gun devil, not banning them across the entire world. Because you would then mythologize the fear of them by like removing them entirely. People stop being afraid of guns when they can utilize them and they use them and they shoot them and stuff. It starts becoming a game. It starts becoming fun rather than this thing that you're terrified of. And I think that the Pal Spheres is going to kind of be the same. I actually think that this is an issue with Japanese writers just in general. I think My Hero Academia does the same thing. They have in Japan, when people start getting superpowers, the government then illegalizes the superpowers unless you work specifically for the government. And in the universe of My Hero Academia, the United States works the exact same way. And that makes sense for Japan. That's something Japan would do. The United States would never be able to get away with that.
That makes
US
no
could
sense as a
never
concept.
Well, My
legalize
Academia
your
takes place
genetic
in
You know what's
a
even
not so
more-
far future,
Didn't they do
so
that
it's
in the
possible
comic?
that there were like
Y'all are talking
protests
over each other.
about
I don't know how many
that.
times I gotta tell you. I cannot understand you when y'all are talking over each other. One person.
You know what would be even more confusing? Well, I find even more confusing about My Hero. The guns exist there. Like, we see people, and like no one, not even the criminals, really have them.
Because then you can have cool superpower fights. I mean, if everyone.
Dude.
And it's not like a lot of the people in the show are like strong enough to like eat a gunshot.
Yeah, well, some people are, but I don't
Some.
buy that. Not I don't buy it. Just straight up wouldn't happen. The United States, if everyone started developing superpowers, would not be able to just say, yes, you all acquired these genetic abilities. They are now illegal for you to use unless you get a specific permit with the government to use your own genetic skills and abilities. That by itself would be seen as such a massive overstep of government control that might itself cause.
That couldn't
I
even
wonder
happen
if
with how like people operate. If everyone got superpowers, the idea, like the entire basis of how society works, is at the end of the day, you die to a bullet. All political powers derive from that. And if there's people who like are, because the powers aren't equal, and if there's people who don't do that, they automatically just run everything. Like if you can't kill someone,
I would
then
wonder if
they want, you can't stop them.
Wait, wasn't
I think
Captain
I'm gonna
America
go-
Civil War what that all was about? It was like Captain
No.
wants.
That was about vigilantism.
That was about the whole thing of them pretty much destroying a lot of property, trying to save the world.
Yeah. No. You're
Yeah,
confusing.
but,
You're
like-
confusing the Civil War comic with. Wait, is he talking about the movie or the comic? Because there's two different.
Is it? Yeah.
The comic
So,
was about heroic activities, and it was like you need to be if you want to be not using your powers, but if you want to be a superhero, you specifically have to sign up with the government in order to do it. That's what the comic was all about. And that was what a lot of heroes. But the negative side of that is that in order to sign up with the government, you actually have to tell the government
Reveal
what your
your
secret identity
identity.
was, which was a massive deal for a lot of people. Like specifically heroes like Spider-Man and stuff, people who have secret identities.
Spider-Man got
in the
boned
movie, they had
over.
to change what it was about because no one had a secret identity. Everybody was out in the open.
Practically not. No,
Yeah.
the only person that did was literally Spider-Man. He was on
Really?
the.
I mean, because Tony knows who he is.
Tony knew who he
like,
was.
he's not
Yeah, but, like,
outed to the
publicly, it's not
world,
known.
but all the other heroes know who he is. In Marvel Comics, a lot of heroes don't know who each other are. No one knows who they are but other heroes. But the idea of a secret identity was eliminated in Marvel pretty much in the first movie of Iron Man. They kind of got rid of secret
when he was
identities
just
as a
like,
concept in that
I
film.
am. Yeah, when he freaking dropped, I am Iron Man.
Yeah, I mean,
and then everyone else.
like legitimately, I don't think people realize how different that made the MCU. The fact that secret identities are not a concept until Spider-Man showed up.
And the Avengers, none of the original members really could even keep one. Freaking Bruce Banner was a wanted criminal due to the Hulk. Freaking Black Widow was a somewhat well-known assassin. Thor just
Black
went
Widow
by
is not
Thor.
a somewhat. She is a spy, and she is not well known. That's the whole point. If she did, she'd be really bad at her job.
That's
But
fair.
in the MCU, she is though. People know Black Widow as an Avenger. It really doesn't make any sense because she's supposed to be a covert government operative. But she really in the MCU she's really just talked about and she's really shown as just being kind of a soldier. There isn't much of a difference between her and Hawkeye in the movies. But in the comics, she is legitimately a spy and a covert operative who no one knows who the Black Widow is, or they're not supposed to.
Yeah.
But yeah, Anyway, getting back to fucking Chainsaw Man.
Right.
And the PAL. I don't think people would be, if there was a PAL Sphere devil, which I think there probably would be. All it takes is one person being slightly afraid of it. I just don't think it would be a particularly strong devil because everyone has them. They're way too comfortable with them. PALs possibly could fear them, but I mean, we're not even sure if most of them are intelligent enough for that to necessarily be the case.
I mean,
there's enough.
Well, how smart do you need to be to make a devil out of fear?
We don't know if animals make devils.
There's enough. At least
so there would be a human devil like just roaming around and being super strong over there in the Chainsaw Man universe.
If animals made devils, there would be way more devils because there would be unique concepts and whatever, and each individual species would have their own specific, probably like way of viewing things. So
I mean, I feel like there'd already be a human devil just in general.
You'd also have to
feel
think
like
there would be some
like
very
Mahito,
abstract
basically.
devils because animals don't have 100% understanding of certain things. Like
some concepts and such.
If if a deer hears a chainsaw and gets afraid and runs away, would it make the chainsaw devil stronger, or would it just be like a fear of loud noises or a fear of that specific noise but not tied to what a chainsaw is, because a deer wouldn't understand what a chainsaw is? Like, there's so many other questions that would bring up if animal fears were also. The show only really ever talks about humans and humans' relationship to fears and devils. So I think we could probably assume that pals, even if they were afraid of things, it would not form devils, because the devils are specifically described as human fears.
Yeah,
I feel like, or
But
they'd
what
at least
about
have to
pals
be.
that are human levels of intelligence?
Yeah, they'd at least have to be
Well, it's still
sentient
not
enough
human.
to be.
It's still not
there.
human. And as far as the pals that are that smart, we only know of, I don't know. We only know one for sure. And there are other ones that we have decent hints about. I think you can.
Is that like Luminaris or whatever?
What's up?
Is that like Luminaris or whatever their name is?
No.
The,
Lunaris has the ability to mind control people.
I see.
But we don't really know the intelligence. I mean, you can argue that all of them are intelligent because you can have them working and shit at your store, or not your store.
But only so many of them
They're
can do
smart
handiwork.
smart enough to do slave labor.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, like, you can have them build shit for you. So it's, that's something. But I mean, how much of that is because you're controlling them? You know what I mean? Like, we just don't know. But I think that if you're going to be honest with the Chainsaw Man universe, it's always been humans. And I don't think that it's necessarily tied to intelligence if it's always only been human fears. Like, specific.
Yeah, and something else about how human fears play out is that if it has to be like an archetypical subconscious thing, because it's not like the fear of like a Glock 19 or an AR-15 or something. Like, it's the fear of guns and mass shootings in general, as you said. And it's like because the more specific you get with like registering, so it has to be like a mass subconscious thing. Like, it's, again, archetypes, as Jung would put it, where it's like, there's just a general vague impression of this aspect of reality that I am scared of. Because if you were to actually if someone was scared of someone with a gun, and that would power the gun devil, it's like, well, is there a revolver devil? Is there a shotgun devil? No, there's a gun devil. And so it has to be, again, like, specific large-scale concepts that you can like.
No,
put in boxes.
no, that's not true, because we have a sword devil, and then we have there's different weapon devils, like bomb devils and this devil. They're not necessarily.
Yeah, but like, there's not like specific like long sword, short sword. Like knife.
There's a sword devil, and I think there's a katana devil.
I'm sorry, I haven't gotten that far in the series yet. I've only finished season 1.
Yeah, no, there is. There's a sword devil and a katana devil. So they are specified.
Okay,
it's just
it's
that
probably
most people aren't afraid of one type of gun. They're afraid of guns, or they're not afraid of guns. You're not going to be not afraid of a fucking, rifle, but you will be afraid of a shotgun. Like, they can both kill you. Like, it wouldn't make any sense to be afraid.
I'd probably
of
rather
one
get
gun.
shot by a rifle than a shotgun, but yeah.
That's not but you wouldn't be you could say that, you could say an and or, but you're not going to be more afraid of one than the other.
I was just joking about how a shotgun probably hurt worse, but yeah.
I mean,
bouncing off of
I think you'd really feel it. You just die.
I think it like shot you in the stomach, like, assuming it didn't immediately kill you.
Someone did make someone did make an interesting thing. They said there is no centralized government in Palworld that could nerf Makima. That's fair, actually. Well, Makima is the fear of control, and more specifically governmental control. There still may be people who are afraid of control, but that control would come in a different form than governmental control. Makima was very specifically a Japanese societal fear of their government
If anything, the fear of palace fears that you were talking about probably
would increase her strength, possibly, because it is control of her. But she would still be weaker here than she would be in Chainsaw Man, significantly.
I mean,
is there enough fear of pals for a pal demon to form?
I was going to say that, yeah.
I don't think so. I'm not saying that there isn't a slight fear of pals, but everyone has pals. They're treated as like Pokemon. They're like people have them. They use them for work. They are a necessity within the society. Are they dangerous?
Everyone has a knife.
Yes, but everyone in Palworld are trained to fight against them, specifically because they're so dangerous. It's a fucking warrior-like culture in Palworld. Everyone there knows survival skills and has guns and are capable of defending themselves against the pals. So I'm not sure how much fear that would really build in people when they have them. It's like, are you afraid of dogs? No. Would you be afraid if you were cornered by a pack of wild dogs? Probably. But is that like a constant fear in your mind? No, not really.
Like, would there be like a dog devil, but not a wolf devil separately, or
I would imagine so. Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
I guess it's how people perceive.
If that's a
'cause,
sword and katana devil, then yeah, probably.
Yeah, it has to be about how people like perceive it rather than like what actually like categorically.
Yaku said where the aging devil exists, since aging doesn't exist in Palworld. Aging does exist in Palworld. There are certain characters that don't age. But
There's old
aging
people in
100%
there.
Exists. Yeah, there are specific
How do you
characters who
come
have
to the
done
conclusion
things
that
and who have
nobody
used
exists
certain
there?
technologies to keep themselves alive for thousands of years, but people do age. Your
Yeah,
normal
it's like-
person ages.
In what world is like where it's not like a magic or super advanced technology thing? Does aging just not exist? It's like, oh yeah, just yeah.
Yeah, Yakub has a slight understanding of Palworld because he played it a bit, but he hasn't really dug into it.
I mean, he knows more than me. So, you know.
But yeah, no, there are characters who are thousands and thousands of years old, but the game does specifically tell you, multiple characters specifically tell you how that was possible. There's like technologies and shit that they've done in order to keep themselves aging. Like for instance, none of the ancient civilization that are inside the fucking world tree, none of them have aged because they've kept themselves alive on purpose through technology.
What technology have they? Because that might be important. Do they use like nanotech or something? Or
No,
genetic
it's
engineering?
probably. I mean, just like everything in Palworld, it probably has to do with palladium energy. It's the same. But we don't know the exact methods. We just know that they've been able to do it. Let me see. Are there any fights you think would be cool between Devil versus Pals? Devil versus Pal, cool fights. I think most of them get caught by non-Pals. As far as Pals go, I mean, any fight could be cool if it's relatively even, but
I'd wonder, would
I think overall the Pals just overpower the Devils almost like really easily overpower. Like the stronger Pals easily overpower the Devils. People might not even necessarily notice the difference between the Pals and the Devils. They'll just be like, oh, these are some like more metal looking devils that we can catch now, and then they'll catch them, and then that'll be that. I really, are they going to survive? No, I don't think they will. It's just a matter of time before they're all caught. Because even if they do die and they come back and they get reincarnated, which is what devils do, they reincarnate after they die. It's just a matter of time before someone catches them. And then once they're caught, they're just enslaved. So I guess yes, they survive technically, but it's not like great survival. I don't know. I feel like we should count being enslaved forever as not surviving. Does that sound like a good?
I mean, like, if they're in a situation where their masters could kill them all whenever they wanted, there's nothing they can do about it, and they're only alive to serve, then yeah, I think that counts as not surviving.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say this is a D. Probably high D because there would be so many devils to deal with. But at the end of the day, you have an entire army of dudes who are going to be interested in capturing all of these new creatures that have appeared on the island. And once they're captured, there's nothing they can do. There's no evidence that the devils can resist having their fucking mind controlled by the Pal spheres. So we know that Makima is capable of controlling the mind of devils. So there's no reason why the Pal spheres wouldn't be able to do the same thing. And then you would just control the fear of concepts.
I wonder, you'd be able to force a lot of contracts with that ability, because you'd just be able to force contracts with the devils themselves.
That's fair. Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah. Damn, dude. Well, you wouldn't have to. You wouldn't have to force any contracts. You could just order them to do shit. Contracts would be necessary.
With contracts and all that, you're allowed to do some stuff yourself. You wouldn't have to do
a contract. You don't need a contract to do things.
Yeah, it's not required.
So if you're controlling them, you can just tell them you want this thing, and the devils will do it without no contract necessary. You don't have to sign a contract with someone who you've dominated the mind and will of. Mm-hmm. It's not necessary. There's no. The contract is the fact that you have a life contract with me, and you're not going anywhere. That's the gist of what's happening here. So
you are mine forever.
Yeah, this ain't gonna be great. This is so that's gonna be a D. Yeah, for those guys. Let's see. In ancient civilization, some people are not human, but human-like. The ancient civilization. I don't know what you're talking about. Everyone in the ancient civilization were human. I don't think they ever refer to you as a human, as a separate species than they are. They're human. They don't even look non-human. Anyway. Okay, who's played Cult of the Lamb?
I have.
Yeah.
Only one person's played Cult of the Lamb?
I've played it quite a bit.
Then say you fucking played it when I ask you if you played it. What's going on, man? Alright, so how do you guys think? I'll let you guys talk a little bit. How do y'all think Cult of the Lamb would do? Well, wait, you guys played Palworld too, huh? Or no?
I'd have to wonder. Okay, so the Lamb, obviously the Lamb, one of the strongest beings there. But would the Palsphere just be able to pretty much bypass a lot of the no, because they have mind control in Cult of the Lamb that the Lamb itself is able to resist.
Yeah,
right?
the Lamb can indoctrinate. However, the Palspheres are a far better version
Stronger.
of that. Because the indoctrination can be resisted is hard to say necessarily. They don't resist it. It's not like they can just break out of it by themselves. But if you
Like,
it's not
dissenters
legitimate
can-
mind control. It's indoctrination.
Well,
And
I'm asking for the fact of the Lamb himself.
what about the Lamb himself? Could you catch
would
the
the-
Lamb? Yeah, I don't think there's any evidence that you wouldn't be able to catch the Lamb.
Yeah, in which that pretty much ends up being the biggest, one of the bigger issues with fighting the Lamb is actually trying to, keep him down because, he dies and just comes back because he's a god of death. But if he's captured, then it's not much he can do. As
But,
long as
like,
he
If the Lamb dies while he's under the control of the Palsphere and he just respawns back in his afterlife thing and he comes back to life, would that
then it's
remove the
just-
control that the Palsphere had over him,
then
or
it's
would
just the
he
devil's
just?
all over again. It's just the devil's all over again. He dies, he comes back, he gets captured again. Because it's only to mountain level about what the strength there is. He has a bunch of
No,
packs. I won't deny
Well,
it.
not
it's
necess-
higher than
no.
that.
Did it get higher in the DLC or something?
Yinya
There are
alone
descriptions
created
on
an
weapons about
island-wide
splitting the
poem.
world, splitting like the universe into multiple realms with
Really?
a sword swipe and shit. It's gotten more.
Was that part of the DLC, or did I just miss
One
that
of them's
when I was
part of the
playing through?
DLC and one of them wasn't. There's a
I
sword.
see.
There's a sword called the Godly Sword that wasn't a part of the DLC, and it was talked about how I think it was a sword. It was talked about how it
It was the
cleaved.
axe.
What's up?
It was the godly axe.
Axe, thank you. And it was talked about how it cleaved the realm of the gods separate from the main universe. But then there was another weapon that was... Oh, I'm sorry, not a weapon. It was a power that was introduced later on that said that this power was used to split the lands of the old faith from the world. So basically there's like 3 different layers of universes that were split off from each other from gods. And while you can argue the Lamb, just because the Lamb uses the godly axe doesn't mean they would be able to do the same thing that the person who
He's
used
as
the godly
adept
axe
with it.
before would. It's really hard to make that same argument with the curse that the Lamb could also use. Like, it's the same fucking curse that it was used before. Also, when you look into it, it said that like a god had previously done these things, and there was this massive war with all the gods, and by the end of the war, the only god still left alive who killed them all, the strongest one, were the bishops, and the Lamb killed all the bishops. So it's pretty clear that the Lamb is the strongest of all of those gods who did all that stuff. So bare minimum, the Lamb should be capable of splitting off at least whole sections of at least a planet into different pieces, if not whole sections of a universe. It's really unclear exactly how that works, but yeah, no, it's pretty strong. It can split realms off from other realms and make it into like alternate realms. So I'd say it's a little.
It's not like
a little bigger than Mountain.
He also has the powers of Yinya.
It's
who
not like universe
created...
splitting. It's like dimension severing almost, but not in an offensive way.
Is that how you pronounce that?
Dimension
Yinya?
severing.
No, not that. The other guy. Yinya.
Wait, what's the difference between like
Yinya.
dimension severing
Yinya?
and universe
I've been
splitting?
saying Yiniga
Yinya.
forever. Because that's how it's spelled. Like
based.
look at it, dude. I'll look it up. It's hold up.
Is there a G in there?
Yes. The lamb.
Fair enough.
I'm trying to look. Does that not look like Yiniga? Well, how would you pronounce that? Someone tell me how you would pronounce that. Because I've been saying Yiniga this whole time.
Well,
in the video where I talk about her, I say Yiniga. Like, it's like I don't know what else I should call it. Like, what would you say? It's just,
Yinya.
This guy's cooking, bro.
Yinya?
Yinya.
You're not. I
Yinya.
feel like you're not pronouncing certain parts of that. You're really going. You're skipping over the N massively in that. Yingya is.
Well, I'm saying
is not
yin.
pronouncing the N.
I'm saying yin.
Well, then where's the G?
Yin. As in
No G
yin.
there.
Yin. Ing.
Is this like a foreign?
I feel like he's trying
thing where the
really
G's
hard.
silent
He's trying
for some
really
reason.
hard to not pronounce it the way it's very clearly looks like it's pronounced.
Just say the N word, bro. We both know you want to say it.
That
Sorry
shit's
that I don't
Yiniga.
want to be
That's
racist.
what that says. It's we're gonna have to ask Whitey when he comes back in here if that's what. How would you read that? Because that's, dude. The entire time I was playing the game, I was calling this bitch Yiniga, and I didn't know what else to call her. I was like, that's what that says. That shit's funny. There's no G there. That's what I'm saying. Like when he was pronouncing it, he's skipping the G. He's skipping the G or he's skipping the N. It's like they're both in there, buddy. I don't know. I don't tell you. But it's that shit's funny.
Whatever.
Anyways,
My
I mean, I
point is
guess
that-
with.
Sorry.
No, go on. No, go on.
My point being, the lamb has her power over like ice and like fertility, whatever. What was she the god of? Like ice and also like I think it was fertility. Yeah.
No, it wasn't fertility. It was, I forgot exactly what it was, but her main powers were she was the god of winter. I remember that, but she had the power of winter and she had power over that corruption stuff.
The rot, yeah.
Yeah, the rot.
But like, wasn't that like a part of a curse that her followers put on her rather than just like her innate ability?
No.
All right. It's very possible, since I would say at least the lamb's gear is at least enough up to par that he'd be able to fight back. It's very possible that he could perhaps survive long enough to at least harness the stuff. And if he even if he gets captured, I'd assume he has to eventually die, which would then reset the cycle of that bit. Because once a pal dies,
really the main question here is whether or not he would get caught by a pal sphere, or whether or not they would even be able to catch him with the pal sphere.
He seems too powerful to be caught. Just
wait, there's something that always bothered me about Palworld. It's like, why do the syndicates and stuff keep pals in cages if all of them could just capture the pals in spheres?
To display them.
Well, to be fair, well, no, that's a good point. Well, no, I don't know, because you could argue it's like, okay, well, if they're trying to sell them, then maybe they don't want to take control of them and take its will, but you could actually drop a pal, and a friend of yours can pick up the pal, and you pick up the sphere, and then you can control it just fine. It's not like it's. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't think
that
may
be summon it
gameplay,
whenever they're like going like, okay, we're gonna sell this pal you do accept, and they just summon the pal for the merchant to see, instead of like.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I don't know. I mean, it could just be for a general tone. Where it's like, oh, isn't it kind of messed up that these dudes are locked in cages?
It could also be that
they just want you to see like them locked in cages. It would, because it has less of it's more clear as like, oh yeah, these are bad guys who are kidnapping things and putting them in cages, rather than you opening up a box with this pal sphere and just taking the pal sphere. You know what I mean? It kind of takes away from the tone that I think they're probably going for. But like in reality, I don't really think there's a legit reason as to why they're not just in a PAL sphere. I don't know. I don't think we know enough about what the effects. Maybe they're more valuable if they haven't been caught in a PAL sphere or something. I don't know. Because you'd think they would be, like, the traffickers or whatever you want to call them. They would have had to go through the harder way of capturing the PALs without using the spheres, like lay legit traps so that they can get them in a cage, as opposed to just throwing a ball at them and catching them. I was like, why would you go through the more difficult scenario of doing that? You know, I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe they'll tell us one day. But as of right now, I don't think we know. But you can say that he's too powerful, but I mean, you can capture planet-destroying PALs in the PAL spheres.
Yeah, I'm more wondering, do the humans in Palworld have mind control resist? Because you can't just you obviously just can't pick up a random PAL sphere and throw it at their head and just instantly capture them. You have to weaken them first.
No, depends.
It does depend, but the fact that it does depend.
If you can increase your own capture power, and especially like low-level PALs, yeah, you can just pick up a random PAL sphere and chuck it and pick up and catch them. Especially like the late game PAL spheres, like the ancient spheres and shit, and the soul spheres, you can catch like 80-90% of the PALs in the game without any effort whatsoever. You don't have to put their health down.
Yeah, humans can be caught by PAL spheres, but their capture rate is calculated differently, and they're capped at 33%.
That sounds really fucked up if they make you, like, subservient or something.
I'm more mentioning that because
that's 100%.
Yeah.
Oh god, can you imagine all like sex traffickers that would use that? That's horrible.
Yeah, probably. Sure. Anyways, I'm more mentioning that because
what do you mean by that, buddy?
The Lamb has a weaker version.
Were you a cop?
The Lamb has a weaker version of pretty much the mind control that the PAL spheres already do. So would the Lamb's coercion even work on tamers at all?
On tamers?
Well, I would imagine it works on anyone.
I don't see why it wouldn't work on tamers. Like, tamers aren't shown to have insanely high. Well, I mean, I guess if you want to count them resisting the PAL spheres as them resisting mind control.
I mean, then again, no other PAL
I wouldn't consider that though, because if they're caught, then they're mind controlled. If they're not caught,
which
then
brings
they're
me
not.
back.
There is
to
no
the
getting
point
caught by the PAL sphere and not being mind controlled.
That's fair.
One goes with the other. So it's not so much that they're resisting mind control, it's more so that they're resisting being caught in the first place. If they're caught, they're just automatically mind controlled. So I don't know if you would say that. I don't think the issue is that the cult, the Lamb won't be able to create a new cult and start brainwashing people. I just think it'll instantly be considered a new powerful PAL that can do all kinds of crazy shit, which will make him a target right out the gate. And I don't think that it would necessarily be able to resist the PAL spheres if it was caught. And there are PALs on the island and PAL tamers who have PALs on the island who are very, very, like, planet-destroying level fucking things that can come at you with whole armies of PALs. And I just think it'd be pretty difficult. I also think that the speed of Palworld is considerably higher than the speed of Cult of the Lamb. Cult of the Lamb is like, I think, sound at most.
That's fair.
Or like a little bit higher than sound, but there are PALs that are directly stated to be light speed or above.
So, I was going to bring up that
the validity of those statements are kind of dependent.
No, it isn't. It's not.
Would you say
there's
the divine
an ability that the Xenoloord has that directly states that he flies at light speed for one of the attacks that he does. It just says directly. I have to see if I can find it.
I was going to bring up.
I have a Xenoloord. Let me check.
There is one of his abilities. I think it's the one where he flies around and then shoots down to the ground. I'm forgetting what the attack is called.
I was going to bring up
where's my Void Dragon?
The Lamb would still have some of their absurd stuff, like being able to transform things. Just what is it? Like a whole room.
The transmographer.
Yeah, into just freaking.
Why does the PAL I always
baby spider
disappear magically? And oh, never mind. There it is.
Do you think that the Divine Guardian spell would be able to protect against a PAL sphere?
Okay, yeah. Soars into the air at the speed of light and releases countless meteor projectiles.
Yep.
Okay.
That's about as clear as it gets. Like this, You know, it doesn't. It's not. That's not like a. Maybe it's a metaphor. It's pretty.
Yeah,
obvious.
that speed difference is pretty
it literally
absurd.
turns into a light beam, but ironically, the light is actually kind of slow as it goes up, though it is.
It doesn't. You're taking it too. You're taking it too literally. It's
that's gameplay.
It's supposed to be. It's not going to be a teleportation thing. It's the But no, there's also we also know that there's that they travel between planets. You know, so that they're very likely much faster than light.
If you want to watch my stream, I think I could stream the attack.
Astralim also travels across the entire.
Now, so.
You got to stop talking. Astralim also travels across the entire universe and stuff, so he would be massively faster than light. There are many pals that are shown to be at least light speed, if not more. So they way outspeed, and the pal tamers are actually capable of fighting on par with all these dudes. So
yeah,
I think you can. I'm not going to say the pal tamers are light speed, but the fact that they were not obliterated instantly means they should be a lot closer than the lamb is.
Well, the thing is, the light speed is only when it soars into the air, and it doesn't.
No, it isn't. I just explained to you why it's not.
How fast are they exactly? Like the fastest ones?
The fastest ones.
The fastest ones would be massively faster than light because they literally travel across the universe. They go to different planets and shit.
That's like Astralim and other spacefaring.
One side of the observable universe to the other.
We don't know. We don't know how big it is. We just know that Astralim travels from planet to planet, and
how long does it take?
Doesn't say. We don't know.
I mean, if he's an immortal, all-powerful,
but he's young. We know that he arrives. We know that he arrives at the planet as a baby. So at some point he traveled from one planet to the current planet, and he didn't age. So
I mean, in all fairness, baby is a
being or something.
Baby's a state.
But he lived. But this chick raised him. Like he eventually was raised by this chick.
Stay if you were to have to give an estimate.
What
was that? The same chick that he then?
Yeah, she eventually ends up being immortal. But the reason why they end up doing the immortal thing is because they need to in order to stop Astralim. They weren't immortal when they did that.
All right, fair enough.
Before that,
yeah,
she wasn't
then
immortal. She raised him as a baby. It's not like it takes him thousands of fucking years to become a full-grown adult. He was a baby when he arrived to the planet, and he grew up into a full thing within.
So it's it's not like
they didn't even know the ancient civilization didn't even know he was there until he was like a grown-up. So it's like
do we know that
she
they
had him
like
for fucking 10,000 years?
Do we know that they like traveled through space to get? Like, do they use like hyperspace or whatever? In which case, their combat speed might not apply. Or
No, dude, you're going wait. We just know they travel across the universe. Like you're playing 20 questions. Like it's
like we don't know how they're doing.
We know that they're an alien race that travels through the stars to go to different planets to invade and absorb those planets and turn them into new members of their species.
I mean, at the bare minimum, for Xenolord, who is very much weaker.
Yes, considerably weaker. And his move just straight up says he travels at light speed. And again, the Xenos also travel between planets. So they should be able to be a lot faster than light speed.
Yeah.
He's got to be at least the speed of light, if not faster.
No, that's fair. That speed difference is massive, quite frankly. Yeah. He would be one of the more difficult pals to get a hold of, but I do think he would probably just end up getting captured.
I would actually argue that I think he's going to do worse than Chainsaw Man because he's going to be a bigger target. Chainsaw Man has tons of different beings.
A lot of different
adding
devils.
like a bunch of new dudes to it. The Lamb's just one dude. And he's just one dude who's going to be the source of a fucking cult and a new faction that builds on the island. On an island where a bunch of people are already in factions that are at war with each other. Dude, he's going to absolutely be a fucking massive target.
Would you say that the Divine Guardian curse would let him like resist a single Palsphere at a time?
Even if he resists one, there's plenty of others that would come right after. They're not exactly limited on how many he can throw.
No, you literally have thousands. They even have the freaking POW launchers that just let you shoot them back to back to back to back. So it's like...
I'm pretty sure there are beings that are also just completely immune to Power Spheres, so.
Only gameplay story related boss fights, and it's only for those boss fights you can literally catch them out.
And also a lot of the PIDF, the level 80 ones, I'm pretty sure are also immune to Power Spheres.
No, they're not immune. The only ones who are immune are bosses in boss towers and Astral.
That's for the sake of gameplay, also.
What about the attack chopper?
The attack
what?
chopper.
Oh,
The
I've never tried it. I've never tried it. But it's also not a being. It's a vehicle.
Yeah. That's like trying to catch
even
a.
If it
That's
didn't
like
work,
trying to catch a building.
Yeah, even if it didn't work, that wouldn't mean that they didn't work on it. That just means they wouldn't work on vehicles, which is.
I can't catch this Kia Soul.
Yeah, like there's no evidence that the PAL spheres can just lock anything in it, even like your items and weapons and shit. I feel like you're just using it against its purpose at that point. But as far as bosses go, or like living beings, the only thing it doesn't work on are tower bosses and Astralim. And even the tower bosses, you can catch after the boss fight's over. You can go find them in the world and catch them.
You can't catch Ori though. Ori is immune to PAL spheres.
I don't know. You can
Zoe
catch the
is
chick.
not,
You can
but
catch.
Ori
You can
is.
catch all the ones that I've tried. You can do it. So it's literally just
The dragon girl, the one with the shallow. That one's.
I don't
not
know. I haven't
catchable.
tried, but it doesn't. You
literally talk to her after the fight. If you try
I
to
understand.
throw a PAL sphere
It
at
doesn't
it
matter because it's
goes through
that
it.
would be it's still gameplay related since you can catch them at this point but can't catch them in other points. It's related to gameplay and what the game wants you to be allowed to do. It's not because they're resisting it. It's because the game won't let you. It's like saying that The Witcher isn't capable of killing a mission giver because the game won't let you kill the mission giver. Will you stop interrupting? Let me finish my point before you start talking. Jesus. It's like if you're playing The Witcher 3 and you go around and you can't kill the mission givers and you want to make a legit argument that they're immortal because The Witcher can't kill them. It's not. That's clearly not the case. Okay, now you can go.
I mean,
okay, the other thing is Panthalus is also immune to PAL spheres until you deplete all
Again,
the health bar.
okay, dude, I've said this so many times. You were doing this before the stream too. It's gameplay. It's gameplay.
Gameplay is different. The only one that would be somewhat arguable is maybe Astralim, but
there are certain you can catch Panthalus, but they don't want you cheesing the boss fights by immediately catching the bosses. You literally can catch them at the in fact, it's a gameplay mechanic that you cannot even defeat Panthalus. You get his health down to 1, and then the game forces you to catch him because you need him for the story. You're going really deep into game mechanics and trying to apply that to how the game functions, which is what you were doing before the stream started, and we were having a whole conversation about that, and you were going really, really deep into very clear game mechanics, like the fucking Terraria shit.
I'd also bring up that maybe the cages you can drop like PAL spheres for other players, but that's a gameplay thing. Maybe. So that's why the cages actually exist.
Why wouldn't I be able to drop something the size of a ball? Okay, it's
I'm
the
meaning
gameplay
them
argument
be
works
in there.
when it's like logical and shit, but
that's
it's getting
that's
way
more
out
just. I'm more just trying to give an explanation, man. It's probably just because they wanted it to look metal as hell, man.
What were you talking about? I'm not even listening to what you guys are saying. I was looking at the chat.
Anyways, yeah, no, quite frankly, for the Lamb, everything's a bit too. The top tiers are just a bit too fast, and he doesn't have enough tricks up his sleeve to stay in power for much
be the
long.
top tiers. One
Yeah,
of the things about Palworld is that you can make any PAL as strong as the top tiers through enough by upgrading them enough. So I mean, in theory, a land ball could be as powerful as a Jet Ragon, and it wouldn't.
I'd argue then that they would also then just be a top tier. At that point.
Well, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, as far as talking about like the top tier PALs, like any PAL, I'm not arguing that they're not top tiers. I'm arguing that any PAL can become a top tier. It doesn't have to be a Xenolord or Jet Ragon or Astro.
Actually,
it could literally be anyone.
No, there would be a decent argument. Would the Lamb be able to be in their own sort of dimension?
What do you mean?
Well, okay, the lands between are that's separated from the world as a whole, right? You had been mentioning that before.
Yeah.
Would the Lamb be able to do something somewhat different?
Pretty much to Palpagos Islands? Well, he's not the one who separated the lands between, to be fair. So we're not even 100% sure if he knows how to do that. But if he does it wouldn't really solve his problem. I mean, I don't know how separating the Palpagos Islands from the rest of the world would be useful to him.
I'm meaning separating a bit. enough for him to be there.
That wouldn't be
for him
surviving
to at least
though. That would
amass
be
power.
bailing on the island for the most part. Like I'm not seeing. Well, I mean, why wouldn't he have done that in the lands between when he was being hunted by 5 different cult factions? You know what I mean? Like, what
He
was the
didn't have
reason
the
for him not
gear or
doing
the
it there?
power until.
Well, you could argue that he just wanted
towards the
revenge,
end.
and he needed to fulfill his deal
Yeah,
with Narinder.
also revenge and the deal.
I suppose, but he could have done it after. I mean, he could have. I mean, he didn't have. Well, the deal with Narinder. He didn't actually have to kill Narinder. I mean, there was no reason why he had to even accept the deal necessarily. We see by the end when he actually goes and fights Narinder. Narinder can't even take the power back because the lamb he had mastered it by that point. So the lamb with the power that Narinder gave him fights back against Narinder. So he could have split at any point. He could have just been like, "Fuck you, Narinder," and just left and bailed on Narinder and split the world from it. I mean, it just doesn't seem either he doesn't know how to do that, or he didn't think about it possibly, or it's just not in his character to do so.
Well, after he's killed Narinder, he basically
that,
controls the entire lands of the Old Faith.
No, I understand
So
that, but there
why
was
would
no
he
reason for
leave?
him not to do it before. He
No,
was
I would
literally
argue-
being hunted by 4 different factions, and Narinder wanted him to sacrifice his life. And he chose to, instead of doing that, fight Narinder and actually deal with all this shit when he could have just split and run. If he didn't split and run then, I don't know why he would split and run in the Palworld.
I would argue that's mostly because he didn't want to make the same mistake that Bishop's made, not
Also,
dealing
I'm not
with
sure
Narinder
I'm not sure
permanently.
he would want to do that because his power is based on, I mean, his not just his
Worship.
power, but his life is based on the amount of people who serve him. So if he cuts off a small piece and leaves and is by himself, then he has less people to serve him, and eventually he'll die out.
Yeah.
So he needs to be around other people. It doesn't really seem like the smartest idea for him to go anywhere.
I was more mentioning that for the fact that it would just make it more difficult for people to try and catch him, not for the fact that he would just be able to win that way.
Yeah. Let me see
For
what
that matter-
some of these messages are saying. Why isn't Rouga speaking on rampaging pals? You have to tell me why they're relevant. They have a lore reason. Yeah, they have a lore reason. It's that Astralim is absorbing the palladium energy from the planet, which is not leaving a lot for pals. They're starting to starve from palladium energy, so they go rampaging. But I don't know what that has to do with the Cult of the Lamb conversation. Cult of the Lamb, the lamb doesn't have any ability to absorb palladium energy from the planet.
Could he possibly develop that ability through the crown?
Are immune to pal spheres.
Why would he? It's not a power that he has. I mean, I don't see why we would. His powers are pretty set in stone at the moment.
I know, and he may be able to.
He's shown absorbing the divinity of the gods he defeats. So is it possible that he could absorb palladium?
No, that's not. Well, he's not absorbing the divinity of the gods he defeats.
He's just gaining some of their
Who does he
strength
absor-
through
who does he-
eating
whose
parts of
power
them.
does he absorb?
The bishops?
He doesn't absorb their power.
Well,
He eats
after he defeats them, they turn into followers.
Yes, but that's because he defeats them and their crown. But he doesn't even use their crown.
Doesn't he eat parts of them at some points to gain a bit of?
He takes the hearts of certain followers and he uses them to unlock certain abilities. But that's not absorbing palladium energy.
Yeah.
Like his thing is all about like sacrifice and dark magic and faith, and that's where he gets his power from. He doesn't get his power from palladium energy. The humans have specific technology to allow them to absorb palladium energy, and pals can do it naturally. But
well, is it
the lamb
possible
doesn't
that he
have that ability.
could Sorry.
Is it possible that he can invent the technology? I don't see why
Well,
he could.
I
I
mean-
don't really understand how. He would have to get other people to invent the technology for him, so he would have to control those people, I suppose, and then possibly he can do that and try and get some palladium energy. I mean, I suppose. I'm not saying it's impossible, but he's still going to be hunted by all of these factions, and it still wouldn't be particularly easy for him to control any of these people. Maybe early game
I'm just
people,
saying,
I suppose.
if he plays it smart, could he eventually grow strong enough
If
to
he plays it smart,
take over
anyone
the
can
island?
do anything. But the problem is that the lamb is not just some dude like the pal tamer who's just trying to survive on his own and build his little camps. He's literally
he's-
brainwashing people across the entirety of the Palpagos Islands, which is going to cause a more widespread conflict than it would have with just the Pal Tamer showing up. And he can't play it too smart to the point that he doesn't do that because he has to do that to live. Like, it's literally his life force is faith in people serving him. So he has to indoctrinate people. The only people to indoctrinate are innocent people or people from the other factions, and doing any of that is going to cause problems with some faction or another, whether that be the, PIDF or whatever they're called, or one of the other smaller one of the other factions. And lore-wise, all of the factions are relatively equivalent in power. I understand that as you play through the game, you fight the first chick first, and the second person, and then there's like kind of a thing. But in the actual lore, that first chick and her, I'm forgetting the name of her faction. They're at war with like two of the other factions, and they're relatively even. So lore-wise, they should be relatively equivalent in strength. The only ones who are legitimately like considerably stronger are Bjorn and Arya. I think them canonically are significantly more powerful than the rest of them, but the other ones are relatively even. So it's not even like you can kind of work your way up. He's going to be going up against pretty powerful forces right at the start.
Yeah.
Could he indoctrinate pals? Yeah, I don't see a reason why he wouldn't be able to indoctrinate pals, but the spheres are more effective. Like, way more effective. So it would just be a shittier version of something that your average Pal Tamer can do with ease. That's real. He doesn't outspeed, he doesn't outpower, and his indoctrination abilities are beaten easily by the Pal spheres. He does have things that are useful. His lack of ability to die is pretty good, even though I'm not sure how many people are going to actually kill him rather than catch him. He has a lot of dark magical abilities, death manipulation, things like this that are really useful. Teleportation. He's got good stuff.
He has good hacks, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, I just think, it's just, at the end of the day, it's just like, what are you going to do when someone speed blitzes you and then fucking throws a ball that catches you and instantly mind rapes you? It's like, it doesn't really matter how many crazy powers you have when you're not fast enough and they can instantly mind control you. It's really just those two things. If you can't get around those two things, then he's dead.
Not to mention, there's like raid battles, so it's not even like everyone's fighting. It's not like it's a one-on-one sort of thing. There'll be like multiple sets of trainers.
One Pal Tamer should be able to assault his camp with literally hundreds of pals.
Yeah, so it's not like it's a one-on-one sort of thing. Literally, it will be
awakened Jetragons just attacking one.
People freaking raiding it,
and they're all
kind of like the wolves from the DLC.
Isn't there only one Jetragon?
Canonically, there's only one Jetragon, but you can also breed them. You can genetically copy their stats onto other Jetragons. That's all. They're not like legendaries in Pokemon where there can only be one. You can have more.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, it's
pretty bad. Yeah. I'm gonna say he's gonna lose this one.
Yeah.
So C, D.
I'm putting him D for now. We might move him around a little bit. Maybe there'll be someone who just gets fucking plastered way worse.
Annihilated.
Yeah, we'll have to like put them up a little bit, but for right now it doesn't seem great. Okay, look, I'll put him at C. I'll put them both at C. I'll put them up because it's not like there's D should probably be like an instant fucking annihilation, and it's not like he can't fight back at all. He'll fight back relatively well in early stages. Because there's no, dude, because even the fucking Malpaca kicks at hypersonic speeds. There's no evidence he's that fast at all. That's like early game pals who are blitzing the shit out of him.
I would say with his hacks, he's at least able to cut it for a while.
But what if they are faster than him? But would you say that they would be able to take him down?
Yes, with the Pal spheres.
I thought you were talking about the Malpaca.
Catch if they can get him in one, yeah. Like like he doesn't. Even if you want to argue that he can escape the really really low level Pal spheres, which maybe perhaps he's not doing that to even.
Okay, the thing with Pal spheres is that if you're not like damaged enough, then
that's not true.
Just resist the Pal sphere.
That's not true. If you have a soul sphere, which isn't even the top sphere, You can catch 80-90% of the pals without ever doing damage to them in the first try. It's super easy.
Yeah, but not max level ones at full health. You have to lower their health before you can catch
Doesn't
them.
matter. What is that relevant to? What I just said 80 to 90%. I didn't. We're just repeating what I just said.
If I'm not wrong,
Also,
it's
the
mostly.
other thing is that rampaging pals, no matter how low level they are, cannot be caught at all.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm not seeing how that's relevant to the lamb.
Because, as you said, rampaging pals are pals that are starved of the palladium energy.
Yes.
And so that probably implies that pal spheres work by locking on to some
No, it doesn't.
palladium energy.
It doesn't at all. No,
and
it
that
doesn't.
way it could catch them.
No, it doesn't.
Actually, is
So
it ever
something without
elaborated
palladium
on?
energy
It
may
does
not
not
be able
lock
to
on.
get locked
There's
on at
no
all.
evidence of that whatsoever.
So the catch rate is very low.
There's no evidence of that
No.
whatsoever.
Is it ever actually elaborated on what exactly the pal spheres do to accomplish their goal?
We're just making assumptions on like why pal spheres, like why do they catch everything? That sounds like a no limits fallacy.
No one said no. Well, first off, no limits fallacy is a fake scalar made up bullshit. That's not a thing.
It just means that's very general and not well specified.
No one can explain what that shit is without contradicting themselves and
you're assuming
talking
that
about
pal
other
sphere captures
fallacies that
literally
already
anything.
exist because they don't know what the real fallacies are. Like a no limits fallacy, if you actually look at it, is like 6 other already existing fallacies that are inconsistently used. So that's
okay, but you can't just say like a pal sphere could just catch anything without
I didn't
limit
say that a
in
pal sphere
crossover.
can just catch anything.
Matter of fact, we've said that it can't catch a Kia Soul.
I said multiple times that it can't catch anything in this conversation. So I'm not really sure what that point is. What is the argument? Like what are you having an issue with?
I'm more saying that like you can't just say like the lamb's just gonna get caught if you just throw a pal sphere at it.
Why not?
Guaranteed. Because, like I said, it doesn't have the palladium energy, and we don't know what level he
Who
would.
cares? There's nothing in the game that states that something needs palladium energy to be caught. Nothing.
Yeah, even
well,
if
the rampaging pals definitely suggest
no, it
that.
doesn't.
No. You can
Then why
catch
can't you
humans.
catch rampaging pals?
Actually, if anything,
know. Why
it
don't
would
you ask
probably
the
be.
developers?
Literally
What
said
does that
the
have to
humans
do with
on
it?
Palpagos have
It could
absorbed
be
some
just
of the
like what he
palladium
said, a
energy.
gameplay limitation.
If
we
anything,
don't know. You're making an assumption based on something. We don't even. You're even making the assumption that the rampaging pals don't have any palladium energy. It's never said they don't have any palladium energy. They literally live off of it. If they didn't have any, they would be dead.
If anything, it would probably be based off a soul instead, in which pretty much every living thing has one. Even even like the more material pals are
Okay, but that
somehow
doesn't even make
possessed
sense
or
because the
ghost.
rampaging pals drop giant pal souls, and all of them do.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
They should be the
Jim's
easiest
never
to
played
capture
the game, so he's not
based on
really sure. But he's
souls,
not saying that the palladium is the soul. He's saying that the palladium, like a soul, is just something that inherently lives in all things. That's what. He's saying.
So I could chime in and say that the pal spheres, I think, at least in my opinion, from what I've played, they do have a limit because there's different tiers.
I never said there's not a limit. I don't know where people.
I'm
I said there's no limit.
I'm not finished.
Go ahead.
I'm agreeing with you.
Go ahead.
I'm saying that, yeah, it seems like they don't have limits, but the fact that different tiers exist show there is. It's just never been clarified what that limit is, and the limit is up.
There's a limit because there's a percent chance of catching everything. But
exactly.
I'm saying that the limit doesn't matter because there's no evidence that the lamb would overcome that limit any better than any pal would.
Yeah, it's
And the idea that you can't catch things that don't have palladium energy is completely fabricated. That's nowhere in the game. That you can't catch things that don't have palladium energy. And there's not even any evidence the rampaging pals don't have any palladium energy. We know that the reason why they rampage is because they're very low on it. They're having trouble getting it, but there's no evidence there's none. That's not true.
Just because you're starving doesn't mean you're dead.
If you want to do that, killing a rampaging pal, you get more palladium energy from killing them than you do from killing early game pals. If you want to be fucking that specific into the gameplay, I mean, you get more from a level 30 rampaging pal. You get more palladium out of a level 30 rampaging pal than you do out of a fucking level 1 Lamb
don't know, you just get PAL souls and predator cores, which
you
are
get
not palladium
you get palladium. You get experience.
Yeah,
experience is
not
palladium energy in the game.
It's combat experience.
That is palladium energy in the game. That's literally palladium energy in the game. The XP that you get when you defeat pals is palladium energy.
That's why you get stronger.
That's why you get stronger. That's canonical.
Stronger.
Okay,
stronger
then,
from beating.
Hold on. What do the training manuals say about this? Because those things give
Go check out the training manuals.
Let me go check them out.
I have no idea.
I think the way to make sense of it is the limit is based on strength. So, like, if something is really strong, it's not going to be so easily here. But if it's weaker or weakened, it will.
Let me check the item description on this shit because.
Anyhow, even if the
it
lamb
gives a tiny amount of EXP when read by PAL. I don't know how reading something gives you energy.
What are you talking about? Everything you do in the game gives you energy.
Everything is infused with PAL.
Literally everything.
PAL energy.
What are you talking about? You get palladium energy from doing literally. You get palladium energy. You get XP from building things. You get XP from eating certain things.
The entire planet.
The whole island is drenched in it.
It's almost like it's supposed to be experience and not.
It is experience.
Energy, but
it is experience, but it's also explained in game as palladium
literally
energy.
The device that you get at the beginning, the PAL deck. You unlock more things in the PAL deck as you level up. The PAL deck is canonical. When you go into the technology tree to unlock shit as you gain experience, that is a canonical thing. It is giving you this thing as it absorbs more palladium energy.
Not just a gameplay thing. I don't see.
That's not a gameplay thing. It's talked about. The PAL deck. It's not a gameplay thing. You pick up the PAL deck at the beginning of the game in a cinematic. It's canonical within the game. It's not a gameplay.
But
how is that a gameplay thing? But the DLC
just because you get
Terraria
the
Moon Lord
doesn't
raid
mean
fight
that the
isn't.
Palpedia is the only thing that gives you energy. That's ridiculous.
I don't know what you're talking. Wait, what? What are you saying?
What?
Just because you get the Palpedia at the start of the game doesn't mean that the Palpedia is what's empowering you.
It isn't.
No one ever
I
says
didn't say
that.
it was empowering you. It's the piece of technology that allows you to absorb palladium energy. That is explained by characters within the game when you go and talk to them. At the early tutorial games, when you go and you talk to certain characters, they explain to you what the PAL deck is. The PAL deck allows you to gain palladium energy. When you get palladium energy, it teaches you different parts of technology because palladium energy increases your mind and your body. The experience of the game that you acquire is palladium energy. That's in the game. It is directly stated to you.
Hold on, let me start a new game.
Okay, fine, but go do that somewhere else then, because I'm not going to be sitting here waiting for you to fucking do. Like, you know the game or you don't, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I'm okay with you arguing, but you need to know what you're talking about.
Even if the lamb is
it sounds like you're arguing just to argue.
It's kind of difficult to know what the start of the game is like when you're level 80. Okay,
no, it isn't. Yes, I'm not having a problem with that. What I'm having a problem with is that you're arguing with literally every single thing that anyone says, and you don't seem to know.
Anyhow,
you're arguing about can it catch helicopters? Oh well, it can't catch bosses. Oh well, it can't catch this. Oh well, it's like, dude, gameplay. Oh, you didn't know this? This is explained to you at the beginning of the game. Oh, experiences and palladium. Like, dude, you have to fucking argue with everything? Is there anything you agree with? Like, anything at all? It just seems like you're really enjoying arguing, and I don't know. I don't really get what you're doing here. Like, what you're trying to accomplish.
Anyhow,
what's up?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see the NPC is telling me anything about that.
I don't care. Keep playing. I didn't tell you which NPC it was. I told you I'm not doing this. I'm not sitting here for 3 or 4 hours while you talk to every freaking tutorial NPC to find the one that tells you this information.
The one that's real.
Can you show me the source of the information?
I'm not going to show you because we're doing a tier list right now. I'm not educating you on Palworld. Either you know or you don't know, and we can have a conversation about it. But you want to argue with every single point that anyone brings up. Well, I guess specifically what I bring up. But
I'm more surprised you're not just trying to look it up on a wiki or something.
Dude, it's like, what the heck? It's like, I don't understand. Why are you, if you don't know, why are you arguing? That's my problem. It's not that you're arguing. It's that you don't know, but you're really adamantly arguing. It's because you just don't believe me. And it's fine if you don't believe me, but you can't bring an argument based on you not believing me. You can bring an argument based on you knowing I'm wrong, or you believing I'm wrong based on your
Is asking for
interactions.
evidence too much now?
What?
Is asking for evidence to back up your claim too much now?
This isn't a debate.
That's not what you're doing.
Yeah, this is
Now
a
you're
tier
doing
list.
that, but for the past 30, 40 minutes, that's not what you've been doing. You've just been arguing with everything. Like, literally
Also,
everything. I don't
if
think it's
I
been a
would,
single
he-
thing so far that you haven't had a comment about. That's what I'm saying. I don't think not a single thing. And you were doing this last week, too, and I muted you. I server muted you specifically because you were being a pain in the ass. Not because you were arguing, but because you were just constantly starting problems with it, with anyone who said anything, and I muted you for it. You notice no one else is doing this. We're having conversations, but you're adamantly, like, snapping at every time I say something. You don't notice that? It's a fucking tier list. It's not a debate stream. We're trying to make a tier list, and we can't get through the tier list because you are a difficult person to talk to. And you're holding everyone back from trying to continue with the tier list. No part of you is self-aware enough to notice that. And no part of you learned the lesson from last week when you were server muted for it. No answer? Did he leave? I don't even know what the fuck.
He's still here.
Yeah.
He's not answering, though. You gonna say something? He's not gonna say anything. Is this the white guy? Is this dude with the K name?
No, I'm not the one doing.
It's Everett.
It's the Everett. Yeah.
Okay.
He's above me.
Since you don't want to talk anyway, boom, muted. I don't.
Anyhow.
It's like what the it's just he was doing it. Not this shit. He was doing different shit, but he was causing problems with everyone in the stream last time, and he was arguing, and he was fucking shitting on everybody who said anything, and he didn't have any backup for any of this. He was just had constantly problem, and then when we were trying to tell him, dude, please stop doing this, he kept doing it, and he kept arguing with me, and it got to a point where I just had to serve him. And then he came here this week, and he is that Whitey?
No, that's Vanguard.
Oh, I thought that was Whitey.
I don't even think
Whitey was
isn't
here last
here.
time. If Whitey just dropped in, he would have been like, that motherfucker was doing that shit again. It's like, yeah. It's like, Jesus.
What happened? I my sister came in the room fucking yapping about bullshit, and I'm like, bro, you're interrupting my fucking nerd time, and I only get one time a week, so you need to shut the fuck up right now.
Time.
How dare
yeah, to kick her out. So
anyway, does anyone disagree with the Cult of the Lamb placement as being low?
We're still on that.
You missed Cult of the Lamb, you missed Chainsaw Man. We've been doing this for 2 hours, and we got 2
No, I was here
dudes
for
on.
Chainsaw. I was here for Chainsaw, but I missed all of Cult of the Lamb.
Yeah,
What was the conclusion?
We're wrapping it up. Pretty much, while he'd be strong, the main issue is that
he gets
although
out-blitzed, he's way too slow compared to the characters in Palworld, and the Pal Spheres can capture him and enslave him. And they're a better variation of mind control than what Cult of the Lamb has.
he'd be also an explicit target, like even more than the devils and such.
He would be a target for specifically looking like a pal and kind of being a pal, but also because he is required to enslave people in order to keep himself alive, which means he's going to automatically build another faction that the other factions have to deal with. So it's everything about it.
Okay.
It's just a bad pairing for him personally. All right. Next.
Also, I had a question earlier before we continue. What are the limits to the Pal Spheres?
So the limits of the Pal Spheres are based on the Pal Sphere that you have. Essentially, there's a whole math equation that goes behind them that's like gameplay wise, and I'm not going to go into that, and mainly because I can't. I don't know them that well. But essentially, there are different tiers of Pal Spheres, and some Pal Spheres are so strong. It's like basically the weaker pals. You get like 100% chance of catching them. There's no getting around that. But the really late game Pal Sphere, it just depends on level, type of pal, level, and a couple of other things. But you do get to the point, especially at end game, where you basically capture everything like 70 or 80% of the time, even the absolute strongest things. They get stronger as you go through the game. The thing is about they're not infinite or anything, but the thing is that the strongest pals in the game are talked about in the lore and stuff to literally blow up planets and create stars and shit. So I mean, it's the limit. Who knows? But it's pretty fucking high. There's like you can catch cosmic level like godlike beings with the spheres. You know, the little spheres won't do it, but the late game spheres will do it. And the fact that you can very easily make late game spheres in the late game, it's just you end up getting thousands of these bitches. Then that it's just kind of they're common. Everyone has them, and they can catch like mini like little G gods in the sphere.
Okay, understandable. So
they're pretty.
I guess like okay, I have an idea. Okay, cool.
Oh,
Let's,
also
what's
once
next?
their pal is caught, there's no getting out of the mind control. It's not even a mechanic in the game for anyone to escape the mind control of the spheres.
Okay, so I guess follow-up question: what constitutes the mind control? Is it something that it does, or is it technology?
It's the sphere. What do you mean?
No, okay, so is it technology or
When
is
they're
it
caught
magic?
in the
I guess
sphere,
that's a better
they're
question.
mind
No, I get that part.
Okay.
But is it magic or technology?
The entire series is like a combination of both. It never calls anything magic necessarily, but the shit that happens in the game is not normal technology. It's sci-fi fantasy. Like there's shit in here that's like that's a magic system. It's not called a magic system, but it's a magic system. The PAL spheres are a really good example of something that's not just technology. Like I would argue Palladium energy in of itself is a magic system.
So okay, so it's like a mix of the two.
Yeah, it's sci-fi fantasy. The series.
Okay,
You have like
so then what I'm seeing,
you have laser guns and shielding systems and turrets and
Right,
weapons
right.
and stuff like that, and a jetpack. But you also have like constantly evolving pals that acquire palladium energy and increase in power and can alter their species and evolve over time using palladium energy. You can use palladium energy to become more intelligent and stronger and fuse it with other people. There's just I mean the PAL spheres themselves are created using palladium energy that can lock people into pocket dimensions or whatever. It's just I don't know. If it is technology, it's so fucking close to magic. You might as well just call it a magic system.
I mean, like if you really think about it, technology can be magic. Like, if you were to take a reactor and place it in the medieval era, they wouldn't really understand what it is.
The difference between magic and technology, generally speaking, is that technology requires a specific understanding of how something goes. Like there's A, B, and C, right? In technology, you create A, which does C that gets to B. In magic, you have the magic A, and you can get to C without having to worry about the B. That's essentially how I describe magic, generally speaking. So if you have something that doesn't need to go through the scientific process in order to get to C, that's magic.
Okay.
That's generally. That's how I sort of understand it in my head. Because there's so many different series that have magic systems that don't call them magic, but they're basically magic, that you can't just say, well, if it doesn't call it magic, then it's not a magic system. Because it's like what makes certain things magic and certain things in other series not magic, even though they behave identically. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think Palworld is a blend of both. It's like techno magic or whatever.
Hey,
right?
Are you sure that was the same guy as last week?
I'm assuming it is because he's behaving in the same way.
It says that he only joined like 7 hours ago.
No, that can't be true because he jumped in here and he asked me to unmute him when he came in.
I mean, that's what I'm seeing on the members chat. So
and he also didn't correct me. I wasn't even the one.
He's specified that.
I wasn't even the one who asked for the unmute. Whatever. I don't care, honestly. I mean, I asked you multiple times. Look, it doesn't matter if you weren't the guy from last time or you. I think he is the same guy because he has the exact same voice and he was behaving in the exact same way. So I think it's the same guy. But even if he was or he wasn't the same guy, it doesn't matter. I didn't mute you because of how you acted last time. I muted you for how you acted this time. So I'm not really sure how that's relevant.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's fine if it's not the same dude. It's not. I didn't mute him. The people are still saying he's not the same dude. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant. That's not the reason he was muted. He was muted for the way he was behaving now. And I asked him multiple times, "Are you gonna answer? Are you there?" You were just fucking interrupting me every 5 seconds. And now that I'm asking you to answer, you're refusing to answer. If you don't want to talk, boom, mute. I don't know what to tell you. Like this is just. I don't see. I wouldn't. Look, if we weren't in a stream. Yeah, he wouldn't have been muted. He would have just like, it's fine. Okay, it's like I don't really want to talk to you anymore because you're kind of annoying. that's fine, and then we can go our separate ways, go do whatever you want on the Discord, everything's fine. But you're on a stream, you're disrupting the stream. I'm asking you, like, okay, what's the deal? I'm trying to do it, and you're purposely being disruptive. You're interrupting when it's not the proper time to interrupt. You're arguing constantly. You're fucking like throwing shit at me. And then when I actually get to the point where it's like, okay, now, like, tell me, like, explain, whatever, you just shut down and stop talking. Like, what are you trying to do other than start a fight? Like, what is the point? Like, there are so many people, and I'm realizing this, there are so many people online who have no fucking social skills. It's crazy how bad people's social skills are. Like, you can't just have a normal conversation with someone that doesn't automatically turn into this just ridiculous thing of constant arguing and berating and just like disagreeing all the time. You can't just have it can't just be normal conversation. You can't talk to someone for 5 minutes without interrupting them and talking over other people. And I got to tell you multiple times, stop talking over other people. And you keep talking over other people and interrupting. Like, this is not. It's just common courtesy. If you want to learn how to talk to people, right now in a stream where we're trying to entertain people who are watching is not the right time to try and teach yourself social skills. Go learn social skills, and then you can come over on a stream and we can have a normal conversation. But until you can do that, don't fucking show up for the streams. I'm just putting it out there. Like, learn to talk to people. This isn't a fucking debate stream. I don't know why he's trying to constantly argue everything everyone says. It's not the time. And then even when I was telling him, like, dude, what are you doing? He still was trying to argue. Like, what the fuck?
And he dropped.
It's like, what's up?
No, he's still here. No,
I don't care.
still
I'm not
here.
talking to him. I'm talking to everybody. I'm just saying as a general rule. Like this is people who've been coming to these streams. They've seen it. They've seen people come into the streams who just clearly do not get social cues. They just don't understand how to talk to people. They've seen it. This is just another example of that. Is what it is.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to DCAU. I'm assuming most people have seen the DCAU, right? I don't have to fucking explain the DCAU to people. All right.
Oh.
What do you guys think about the DCAU and how they're going to do it, Palworld?
So I think it personally depends on what circumstance it is, because I don't think there's one clear-cut answer to it.
That doesn't answer my question at all.
I think on average, I think they would actually survive, probably being A tier, only because I could see heroes and villains both re-engineering the PAL spheres and the villains potentially using them on each other or other.
Well, first off, what are we talking about? Are we talking about the Justice League, or are we talking about the Justice League universe, like the DC?
Because I know that's why I was asking. It's is it just
and also,
the Justice League,
are we
or
talking
the whole
about the main 7, or are we talking about Unlimited, where there's
that's what I mean.
Limited to the main 7
dudes?
Yeah,
let's limit to the main 7 to make it easy.
Wait, what's up? I didn't really hear you.
I said just limit it to the main 7 just to keep things simple.
Is that what you guys want to do? You want to limit it to the main 7? Unlimited? Some people are saying unlimited in the chat.
I'd say, yeah.
DCAU is almost a decade older than me. Haven't got around to it. Failure! You fail, sir. Okay, here, we'll do this. We'll start a poll. DCAU, what should we use? We're gonna have them do it. Let's see. The OG7. All JLU members, or DCA Universe, everyone. Vote! Come to a conclusion. And then we'll just do it. And you guys can vote too if y'all want in the Discord. That's a totally acceptable thing. Okay, looks like everyone's winning. Everyone's winning by a lot. Okay, now all JLU members. I don't know. We'll see. It's coming. Well, okay, I'm not going to wait too long for this. I'll count to 10. Whatever it is, that's That's who's winning. Ready? This is gonna be really weird because this is like 8 seconds behind. So I'm gonna count to like 8. And then that's gonna be it. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End the poll. You're surprised, I know, crazy. Okay, so it looks like the winner is. Oh, my computer's being fucking stupid. There we go. Okay. The winner was all GLU members. Everybody. Cool. All right. So the whole Justice League. So I guess the whole Justice League. So what do we? So I guess the Palpagos Islands are like in the Justice League planet, and the Justice League Unlimited finds out it's there or whatever, and they gotta go whatever. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. Or maybe they go to another planet and they discover it. Doesn't matter. So, what do you guys think is the thing that will happen here?
Depending on who Superman first meet, he might become the first one to get Pal Spear because he's dumb enough to stand there while someone throws a Pal Spear at his face.
Yeah.
Is dumb? Is that what we're
I
saying?
feel like he would catch it. I don't think he would just stand there.
He would catch it. He's too quick.
Yeah, he's too quick.
He's too quick.
I mean, people have thrown grenades at him, and he just stands there. He might think it's just a grenade.
Yeah, possibly.
Okay, maybe
Magical,
dumb,
glowing,
like we're
fucking
arrogant enough.
Floating ball. We're like, what is this?
I mean, yeah, I guess like, but the thing is, like, Superman is resistant to mind control, and he
Not
has
in DCAU.
Oh no, not in DCAU.
Not really.
Because he was with the Black Mercy. He was mind controlled.
Yeah, he's been mind controlled quite a few times in the DCAU. In the first
Although
episode,
with that one,
I think in the first episode. No, I'm sorry, that wasn't the first episode. Never mind. No, but yeah, he's been mind controlled quite a few times. I don't think he's mind controlled in the I believe it's the series finale of Superman, the animated series. Darkseid controls him and turns him on the city.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and it's a big plot
So,
point.
I haven't watched it in a while, so I'm gonna take
So
it
like, from what I noticed, it's usually he does get mind controlled, and then a little time passes, and he somehow breaks out of it, like with the Black Mercy.
Palworld's kind of weird because while most Pal Tamers can't do this, the top tier Pal Tamers can take on and fight any one of the strongest pals in the game, which means theoretically, the Pal Tamers should be like. I mean, they should be able to take hits from characters who can blow the fucking planet up, and be able to hit and damage these characters as well. So the top tier Pal Tamers should be like fucking planet busting goddamn characters, which means that the top Pal Tamers in Palworld would be stronger than like shit, all but maybe 2 or 3 Justice Leaguers.
So what I think would happen in this type of setting is I think the Justice League would come out on top, but it wouldn't be from power. I think it'd be from brains. Like once when the smarter members like see other heroes getting caught by Pal Spheres, they're immediately gonna figure out like, okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna have to avoid that. We need to get our hands on that.
Mm-hmm. Like Batman will stay in the shadows, see Justice League members get captured, and start working on a way to reverse that.
Just him hiding in a tree somewhere.
He's sneaky.
I mean, yeah.
He does.
I mean, yeah, he would.
Mr. Sneaky Guy.
Mr. Sneaky. Yeah, but it's like it's a whole fucking country, you know?
Yeah. Flash, depending on the writer, most likely would never get caught by Pal Spear because he's just.
Well, I don't know because no,
not
not necessarily because the Flash runs at light speed. It's directly stated he runs at light speed, and there are pals that are light speed, and they can catch those pals. So I don't really think that there's not really.
Well, I mean, it depends on the version of Flash we're using. If we're just gonna take the one
DCAU.
from.
What do you mean?
Yeah, and even
oh, you're right. You're right.
The only time he goes faster than that, it nearly kills him. If I'm not wrong. So he wouldn't.
No. He goes light speed normally. When he goes above that, it nearly kills him.
Yeah. And even then, he's not always doing it because there are like times that he's caught on like security footage and the such.
Now, Joe says, does the Lasso of Truth break Pal Sphere control? Why would it? Lasso of Truth has never broken mind control.
At least in the DCAU, it hasn't.
No,
yeah.
Not in the DCAU. We're specifically talking about the DCAU, guys.
Exactly.
If it hasn't happened in the DCAU, the answer is no.
So honestly, I think it would just come down to Batman, realistically. Like, I think he'd probably be the smart. He wouldn't try to fight them, like confront them outright. As soon as he sees someone like Green Lantern getting caught by a
my
Palsphere.
issue with that is that Batman's knowledge ends when it gets to magic, completely. If the Palspheres are in any way tied to a magical ability, or to magic in any way, and he can't get this information from the ancient civilization or anyone because they don't know how to break it. Like there's no evidence that the ancient civilization or anyone in Palworld is capable of removing the mind control from anyone who's been caught in a Palsphere. And if they don't know how that is, he won't be able to learn it on his own if it's based in magical properties in any way. Because his expertise is not in magic. He doesn't understand it at all.
Alright, so then his job becomes keeping the magic members of the JLU from getting captured.
I mean, how many magic members of the JLU are there? Not many.
There would be There would be Dr. Fate.
Dr. Fate's not in the JLU.
Is he not?
Nope.
Zatanna.
What's the name?
Zatanna is. I think Zatanna might. Is Zatanna in the JLU? I don't know if she's in the JLU. I don't recall. I don't think she is. I don't think Zatanna is. Yeah, I'm not sure there are really any magic users in the JLU. I'd have to think. If anyone remembers the roster of the JLU, let me know. Let me see.
Nope. Looked it up. Zatanna and Dr. Fate.
Dr. Fate is not.
They're considered primary members.
They are not primary members. I've seen the series enough to know they are not primary members at all. It's very clearly shown in the series that they're not members of the Justice League. They help them out from time to time, but they never become official members. Let me see. Expanded team. Man, Atom Smasher, blah blah blah. Okay, none of these people are magic. Not magic. Not magic. Captain Marvel, but he doesn't understand magic, so it doesn't really count. Yeah, see, Dr. Fate is in here in the Justice League Expanded team. He's not in the team. Like, I literally just saw this series like a year ago. He is not a part of the Justice League. He is a separate entity that they. Oh, no, is Dr. Light magic?
No.
Hers is based on stars and shit. Etrigan's
Dr. Light
creature, but
wait, isn't Etrigan magic?
He is, but he doesn't understand magic. He just has he is a magical creature. I'm also not 100% sure that Etrigan is a part of the Justice League either.
Yeah, it's more like they have the reserve.
A lot of these characters are not in the league. Long Shadow. No, I think Long Shadow's in the league for like one episode, I think, and then he dies.
The only magic thing that I think is like the primary lineup is Hawkgirl's mace.
Yeah, I think that's really it. I mean, I don't really know much about this subject, but
if like you chucked a fucking Palsphere and she just smacked it and blasted the Palsphere to
just bats it back.
Like it can't catch her. No, there's a decent possibility that it will not be able to catch her as long as she's holding the mace. That is a good fucking point.
Because the freaking mace is.
We've
mace
literally
does
seen
everything.
This. No. Even if it wasn't magic, we've literally seen this. Dr. Light tried to teleport. At one point when he's fighting the Justice League, again, very good evidence he's not a member because he's literally fighting against them. He's fighting against the Justice League, and he teleports them all to different locations. He tries to teleport Hawkgirl, and she doesn't go because she's holding the mace.
It just doesn't work.
Yeah, the mace literally makes it so that he can't teleport her away. So he ends up having to fight her. So there's a good chance that the Palspheres will not work on in the Justice in the DCAU. The mace isn't just good against magic. Like any kind of energy or forces at all, just straight up doesn't work on it. So I think I legitimately think that is. I'm glad someone brought that up. I don't think she'll be able to be caught by the Palspheres. I think.
Actually, I have a question.
Or it might be something withholding.
I have a question. In the one episode where they all get babyfied, does she get? She's not
in that episode.
Turned to a kid?
No, she's not.
Is
in
she
that
not?
episode. There's four members that get baby. Flash is also not in that episode. The four members that get babyfied are Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern.
I see. Understandable.
Yeah. The others aren't there, which makes sense because it's an entirely magically based episode. So Hawkgirl would have fucking soloed it pretty easily. Yeah. No, that's like her whole thing, you know. So it's I that's a good point. You know, they could just be like, maybe give the mace to Superman and let him just go fucking into town. They never do that.
Yeah.
No, I'm lying. They did that in one episode. Hawkgirl gives the mace to Wonder Woman because she's physically stronger than Hawkgirl is, and she uses it to beat the fuck out of Felix Faust when he's wearing when he has the not the destroyer armor, the fucking armor. I'm forgetting what the armor was called. You guys know what I'm talking about? The crazy overpowered like Hades hell armor that he's got. That's like unstoppable or whatever. If you destroy a PAL sphere, do the people inside get freed? We don't know. There's a lot of I mean, the game just came out, guys. There's a lot of parts of the lore that have not been like touched on yet.
I was gonna ask, like, the mechanics for releasing a PAL.
There isn't any. For the releasing, you can butcher a PAL and kill it permanently, which you put it through this butchering process, or you can drop a PAL and you'll literally just drop the PAL sphere on the ground, and someone can go pick it up and they'll have it instead. But you can't release them back into the wild. That's not an option.
Oh, well,
wouldn't that be interesting? That would be a really, like, it would never be able to happen, but it would be a cool mechanic for you to be like, I'm going to take this, like, lamb ball, and I'm going to level it up to, like, level 80, and I'm going to awaken it and do all this crazy stuff, and then I'm going to go and, like, release it into the wild into, like, an early starting game area or whatever, and just watch it
dominate fucking wildlife.
Or if you catch multiple humans and you just release the humans, all of a sudden they're all shooting at you.
They wouldn't shoot at you. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Well, one thing that would be really so PALs attack people on sight as long as they are over leveled to a certain degree. There are no, I don't think there's an exception to that. I think that's the case. If they're over leveled beyond you to a certain degree, they attack you on sight. I'm lying. The first area, there are a couple that don't. I'm lying because the Mammoths don't really do that. So some of them don't. But for the vast majority, many of them attack you on sight. So you could literally, if you're playing a multiplayer game, you can go and capture a bunch of really high level PALs, then release them into the base of a lower level like friend of yours who's playing, and he could just wreck his whole fucking base up. That would be some bullshit to do.
Think fast.
That would be funny. Just like, hey, here's a fucking Jetragon. Have fun. Bye. Here's the fucking raid boss, just dropped in your base. Have fun with that, and just fuck them over. It would be pretty funny. But no, not an option to release. Butcher or drop the PAL sphere. So yeah, we don't have an option. So we're not really sure as of now if it is like if it's possible within the PAL World universe to remove the mind control from people, but I don't know. It becomes a sort of strange thing because the answer to this question is really how strong do you think the PAL Tamers are? Should the PAL Tamers be these light speed characters with world destroying fucking power because they fight against PALs who are light speed and have world destroying power?
I mean, it's only fair if we take them at their peak. I feel like if we lowball them off rip, it's kind of a disservice.
Well, I'm not talking about every PAL Tamer. Not every PAL Tamer is going to be like that. A lot of PAL Tamers.
Yeah.
But like the top tier PAL Tamers should be like that. So it's kind of like, but like, are we going to take that seriously? Like, is that something that makes sense for the universe as a whole to do? To be like, or is it just a game mechanic thing? Like, are we supposed to believe that when a character who in the lore can blow the fucking planet in half shoots you with an attack and you fucking tank that shit and kill it, are we supposed to take that literally? Where it's like, yep, you just took that shit.
I would say no, because that kind of goes into like power scaling territory.
99% of PAL Tamers are just dudes or slightly above normal dudes. I don't know. That's not true at all. When you start the game, you can literally pick up and chuck a Mammoth with one arm. And they're like, you're never a normal dude. From the moment you get to the island, you're not a normal dude. And I wouldn't buy that at all. That you would be I think that when you arrive to the island, you're probably like, strength-wise, you're stronger than like your average Space Marine, like almost out the gates. You're not necessarily faster or more skilled or more powerful, but you're definitely physical. You can lift more for sure. But once you get to the end, once you get to like early mid game to mid, I mean, like I said, the fucking Malpacas kick at hypersonic speeds in the lore, and you meet them in the first 2 hours of the game. So it's really early on that you get super powerful, like stupidly overpowered. No, because you can kill literally everything in Palworld with a wooden club.
I think that's game mechanics.
You can do 1 damage on so Yaku is being dishonest here. You can't do 0 damage, as far as I'm aware. You can't do 0 damage when you hit something. That might be. I've never tried to hit raid bosses, but there are bosses in this game that have millions of HP. So saying that you can kill anything with a club is not actually accurate.
technically right.
You can sit there and hit a raid boss 5 million times, because there are raid bosses with over 5 million health, and theoretically, I suppose, if it doesn't kill you first, maybe you can get its health all the way down and kill it. But I wouldn't say that is an accurate statement. No.
Yeah. I personally think, like, with the higher ends of Palworld, I think that goes into, like, kind of like power scaling territory, where it's like, okay, yeah, like, sure, they fought a character who could do this, but, like, who says that the character was going all out? Like, Spider-Man, like, for example, Spider-Man can sometimes contend with the Hulk, and the Hulk's been able to stomp planets in half. Like, are we going to say Spider-Man can stomp planets in half?
No,
really.
but you would
I see what you're saying.
No, but you would also argue that Marvel is incredibly inconsistent, and that they have things built into each of their characters that make their characters' powers range, right? Like, Hulk has the strength makes him stronger, so sometimes he can break a planet in half, but most of the time he can't.
Yeah, that's just an example I'm throwing out there. Like, I personally wouldn't buy the idea of, like, oh, because the Pal Tamers fought these strong pals, they're all of a sudden on the same level.
Beat them in a fight.
Yeah.
Even the absolute weakest Xenos, the Xeno invaders, literally travel to Earth by crashing on the planet from space. They come through the atmosphere and crash land on the planet, and they don't have nothing wrong with them. They get up and they start fighting people. And as a Pal Tamer, you walk up and you can one-shot them or kill them or whatever, and that's like in the game. They literally, like, they're in their lore, and they literally shoot themselves down to the planets without a ship or anything. So it's like, I mean, what, are we going to ignore that? Like, I don't know. I'm not sure you can. I'm not sure you can ignore it when there's many statements. Like the Blazamut Ryu has a statement that when it was first born, it vaporized an entire island instant, like, just with its own power. And then you fight a Blazamut Ryu, and it's not a fucking newborn anymore. So what, we're just supposed to assume that during that entire fight it never used that level of power on you? I mean, it probably did. You know what I mean? Like, it's just
Hang on, I'm beginning to see your point. Somebody brought up a really good point in the chat, a little off topic, but could Martian Manhunter control the Pal Tamers from long range?
He could, but I will say this: Martian Manhunter sucks at mind manipulation. There is not a single time in the entirety of the series where Martian Manhunter tries to enter someone's mind and doesn't fuck himself up.
There's truth to that statement.
Throughout the entire show. Always.
Probably just because he freaking barely uses it at all.
Even normal humans.
Tries not to.
Like, even when he tries to go into the mind of normal humans, he gets floored. Bless you.
I think he focuses mainly on, like, telepathy, like not reading people's minds, but, like, talking to people.
They didn't want him to solve all of the fucking series problems, so they made his mind control shit really, really weak, but they massively overcompensated, and they basically made him worthless. He is the weakest psychic in the entire series by a large margin. Regular, basic bitch humans, he struggles to mind control. He struggles to even enter their mind and, like, pull memories out. Every single time he's shown doing it, he's floored by it. It's crazy. I was actually getting annoyed last time I watched the show, because I was like, I forgot how shitty he was. It's like, it's never not.
Yeah.
It almost became a thing where I was expecting it to happen, where it's like, oh, let me enter your mind. I'm like, okay, he's about to get knocked on his ass, and then he gets knocked on his ass. I'm like, fuck, dude, it's just a regular guy. He has
a regular guy.
It's just John from down the street, dude. What the hell?
Yeah. Like, I think like I think the only thing he has going for like Martian Manhunter has going for him is probably the shape shifting and phasing. That's literally it.
Yeah.
Which is pretty good, but
Yeah. Well, he should. A lot of people complained with the DCAU that he should have always been like top 2 or 3 in the Justice League, but he really never was. He almost always seemed like one of the weaker ones. Like Batman was better than him most of the time. Actually, I think the second strongest of the main 7 was probably pretty clearly Green Lantern. Like he's got some of the best shit. Green Lantern has like Superman's obviously the best, but Green Lantern, it wasn't Wonder Woman either. It was almost always shown to be Green Lantern being like the dude who can take on the most shit secondary to Superman. But anyway,
Despite to Hawkgirl as being the second.
No, Hawkgirl gets her ass kicked all the time. Hawkgirl's mace is really good, but no, as in terms she's been shown several times to be not as good of a fighter as Wonder Woman, not as strong as Wonder Woman. Her mace is really good against people with magic, but you also early series like the first season or 2 of Justice League, her mace like really isn't that useful. It's very inconsistent with how good it is. It's really not until the end of Justice League Unlimited, like the last season or 2, where they really start to show that her mace is really cool. And you get like 2 or 3 episodes in those final seasons where it's like, oh damn, that's cool, But yeah, before that, her mace is just, she constantly gets her ass kicked too. She's one of the weaker members. I would say bottom 3 until the last like 2 seasons of
Tragic. You mentioned being bottom 3.
What's up? Well, Martian Manhunter is bottom. Martian Manhunter might be, in terms of strength, it's obviously Batman, but in terms of usefulness, it's probably Martian Manhunter. And then right above him, are we about to turn this into a fucking Justice JLA fucking ranking video? Let's rank all.
Yeah, bro. Like I was about to say, like we should like move on from this one.
Yeah. No. But anyway, where do you guys want to actually put this at? Because
I'd say B.
B? Does anyone disagree with B?
I'm thinking like C or maybe D, bro.
Can't put everything at C. I think that there's stuff here. I mean, Superman fighting against an army of Xenos trying to invade the planet is pretty fucking cool. Like Xeno and like Superman and Green Lantern and fucking all the characters who could fly up in space to start fighting the Xeno invasion would be pretty cool. You also have to think about like how many people would they actually fight against. Like it's not like when you arrived at the planet instantly and immediately the entire islands looked at you and like, let's hunt this dude down and fucking skin him alive. Not really. I mean, they're going to be able to go to towns and like look at people at towns and talk to them and people who aren't just purely fucking evil. The factions are all going to be problems that they're going to have to deal with. But you're talking about over 100 dudes who can fly and turn invisible and phase through walls and fucking shoot lasers and have like crazy technologies.
I see this thing from Miss Yummy in here saying that nobody argued about them not surviving or not becoming slaves. We literally spent like 2 minutes talking about how Hawkgirl's mace would probably make her immune.
That would make her immune. But it is true that she's probably the only one, to be fair.
Yeah, I'd say probably her.
The main question here is how many people will get caught. That's a big one. So here's the thing. I think that the majority of them are going to be safe, especially in the early game. Because while I do think that you can argue the top Pal Tamers are stronger, the early game Pal Tamers and the mid game Pal Tamers probably won't be. No, not probably. Definitely won't be. At least not to the top tiers of the GLA. And those shitty Pal spheres they use, those little shitty blue Pal spheres, probably won't catch them. If they can't catch other Pal Tamers, they're not going to catch fucking Superman. The late game Pal spheres will be able to do this, but by the time they actually get to that, I mean, the only people who even have the ancient Pal spheres are the ancient civilization people inside the world tree, who the Justice League won't be able to even get in that tree. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not even 100% seeing them having to fight a lot of people. They're going to fight the different factions, but I think they're going to be okay. I really don't think it's going to be that bad. I genuinely don't.
There's 2 possibilities for Batman, which is A, he gets caught immediately, or B, he sees someone get caught and gets time to figure things out, and then he's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, the main thing I think the Justice League have going for them is that they're the first faction we're talking about that's not aggressively going to try and go to war with the island. The first two will. The demons from Chainsaw Man will, and the Lamb has to for survival. But the Justice League aren't going to go in there with the idea of warfare. They're going to go in there with the idea of peace. The factions are going to attack them, sure, but you're telling me that Superman can't take on, like, 5 or 10 fucking
It's possible I could even see them working with like the less evil factions. I don't know if there's like a 100% good faction, but I could see them working with
there
a
isn't a
faction
100% good faction. Well, it depends on it really depends on how you would define good. Like Bjorn does do a lot of stuff, but it's all for the protection of the planet. So it's like
they might.
Yeah.
I could see
I do think there'll be large portions of people in the Palpicos Islands that they're not going to have to fight against. But there will
I could
also
see
be...
a scenario where like Batman walks into like one of the towns that doesn't have a faction near it and kind of talks to the people around there and learns about PAL spheres and how it works.
Yeah, I think.
And then
I don't think it's going to be super terrible, but I do think if it does come down to like. Okay, do we think that there's anyone in the Justice League that could take on Astrolem?
Probably not. I like
maybe all at once, but that's iffy.
Yeah, if it was like all of them, I think maybe.
Yeah, because Astrolem can open up holes in universes. He made his own pocket dimension. He can travel at massively faster than light speeds. He can absorb energy. He can manipulate matter. I mean, he's not quite what's his name? Fucking android. He's not quite a Meso, but he has he's kind of like a lower tier, he has like a bunch of crazy grab bag of powers that I don't think most of the Justice League can deal with. So I do think if it goes to them like assaulting the entirety of Palworld, like they have to go and actually stop the threat that is on the island, which is going to be Astrolem, I think they're probably losing, to be honest.
I could possibly see like if they're placed in the early wave part of the island, they figure things out and work their way up. Maybe they could probably get Astrolem, but
so someone says combined all together, especially if they can call a Meso for support. Well, no. Meso's not in the Justice League, so he won't be in this. But also, and also they can't call him even in their own series. They don't call him for support. He helps them literally one time because he just happens to be there when they need Dr. Fate. But so that wouldn't happen regardless. But also the bosses in Palworld literally have you sending like fucking 40, 50 pal tamers. I'm sorry, not pal tamers. 40, 50 pals after one dude. So them outnumbering will not necessarily do much. Yeah. Like there are literally let me see if I can find for people who hasn't ever actually seen this game be played. Cause there's let me see. Let's do Palworld Ultra. I don't know, we'll do Xenolord Raid Boss. And I gotta remember this dude would be weaker than Astrolem. So where's the fucking Xenolord Raid Boss with 15 pals? I wanna see like a whole Xenolord. Okay, that's 15 pals. So it looks like most people are doing 15, but you can go way more. This is one who's soloing it. I'm trying to see like oh, here's one. Look at this. If you guys could see these, like, look how many fucking pals that he goes into the match with. like
I wouldn't be surprised if someone does it humans only.
They would never win. There's so many things you can't do with humans to make them stronger. In the same way you can do with pals. Laziest possible Xenolord Ultra Palworld. Yeah, look at this shit. Look at this army that he just built. And these are Neptiliuses. These are legendary pals. These are pals that took on. This is one of the pals that took on Astrolem, and he just teams up, and he just sends a bunch of them. Now the reason why I'm saying it could be hundreds is because the limitation is limited by your computer power, basically. Like when you're playing for PS5, when you're Hobo Mike, what you doing, man? Welcome. Batman prep time. This is DCAU Batman, so the prep time
He's not
is
known
not as good of an argument in this case.
Yeah, DCAU Batman is not really known for like inventing new things. He just comes up with good plans.
Yeah, it's a planner.
And sometimes they don't even
He's a
work.
planner. But my point is that if you can literally go after raid bosses and make 15 Jetragons that go on and take on the raid boss, and Jetragons are planet destroying entities, does it really matter if you have all of the JLU going after them? Most of the JLU aren't that strong. Like Jetragon would be able to take on most of the GLU with the exception of like the absolute top tiers in way more than a 1v1. So like, and if you have to get several of these types of dudes to fight certain raid bosses and certain other beings, then I'm not sure necessarily how useful it would be if you gave them all of them against that one raid boss. Now, to be fair, they're not going to go after the raid boss, but I think it is a hard stop at Astralim personally. Unless does someone think that Astralim wouldn't be defeated, or would be defeated by the JLA? I keep saying
Like
JLA,
I've said,
the JLU.
that possibly, like, if they were on the island for long enough, like if they didn't just go straight for Astralim and they studied the island, possibly, but otherwise, no.
Gotcha.
I don't know. I think maybe I don't know. I think maybe Batman could like try and like, or I don't know, just like the JLU in general could like try and start utilizing PAL spheres to like catch PALs and stuff, but outside.
Yeah.
I think that would go against. I think that would go against their morals.
Yeah.
It literally
Enslave-
mind controls and enslaves
Mind
creatures,
fuck.
many
Yeah,
of
but I
which
mean-
are smart enough to be comparable to humans. So I think that would. I don't think that they would do that. I think that would go.
I don't know.
I'm
Maybe
pretty sure in
with,
Palworld lore that humans are also sharing a common ancestor with pals too.
It depends on not across the board. There are hints that certain pals may have a human ancestor, but it's not all pals. Because Palworld isn't like Pokemon, where all Pokemon are like one species, but there's different variations. In Palworld, the pals are literally like some pals are aliens, and I know that some Pokemons are aliens too, but just bear with me. Some pals are aliens, and some pals are like human, or kind of like human ancestry. Like pals are really just what you call any creature in the Palworld universe that's not a human being, essentially. Like they're all manner of different creatures and species, and they behave differently oftentimes. So it's so it's you can't say that they're all human, but there are hints, specifically I think with two pals, that reference the possibility that they could be human. Or
That's
human DNA.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. I'm pretty sure there was some of them that were like, because some of them share human ancestry.
Yeah,
they
but
might
I
also
don't
have
think that they
human
would do
ones.
that. So overall, I'm gonna put them at B for now because I do think that they're gonna hit hard stops at some point. They've never had to deal with a situation where they went to an entire island where they had to fight literally thousands of things that could fucking break countries in half. They've never had to deal with that. That's a completely new problem for them, and the issue that they're gonna have to deal with, which some of these guys will probably just ignore, but I don't think they'll be able to ignore the problem that Astralim is going to destroy the planet and then start spreading across. They're going to have to deal with it, which means they're going to have to fight Astralim, which means they're going to fucking lose. Because I don't think they'll be able to take them on. What kind of sciencey technology will they be able to come up with that's going to kill this planet-destroying god entity? You know what I mean? So I don't think
Without
punching
studying
is
the island
going to do it.
Because they still have morals, they're not gonna like catch owls and do anything like that.
Yeah. I was thinking like maybe they could like try and I don't know, like team up with what's his name? The guy who's like defending the world or whatever, who said he'll like defend the Papagos Islands or whatever.
Jetragon?
Yeah, that guy.
Well, Jetragon will specifically take on Astralim when he escapes. And when he escapes, their fight will destroy the planet. That's what it said.
So,
but
but
the point is to stop Astralim from escaping in the first place. Like that's the idea.
So hang on, is there one Jetragon or multiple?
There's one Jetragon, but canonically you can breed him and create more. You can also genetically. What's up?
I was confused because I'm like, Jetragon's a legendary pal, but like they can.
There are
breed.
6 legendary pals. You can make any pal in the game a legendary pal. On top of that, and you can breed anything in the game and make more of them. So Canonically,
I haven't gotten that.
Canonically, at the start of the game, there's only one Jetragon, but not necessarily. Also, it should be noted that every world that you create within Palworld is an alternate universe. So there are universes where more Jetragons are bred, and other universes where there aren't. Technically, I'm not saying that every world you make is considered canon. Like this isn't fucking Helldivers. But the explanation for the different worlds that you create and being able to transfer pals between one world and another is multiple universes. That's the explanation the game gives for it.
Yeah, so like Pokemon. Because I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. I'm not saying Palworld. I'm not saying it's like ripped off. I'm saying like trying to picture like the explanation is similar.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what the explanation of. I don't think the explanation for Pokemon when you're distributing Pokemon between games is a multiverse. I don't think that's the explanation.
It is.
Yeah. Is it?
It is.
That's new.
It is. Yeah.
That didn't use.
We've seen it in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire that each game is an alternate universe because you glimpsed into the original Ruby and Sapphire in those games.
Interesting. I knew there was a multiverse, but I didn't know that each game specifically was a multiverse.
Yeah.
Was a different
Some are. And even then, it's kind of hard to try and piece together which ones are and which ones aren't.
I literally go over, and I've already made the video. It'll probably be out tomorrow. I already made the Pokemon and Palworld video, and I go at length on how fucking confusing the timelines of Pokemon.
No, I'm not gonna blame you there. Unless it's like a direct sequel, then it is very freaking confusing where it takes when.
Dude. The games, manga, and anime are all different continuities, but there are multiple continuities within each of those things. So the games have multiple continuities, these have multiple continuities, but then those continuities will sometimes reference each other, but also contradict one another.
And then, people show up at different times. Like, Red shows up in the Alolan games, 20 years later, and he's, 30 now.
Yeah, there's just so much shit that doesn't make sense about the timeline. So I have, a 5-minute section of my video where I'm just like, guys,
I can explain it
consistent is because the fucking series is. It's confusing.
Oh, the strongest continuity within Pokemon, the game, I think the games is probably the weakest. The strongest is easily the manga. You have Pokemon, you have casually multiversal Zygarde.
That's crazy.
That's crazy shit. Yeah,
Are you
have
talking
in manga.
about the Zygarde? You're not talking about comparing him to fucking the Necro guy who absorbed the light.
Necrozma.
Yes.
We actually get more of that in the manga. Necrozma does more in the manga, and it explains more. But that's specific to that continuity.
Well, what's the multiversal thing that Zygarde does?
Oh, he fights Necrozma, who leveled all of Ultra Space.
Necrozma multiversal?
Leveled in infinite space-time, and that goes into other dimensions.
What do you mean levels? What do you mean levels in infinite space-time?
Oh, he destroys Ultra Space, which Ultra Space is.
He absorbs light of Ultra Space. He doesn't destroy it.
Oh no, in the manga he destroys it.
It's not destroyed. It shows up later.
Oh no, in the manga.
He's stating the difference between manga, which I'm pretty sure we're going by games here.
This was the manga. He absorbed all the light of Ultra Space, but it was still there afterwards. Later on, it's shown. It's not destroyed. And even if he did destroy Ultra Space, that's not evidence of a multiverse because Ultra Space is never stated to be a multiverse. It's stated to be connected to other universes, like a doorway that can travel between them, but it's not a multiverse in of itself.
Yeah, if I'm going to be honest, one of the more impressive physical feats in Pokemon would be honestly coming from Regigigas, where it is told that he literally moved the continents.
Yeah, he dragged it behind him.
Yeah, which
casual fight between Groudon and what's his name, Kyogre.
Groudon would be stronger than Regigigas or whatever. I'm never going to get all these.
They created the planets.
He'd probably be stronger, but I'm more stating that that's really about some of the biggest feats we get.
Never mind, it's a universal one, not a multiversal one.
I don't think it's universal because I don't think it gets destroyed.
Are we talking about
Arceus? Oh no. So what happens? I got some things wrong in the manga. Is that Necrozma consumed all of the light in Ultra Space, which, if it's an infinite-sized dimension, that's a gateway to other universes.
It's never stated to be an infinite-sized dimension.
if the multiverse is infinite in the manga, then Ultra Space would be infinite.
Well, there's no evidence that the multiverse is infinite in size, and there's also no evidence that the Ultra Space connects to all universes, because it doesn't say that ever. It says that it is a gateway between universes, but it does not say that it connects to every one. That's not in the manga.
This is about
Nor is it in the manga that there's infinite number of them.
Have you brought up Arceus yet, or is
I've brought up everything. I've already made the video. This actual point that he's talking about, this is in the video I talk about.
Even getting into Arceus, number one, we never actually see the true form of Arceus ever in the games because it's specified the freaking things that we do see is like shards.
Like I cover everything. I cover Deoxys. I cover Dalgia and Pakia, and they're destroying space time and shit in their little battle thing. I cover fucking Ray the fucking Sky Dragon. Rayquaza, thank you. I cover all this shit. I went in detail. So, I mean, if you guys want to fucking correct me, now's the time because the video releases tomorrow morning.
I'd have to see what you say, because I feel like we're gonna agree on a lot of things.
When it comes to it, honestly, I don't see a lot of the gods of Pokemon kind of caring.
Exactly. That
too.
At all.
Hold on, slow down. Because I mean, like, if we're did you talk about Giratina
we
as
don't even
well?
have.
Like,
wait, hold up. Pokemon's not even on the list. We're doing a tier list. Pokemon's
have we even talking?
Bro, okay, block in, bro. We were talking about Justice League, right?
We were.
Exactly. I was just about
to rewind, bro.
If someone
Justice League got finished up.
If someone wants to add Pokemon to the list, we'll talk about Pokemon. We'll talk about the video tomorrow. We'll do all of that. But as of right now, he's not on the fucking list. So no one. Let's not go too off topic. Talking about Pokemon.
I just you tickle the nerve, and I was like, oh, bro, this is like my autism. But then
I understand. I get you. I understand. But the video is coming out tomorrow, so
that seems like a really good. Everyone was on that point until someone pointed it out. Yeah.
If you guys want to talk about it so much, I better see that comment section filled with conversation.
Rouga, that's on me. That's my bad.
No, it's not. It's my stream. I guided it. I mean, I got it in that direction. Yeah. It's fine. It's not.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the video to come out. I can guarantee you, there's probably going to be a bunch we agree on and a bunch we disagree on. And I'm interested in the conversation, how that's going to play out.
Yeah. Like I said, if somebody wants a super chat and add Pokemon, we'll talk about it in the stream before the video comes out. I won't spoil anything in the video, but we could talk about it.
You release a stream after, and it's like addressing the allegations.
The allegations. I've addressed the allegations many times in different videos. I used to have the whole, replying to the comment section. I don't do that anymore because the respond to comments videos always, for obvious reasons, do less good than the main videos. So unless a video gets like a ridiculous amount of views, there's no reason for me to do it. Like if a video gets like 15,000 views and then I make it, I can guarantee that video will probably only get like 5,000. You know what I mean? So it's just like I'll just I usually don't make them unless the video is really successful. But it has to be really successful and it has to get shit on a lot. Both of those things need to happen in order for me to make a response. And that doesn't happen
like the Empire and Helldivers and such.
I don't remember if I was responding to comments to that one. I don't remember. I've done like 4 or 5 of them. I don't remember. I think 1 or 2 of them I did do on a video that didn't do that well, and I'm not doing that again because they just don't do that.
Didn't you do like friggin' 3 of them on the Cult of the Lamb?
I love how Neff he says why not? Sorry to interrupt, dude, but he just added he wants to add just Arceus, not Pokemon. Just Arceus. Just one dude from Pokemon. So we can't even have a conversation about Pokemon. We just have to talk about this one dude.
Well, okay, Arceus is there. He just probably sits there and looks at it.
There and does nothing. He's just
honestly, the best. The only thing, at best he makes like a Dialga and Palkia just because he can, just to throw there, and they probably get. I wouldn't doubt if they get captured.
There we go, clucking chicken. Add Pokemon, then put it in hell.
Hey, you're welcome.
Well,
hey, I'm in here.
Man, that's a bummer. That's a bummer, Mike.
They don't got guns.
Add Pokemon. Don't talk about it. Put it directly in hell.
So just put it in hell.
Get to cool shit like fucking Halo or something.
How dare you wish to talk about
I want to get to
topic.
Halo. When's Halo coming up?
Halo was the first thing that was added, and we're not there yet because we're still getting through.
Yeah,
the
it's like
super chats.
we still have like 3 more.
Okay. What's this? This is the My Hero guy, right? No, or Shield
Shield Hero.
Shield Hero. Yeah.
Well, we're actually yeah.
This
we're
guy-
Shield Hero. Isn't he like
This
okay?
guy
So I haven't
fucking-
read the manga, but I've heard that he gets to like solo leveling levels of power where you can like alter the multiverse and shit.
Yeah, it becomes like omniversal.
Okay, I don't know what that is.
Whatever the hell
But
that means.
we're if that is the case, that he's like
Big word, man.
manipulating.
Slow down.
It's
I
not a
wouldn't
thing,
know
it's a
either.
metaphor.
I was making that up.
It's made up, but yeah. If he is, does anyone has anyone read the manga? No one.
All I know is he
I've
grew
never even
someone.
watched the anime.
Okay, so we can't even talk
seen
about
the
it.
first season.
So we can't even talk about
Who
it.
put it on here?
Someone paid to have it put on here, but we can't talk about it. Nobody
And
knows
they're not-
anything.
Are they?
Well,
not
I've seen
in
the first season. I know he like has a shield and fucking. That's
Really?
It. So
the main
like-
character from Rising of the Shield Hero has a shield.
Well,
What
never
could have
would've
possibly
guessed.
told you that?
But hey, it's
Never
to be
would've
fair.
guessed.
To be fair, it's more than just a shield, right? It's like a computer at the same time.
No,
so
well,
I'm
it's
half
not.
right.
no, it's well,
It's a really fancy shield that's also a computer.
It's
it's
not a
able to
computer.
absorb and create abilities.
I
from
love
what
how
I've
you watched the
seen.
entire first season of this show, and you know about as much as someone who saw the cover in a store.
Oh my
Didn't
God.
learn any new
All right,
information
well,
outside of that.
That's what I got from it, bro. Like he takes grass, puts it on the shield, and calculates what it is, and then he can like poop out fucking potions and shit. And I'm like, all right, well that's essentially like a scanner computer, bro.
He's
Wow.
the goddamn. He's an MMO support class. He can
There
make
you go.
potions and take damage and bullshit and like buff
Yeah.
himself.
Okay,
But
well,
he
I've seen. the
correct me if
first-
I'm wrong, but he can't like actually do any like real attacks or anything. It's just pure.
Oh yeah, he has attack power 0, so he would be the first person in power to do 0 attack damage.
No, that's none of y'all are correct.
He has the
Not a
Iron Maiden,
single
bro.
one of
I
you is
remember
correct.
that. He has the Iron Maiden. I can know he can put you in that shit,
He has
and you
the
like
ability
die.
to
Basically.
attack. When the show starts, he needs someone to fight for him. He has to have someone who has a sword because he can't do any attacking for himself, and he relies
Yeah.
on Raftalia to fight for him. But even by the end of or somewhere, I don't know if it's the end of season 1 or like early season 2, he gets the ability to fucking devastate. He becomes like one of the strongest characters. in
Oh,
the
that
show.
was the curse series of his shield's ability.
Yeah,
That's
he
when,
unlocks
like,
different versions of the shield that that give him power to attack people and shit. I'm not sure if he can use it willy nilly, but he can use it, and the shield defends against basically everything that it needs to defend against.
He can only activate that when his.
You know what? This is actually more interesting than I thought. Because we already know from season 1 that he is perfectly willing to enslave people so that he can have people fight for him.
He grooms the straight bitch. He'll be all over.
He literally enslaves Raftalia. He buys Raftalia as a slave because he needs someone to fight for him. So I don't really see any reason why he wouldn't catch pals.
I mean,
I don't see any reason at all why he wouldn't.
Wasn't that like a big moral thing for him though? For a minute.
No, in season 1 he does it because he's completely lost. Well, he starts the show. Season 1's great. If you're okay with not ever finishing the story, check out season 1 because it's really good. It goes massively downhill after season 1. Like it becomes very bland and generic, and then it gets bad. But season 1 is fantastic. So in season 1, he shows up and he's like this plucky hero. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna be the fucking great hero isekai adventure, right?" And then he gets shit on. He gets charged with rape. He gets accused.
Which was crazy.
He gets accused of
not just raping, not just rape, but raping the kingdom's princess.
Nope, that
The
would be
crown
just
princess.
rape. That's just rape. What is it, like
Yeah,
special
I think-
super rape because
yeah.
it's a fucking rich person? Look,
Yeah,
the
well,
rape,
It's omega rape.
He gets accused with rape. He which is not true. He's framed technically. If I want, he's framed for rape, and then he gets outcasted from society. He gets no assistance. He gets no money from the king, even though all the other heroes get money from the king, and he's basically living on the streets. And he loses all of that plucky, hopeful greatness, like, oh, I'm an adventurer. He loses all of that, and he becomes this fucking hateful, spiteful, like angry person who eventually goes and purchases a slave girl to fight for him because he just doesn't care. He loses all of his good qualities. And it's sort of this thing about this slave girl who's had so horrible shit happen to her, and this dude who's had horrible stuff happen to him, and their connection, how they grow with one another and sort of come back from the brink of darkness or whatever. The problem with the show is that they come back from that brink of darkness pretty much entirely by the time season 1 is over, and then he's just like a normal hero like everybody else. And from that point on, the show is just kind of just like every other isekai show. All the stuff that made it interesting isn't in the show anymore after the first season. The fact that everyone hated him and he was despised and he was lost all hope and he was like this spiteful dude who was like growing and becoming more, that was the interesting storyline. Once you finish that storyline, there's no reason for the story to continue, but it still does because he hasn't stopped the threat that's in the world. Like that whole him becoming who he was supposed to be should have been the whole show, but they finished it way too early. Yeah. So now it's just like he gets cleared, like for like the whole thing about him being framed for rape and being outcasted. His name is cleared by the end of season 1 or early season 2, and after it's cleared, that's it. Like no one hates him or despises him anymore. Like everything, like I'm not kidding, every single thing interesting about the show ends after season 1. So yeah, so it sucks. But yeah, without Raftali, it's gonna be a problem. But it's not gonna be the biggest thing because we don't see in the show that he's ever against slavery technically, because he even enslaves the chickens in after that. He enslaves the bird chick. I mean, to be fair, they want to be enslaved by him.
The fun part is later on, his entire party, like he gets more party members, and they're all enslaved willingly.
Yeah, but everyone who he enslaves at first, it isn't willingly, but eventually it gets to a point where they're all enslaved willingly. Because when he has the slave collars on them, he knows where they are. He knows if they're okay, and they have like this connection. He has a connection to these slaves, and when the slave collar is removed, they lose that connection to one another. And Raftali is in love with him. Very clearly, Raftali is in love with him, and she doesn't want that connection to be lost. She kind of relies on it, and they rely on each other. A lot of people was actually hating on this show because they're like, "Oh, it's pro-slavery." It's like, you guys are so fucking stupid. No, it's not pro-slavery. It very clearly shows that slavery is not cool. Raftalia was literally enslaved as a child, and they show her entire thing being really, really bad. It's not about slavery. It's about the relationship between Neifumi and Raftalia and how they grow as people. But through, like, at first, when it starts off at this very dark thing, and it becomes a much sweeter, nicer thing, and it's not legitimate slavery after a while. So
this is kind of a perfect matchup.
Yeah, kind of. It's better than I thought. The problem is I don't know about the late game stuff with it because I've only seen the first 2 seasons. So
yeah,
well, just like story
beats the first season alone.
Yeah, story beats it matches pretty well. It's not
like,
terrible.
And a lot of the pals have like what's the one of the first level pals, because I've been playing the game trying to get better. Fucking I was reading those codexes. What is it? The leaf monk or whatever with the submachine gun. It just straight up's like, yeah, this thing has the intelligence of a 6 to 7 year old.
Oh, here's an interesting idea. If Naofumi could get his hands on some pal stones have the shields absorb them.
That's not a thing.
That's the fruit. He's talking about the fruit.
That's a good point. The palladium fragments. Could he put it on the shield and then the shield can unlock? That's true, because the whole thing is he can put different recipes in the shield, and then the shield can form recipes and build things for him. So he could be able to make the palladium spheres if he wants. He can even put the palladium fragments in the shield, and he can get like a palladium like a palladium energy version of his shield, because he can actually, the shield will morph and transform and get different powers depending on the different substances he puts in it. This is a good fucking matchup, dude. This is
Sleeper.
solid.
Sleeper hit.
This is
Someone
a
from
sleeper.
left
This is
field.
an MVP. I think he'll be okay.
I think he'll thrive.
Now,
I
one
know
issue.
he's
No, there is a major issue. There is a major issue that we need to talk about. Neifumi cannot hold a weapon. The shield doesn't let him. So he can't make any weapons at any point. He has to be completely 100% reliant on the pals that he catches.
Yeah, but he can still make the gear
that's
for
nothing
the
new.
pals because he makes swords and shit for what's your face.
He can make he can make he can make gear for well, no, he doesn't make swords for her. He buys swords for her. He's never made a sword.
In all
I don't think he can
fairness-
make weapons.
In all
Doesn't
fairness,
he make like rope
Alright, I'm back.
and like
No,
some
no, he actually
thorns
made
and
weapons
some
for
trap
them.
shit?
He gains the blacksmith skill.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair
like,
enough.
he
I don't
can-
because I remember he buys Raftalia multiple swords throughout the series.
Oh,
but
that
I
was
don't
the
remember him
starting
ever
gear.
making one.
That was the starting gear. It was
No,
like
no, he
after
doesn't. He does it more
leveled
than
up.
once. At some point he gives her a new sword. And he has to go buy that one too. It's in season 2. He goes and buys a second sword. So maybe there does get to a point where he creates them, but I haven't gotten there. Every time
Also-
I've seen him buy weapons, he always has to purchase it in a store.
Uh,
I didn't
I have
think
a
that the
point.
shield allowed him to make weapons. He can't hold weapons, and I didn't think the shield allowed him to make them. Literally,
What
he
if
has to rely on the shield.
What if the shield gives him the Palladium series of like abilities, and he could just run at people with his shield, and his shield acts like a pal spear?
yeah, I was gonna ask.
That would be
is the
pretty
Oh,
cool.
shield
like he can
itself-
capture people inside the shield and then summon them
Yeah.
through the shield. He doesn't even need to make the pal spheres. That's actually a good question. The pal spheres, would the shield consider the pal spheres to be weapons? He wouldn't even be able to
Probably
wield the,
not.
he
They
wouldn't
do,
be able to wield
they,
the
they
pal
do
spheres.
do damage when you throw them at people.
They don't do
You
damage.
know,
They don't
if
do
you hit-
damage,
No.
but I would
They don't
argue that a weapon doesn't have to do damage if it literally locks you inside of a fucking ball and enslaves your weapon. That's a weapon.
I
dude.
mean,
I don't know.
Uh,
Does like in game is it qualified?
No, in all
as a
fairness-
weapon?
Oh, in series, when he fought the spear hero,
Multiple
he
theories.
did use a shield type that basically just trapped the spear hero in there, and he almost won until cheating happens. So
Yeah, no,
trapping
the
someone in
shield,
a
the shield has the ability to do certain things, and he can use certain things as weapons. He just can't hold weapons. So, like, he
Yeah.
won't be able to wield a POW sphere or a gun or a sword or a lightsaber or anything like that while he has the shield, and he can't remove the shield. So, no weapon usage for him. The only way he can fight is however way the shield allows him to fight.
Yeah.
It's a pretty massive limitation for him
Yeah.
throughout the whole series.
Mm-hmm.
He does have like power up modes where he has like a rage form or whatever,
Oh.
and it allows him to like summon chains in a coffin, and he fucks dudes up when he does that. But
Oh, yeah, the curse series.
It's something that it's rare. He can't do it all the time.
No, he
Yeah,
needs
well,
to be
I guess
like
you could-
super. He needs to be like Hulk levels of mad in order to activate that ability.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so
Yeah.
he can still fight, but I don't know. I also think that at least as far as I've gotten in the anime, he's massively underpowered. He is still just a dude with a shield.
Yeah.
The shield has some cool powers, but he's getting blitzed. He's getting fucking massively outpowered, outmaneuvered. He's gonna have some issues. But if we're talking about him arriving to the island in that little area where not everything is trying to kill him, and he's just like, oh, let me collect some palladium fragments. Let me collect because like realistically. Maybe not Mike because he's fucking retarded, but most people stay in the area where it's safe until they're ready to go travel out into the wilderness. Not everyone just decides to fucking march off into Mike literally went to a section of the map where everything was like 10, 15 levels over leveled for him and built his camp and then was like, why is everything attacking my camp and killing me? I was like, what the fuck do you think, dude? Like, why did you go there?
You did the equivalent of walking into an active war zone, man.
He did,
Like
basically,
hell.
yeah. And then I had to help
Had
him
to
catch his...
walk
Is that
into
still
it.
your best pal, that one you caught? Or you got better ones, Mike?
I got better ones now.
What's your best one?
The best one I got is this little dragon guy. It's like you ever play with like plumber pipes, the little tubes, Dixie
Plumber
tube
pipes.
things. He looks like that.
A dragon that looks like plumber pipes.
Are you talking
Yeah.
about the friggin' little fluffy?
Yeah, the little fluffy cleaner tubes.
Oh, the freaking.
I've never.
He looks
I
like
know exactly what you're talking about.
He looks like a ferret, and he like shoots ice and shit. But I got him super high.
Chile.
Oh,
Chile.
Yeah.
You thought that saying that he looked like plumber pipes was a better description than he looked like a ferret?
Pipe cleaners. You're talking about pipe cleaners.
This is what he was describing as something that looks like a pipe cleaner. Why would that be your descriptor of this creature?
It's not even really fluffy.
He's a dragon. Look, he's not even fluffy. He's not. There's no fuzz. He is an ice like water creature that can like swim and shit. And he's more like a salamander.
I don't know.
Snake like lizard thing.
I caught the boss version of him, and then I had like a little skill fruit that makes it to where he can just like freezes an enemy and it locks him in place.
That's usually what freezing does.
Good.
Yeah. I think it's funny though because I'm pretty sure that Chile is like one of the first bosses you run into after the Mamorist at the very beginning. He's like level 13 or something when you get to him.
Oh, I got him up. I got him up to level 40.
Well, now he is, but like when you catch him, he's not. So I actually think arguably the Mimosa dude, I'm forgetting his name. That dude was probably stronger when you caught him. To be honest, I feel like Chile's only strong because he's a boss for variation. Yeah, I got all kinds of stuff. I caught a raid boss the other day, so I got a raid boss.
Wait, you can catch those guys?
You don't catch them, but when you beat them, you get an egg, and then the egg hatches the raid boss. So I got a raid boss.
Is it like a weaker version or?
Well, it's level 1, so yeah. But I mean, it has all the same abilities and stuff, and you level it up, and you can get it, better. But yeah, I mean, when you fight the raid boss version, it has like hundreds of thousands of health, and if you fight the ultra version, it has like millions of health. So, can you get it to millions of health? No, that's not possible. But it has all the same abilities. It is considerably stronger stats than normal like pals that you catch. However, every pal can be upgraded to catch up, but if you're going to put that much effort into it, you might as well just do the raid bosses because they're close.
Yeah, upgrade the raid boss.
Yeah, but you can get them to have like thousands and thousands and thousands of damage. They're pretty strong. I like them. I got Blazamut Ryu. I think did I show you guys Blazamut Ryu?
I think you said something about it earlier.
I did. Yeah, I don't know if I showed.
Feel like we're getting sidetracked, guys.
Yeah, we keep getting.
It's a fucking stream that's gonna be 8 hours long. It's not a big deal if it gets that tends to happen. I don't know if you've ever.
Christ.
I'm not sure if you've ever
at least
been
it was
to one
about
of these
Palworld.
things. But
at least it was about Palworld this time instead of.
But I'm trying to see
Pokemon. What was doing on the list?
Trying to see if I can find. Yeah, so this is Blazamut Ryu. Trying to see if this is a good. This is a good fucking video, but no, he's kind of like there's the Blazamuts, which are like a fire type that you can get, and the Blazamut Ryu are bigger. They're not red; they're like a purple color. They're fire
videos, and re-uploading
type,
them on TikTok. So
and
before we get started, just
unique
as a passive,
abilities
I'll have
to themselves, higher
with
stats.
Like
yeah, look at this
the
dude.
Second phase,
He's getting all these water
with
types.
These 50, and I'm letting my own Yorman type deal a lot of damage, so you can see me there mega boost.
I kind of wish you didn't have the commentary there, but yeah, this is the
wish,
this is the Blazamut right here. This big ass purple demon looking dude. Trying to see if I can get a good shot of him.
Just fucking.
It's impossible.
Getting eviscerated.
You literally get fucking armies of dudes trying. Look at this. That's just
pocket full of bullshit. Go.
But like this is what it takes to fight these fucking raid bosses.
Holy fuck!
It's literally just. Look at that. That's just like you might as well just stand there. You can't even see what's happening. And how much health does this thing have? Yeah, this thing has 2.5 million health. And you're just sitting there. Let me see if he catches him, and then it'll show like what he actually looks like.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah, it's just.
Didn't you do like the Moon Lord
You haven't
or
fought the
whatever?
raid bosses yet, huh? I'm assuming.
No.
You get them pretty early. You start getting raid bosses pretty early. If you use the expedition thing, which you get there it is. There, you see it? That's what he looks like. And you can, and after you get him, you get an egg, you hatch the egg, and then you can summon him. And for people who haven't played Palworld, you can ride him as a mount. Pretty fucking cool mount, I would say.
Yeah, that guy does look pretty cool.
I'm trying to see what the fucking. Nah, he doesn't look at him in the thing. Whatever. Anyway, you get that's it. You get the basic gist. I'm excited. I got my Blazamut Ryu. I'm happy that I got my whole setup now. everything in my setup increases my gun damage, so my gun damage is like over 500% right now.
It's crazy.
And I have this fucking cannon that does like 10,000 damage on its own, so I'm doing like tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of damage, depending on their defense when I shoot people, and it just does massive fucking damage. And I did this because I was online the other day, and I was watching this video on Palworld where they were rating all of the stats that you get, and they're like, okay, we're gonna rate like F tier to S tier, like what are the best stats, and they said that the attack stat was an F tier stat, and it's like it's useless. Like, don't ever put any points into the attack stat because your pals do more damage than you do, so don't put any effort into it.
I mean, at the beginning of the game, yeah.
No, by the end of the game, they were just saying, no, they were saying like across the board, by the end of the game, your pals do so much damage, there's no point in putting anything into your attack stat. And I was like, I don't believe that. I'm going to test it out. So I got my attack stat all the way up. I maxed it out, which makes you do 200% damage. And then I have a pal that does 20% damage increased on my weapons. I have another pal that gives me 50% increased damage when I hit weak points. Another one that turns my damage into a dragon type damage and then increases that by 50%. I have one that increases it by 80%. And I put Vanguard on all of my guys, each of which increase it by 10% with them just being in my party. So I have like 497 or like 517 or something like that percent damage with this big ass cannon, and I'm just fucking mowing through everything, and I'm like, you guys are full of shit. I'm fucking murdering dudes. What are you talking about? This shit's fantastic. Like, I'm just doing crazy amounts of ranks. Can we make a rank for Frieza? I feel like he'd love Palworld. Who's going to enslave them into the Force and love them for the work efficiency. We'll see when we get there. Anyway, back to Nifumi. Sorry, I went off topic about the raid stuff. But no, the raids are fun, dude. The raids just like fighting, because you literally just send your whole army of pals in there, and the game is limited only by how many pals
your
you can,
processor.
like, yeah, basically. Like when for PlayStation 5, which is what I have the game on, it says that it's best not to put more than 20. So I only did 20. But I've seen like PC players who put like 50, 60 dudes in there. And it's just like, go. So cool. It's like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, it's pretty cool because you can't even tell what's happening. They're just wrecking this dude and health's just going down. Now, but the crazy thing is that the raid bosses are actually really hard because if you don't have the fully, even if you do throw 50 dudes in there, they do legitimately wipe them all out in a couple hits if they're not high leveled, like solidly built pals. Like these dudes the raids are strong. The ultra raids, there's regular raids which are kind of difficult. They're doable, and then there's the ultra raids where their health gets into the fucking millions and they do so much damage they can one shot even high level pals. It's pretty crazy. Anyway, Neofumi, where do you guys think Neofumi should go? I think there's a lot of downsides here with the not being able to use weapons. I don't think you can guarantee that he can use pal spheres. But he should be able to do a lot of cool stuff because he can keep putting shit into his shield, which could give him a lot of really cool extra abilities on his shield. I'm just not sure if any of that will translate to being able to have assistance in combat, which is kind of a requirement for his thing. Like without him having Raftalia there to assist him in fighting, he would have died many, many times over. And his physical abilities just aren't that impressive compared to the PAL.
I think like mentally and like what he's willing to do would like make him survive better than like the fucking Justice League and shit. However, he does have the hard caps like on his just physical actual capabilities. I think it's gonna fuck him over because he's not no fucking pal tamer lifting up a fucking 8-ton fucking elephant.
Yeah. Mercury and a pal tamer ain't even an Ash Ketchum. Like hell.
Ain't even Ash Ketchum. Yeah, I mean, someone told me that this dude eventually in the manga starts like fucking up multiverses and manipulating the universe and shit. And
everybody says that shit about everything.
Yeah, that's true. We literally just had a conversation. Chicken was talking about Pokemon, and you were there. Yeah. Where'd Chicken go? Chicken bail. I thought we were going to talk about. Someone added Pokemon to the list. And now we're not going to be talking about Pokemon.
I think it was Chicken.
I mean, we already talked about
Pokemon. Not really. We didn't touch on a lot. Like we were getting into it and then we moved on. Anyway, so where do you guys think Nifumi should go? High B?
B tier seems fair.
I think B tier, yeah.
Gay
high
hell.
B tier.
I would put him above the Justice League because he's not going to be like, he's not going to be all like, oh, let me go after this criminal organization like the Syndicate. Like, well, all the Justice League guys are going to start punching way higher than they should way too quickly.
Would Nafumi be comfortable with just chilling in that starter area and making camp?
He
and
might.
just living there, or like settling down in one of the towns and not adventuring at all. Because you have to think in Rising the Shield Hero, the end of the world is coming, and and everyone puts it on his shoulders and the other heroes' shoulders that they need to be ready when these end of the world scenarios happen. While it is true there's an end of the world scenario happening in Palworld, no one's going to be looking towards him to solve it specifically.
And that's I think it's not even supposed to happen soon. It's
in Palworld.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's happening, but we don't get a timetable of when it's gonna happen. The whole world has been set up to the point where it's like whenever someone's strong enough to take on Astralim, that's when we're gonna take him on. But he is slowly killing the planet, so it does need to be done. I mean, if Fumi just wants to fucking retire somewhere and chill in Palworld for the rest of his life, and not do anything, and now he will have to deal with raids because there are raids.
Yeah.
They raid your fucking camp constantly. Doesn't matter where you are. And those raids get particularly ridiculous. There are certain points where you'll get like 4 waves of like 20 dudes each wave just coming at you, just trying to destroy your shit. And you kind of need an army of pals to fight them off. So that's not going to be good for him. He really needs to go to a town and live somewhere in a town. Not in...
Honestly, I think he could, if he could like, I don't know, maybe not like hire someone to like throw pal spheres for him, so that way then he could actually catch pals or whatever.
Yeah.
Instead of like,
I'll put him below the Justice League, but I think I'll keep him above Chainsaw.
You mentioned
right now.
What's up?
You mentioned the one thing where it's like he's able to insert it into his shield. Did he get the how do you get the one ability to seal like the spear hero, whatever is freaking?
I don't know if we ever find out. But he has like a bunch of because the show has massive time skips, so it's like we know at the beginning of the show and several times we see him take things and put it into the shield. It's like, oh, you unlocked a new shield, but then there'll be times where he just pulls out shields where it doesn't tell us where he got that shield, but it's implied that he just constantly puts shit in the shield to unlock new things over and over and over again.
So it's just picking up random rocks.
He put in there, gave him that, yeah. And it's like every shield has its own special ability, and some shields are like crazy good. Isn't there like one shield that he uses to fight? What's that fucking shield? There's one like really broken shield that was like based on sound or something. It was like you couldn't do damage to it, but it damaged you or something. I don't remember, but he does have some pretty broken shield. I think he'll be okay. I don't think he's gonna like dominate or stop Astralim or anything like that, but he'll probably live okay. He'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
He'll be fine. All right, next up we have Sauron. I don't know anything about Sauron. Someone else is gonna have to talk about him.
I don't know much about Sauron either.
Someone who does know about Sauron is gonna have to talk about Sauron. Who does know about Sauron?
He's gonna get hard capped.
What do you mean?
He's just the second you start getting to like the pals that fucking are like what do you call that, continent wide, because like you can kill Sauron's body in physical form, like his spirit will still like live on because he's like a holy astral kind of angel being.
Well, you can you can take souls in Palworld.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's gonna take one of the pals where like you got like the little flavor text lore of like causing a tsunami and shit, because that's how he lost his body in the first place, was like some angels came down and like sunk a whole fucking continent and he died, and his soul went on living. But like if
so
it
wasn't
even
like
if he
in the
had
movie, it wasn't like in the movie where he got his finger chopped off and he's like, I'm dead.
Oh, no, that's why he is what he is. Obviously, if it's like you don't do anything with his soul, he can like eventually reconstruct his body and all that bullshit. But like,
what kind of power would a pal get if you fed him Sauron's soul?
Yeah, like he can't defeat any of the
cooler pals. Like he's not gonna be able to actually beat like the Anubis or whatever he is. That pal.
I don't think
What a
his
random
army
one
would
to
make
pick.
much of a difference.
Anubis.
Yeah.
Thought you were gonna pick one of like the crazy ones. You picked like Anubis. All right.
Yeah, Dragon just standing right there, licking its lips.
What's up?
He's just not gonna make it out.
Yeah. Well,
Even if he
someone
does
did say,
have his
someone
army
did say something
or the
interesting.
ring.
Someone did ask a good question. Are we assuming that Sauron has his army? Like, is he invading Palpagos Island with his army, or is he just like, are we just plopping Sauron in there? He's like, where the fuck am I? He's just
I don't
looking
know if
around
it
all
would make much of a
confused.
difference.
Sauron just gets airdropped.
Yeah, he's just dressed like that ridiculous dress that he had, the ridiculous army. He's looking around like, what the fuck is going on?
I was thinking he waking up on the Castaway Beach like everybody else.
Somebody spiked his drink and then dropped them off at the beach. And he just wakes up. He's like, whoa. Hold on.
What kind of power does his ring have when he has it? Like, can he just dominate the wills and minds of everyone around him, or is it like?
No, just the people that wear the other rings that he created and tricked them into wearing.
Yeah.
So don't put on any
the
fucking
rings.
mysterious
He's got an accent.
rings when Sauron's around. Gotcha.
Yeah. They like enhance your natural like abilities. Like if you're already a strong dude and you put one of the rings of power on, it'll make you even like stronger of a dude. But they're not.
Doesn't it make you like invisible or whatever? Makes you invisible, I guess.
Well, that's
the
one
ring's
ring
ability.
But that's not making you invisible. That's like transporting you to like the spirit world or whatever. That's why the Nazgul.
Kush says, I think Sauron's intimidation factor will get him fairly far as humans are concerned because of his outfit.
Sauron's.
I don't know.
He's
In a world where you're
domed by a
fighting
police
literal
officer.
kaiju monsters, when every time you go outside into the woods, I don't think a dude wearing a costume is gonna really like do much to you.
A dude wearing like somewhat cool armor. Actually, if anything, a guy wearing somewhat cool armor will probably just get you killed because someone wants that armor.
Look at that armor. I want to loot it.
Yeah, that looks cool. Let me get
fucking veteran pal tamer is gonna throw a pal sphere at him and fucking enslave his mind.
I will try.
I will say, standing there licking his lips.
I will say this. He'll probably get killed by a pal tamer, and then the pal tamer will loot his body and take the ring, which would not be smart.
If he has it.
Shit.
Most of the time, he doesn't even have his own fucking ring.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
He's gonna be like, oh, damn, uncommon
the
item.
whole plot of the movie was like, wasn't like, the whole plot of the movie, like him trying to get his ring back or whatever, or like of the main 3 movies.
I think that's why he sent Smeagol. Like, I think Smeagol was like,
it's not because he wasn't wearing. You did not watch Lord of the Rings.
Well,
no, I did not. I did not.
Clearly.
I did not.
It's like, isn't
I've
the
watched
whole
the whole
movie
thing.
him just like searching his closet for a fucking ring? Or, no, it's not.
No.
Yeah, we're not.
Put this damn thing. I'm gonna have to call fucking Winn-Dixie. I think I might have left it at the cash register.
No, that's not what I meant.
Classic
like,
film.
He's sending out the Nazgul to like look for the one ring.
Yeah, but not because
like,
he wasn't. Not because he forgot to put it on.
Well, yeah, I know. That's not what I.
That's what he was saying. He was saying he doesn't wear it.
Yeah, even in the beginning, right? He gets beat by like a regular human just cutting his finger off. Like
he's a castaway on the Palworld Island, right? The Palpagos Islands, and then he gets up and he like checks his pockets and looks at his fingers, like, fuck, I forgot my ring at home.
The ring must be in the ocean. He like starts swimming back out.
Where's my ring? What happened?
God damn it!
Oh man, I'm gonna.
I paid good money for that, dude.
It doesn't matter that he can
also
shapeshift.
A necromancer. Could he survive getting shot in the face with a laser gun?
No.
Okay.
He gets killed by sword.
He's probably gonna die. To be fair, he's probably gonna die if that's the case.
Yeah, absolutely blown.
Maybe someone will discover the ring. Well, not maybe. Someone will most certainly discover the ring and put it on, because that's the whole thing. The ring, it calls to be found. But I'm not 100% sure that's going to mean anything.
Yeah.
Do we know what the Nazgul and the orcs will do once they get the ring? Like, how will they bring him back?
Can't say that I know.
Body.
I'm not asking. Then I'm obviously not asking you. I'm asking the people who do know.
So he whispers sweet nothings until he just comes back.
just give it to him, I guess. I
Like,
don't
do
know,
they
bring
ever?
it
Do
to
they
the
ever?
tower.
The whole thing is that Sauron wants to come back, but he needs the ring first. The ring, and that's like. But do
Because
they ever actually
it's his
say how
essence.
that process would happen?
It's like a Voldemort where like you take the ring, they'll put it on what's his face, the Witch King, and the Witch King will become the embodiment of him, and that's why he has the helmet and all that bullshit.
Oh, he's gonna be the new body of Sauron. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So he needs
Yeah,
the witch.
gotcha.
So he needs the Witch King to come back.
It
Like,
doesn't have to
specifically?
be the Witch King. It could be anybody.
Well, why couldn't it be
like he's
Frodo?
gonna.
Yeah.
You gotta be like.
I don't want to be short. No, f that. He could have solved.
I don't
the
want to
issue
be a
without being
midget.
Well, no, I think
guess
I
maybe
think
he
I
was
think
like,
now
he
this
didn't
isn't
know.
something I know because I haven't read Tolkien, but the what I've heard is that the whole thing is that hobbits are very different than men. Like, hobbits are not prone to corruption in the same way. They don't desire things in the same way that men do. So it's the reason why a hobbit was chosen to actually take the ring, because they're least likely to be corrupted. So maybe like his inability to be corrupted could have been the reason as to why
It's
he
not
couldn't.
having the desires. It's having less desires or simple desires over like.
Well, no,
you
his
know,
desires
I
aren't
want
based
to
on
rule.
greed. Hobbits don't have desires that are based on greed. They have
Yeah.
desires, but they're not greed based. And
Well,
was-
that's the same reason why the dwarfs in the Lord of the Rings also aren't like not really corrupted by the rings, is because they're like, yeah, we like gold, motherfucker. Get on our level. But you're trying to corrupt us with riches? But we already got them. I want more.
Interesting. So they're
I'm not
so
poor enough
greedy
to care.
that it doesn't work. They're too greedy.
You know,
Yeah,
they're too rich.
They're too rich, yeah.
Yes,
if
you
they
are
were
correct,
desperate, then
Ruga.
maybe it
Battle
would work.
Chicken is saying that I am correct. That about the hobbits not being able to be corrupted, which is why I couldn't. Yeah, because I've heard that a theme of the story is that the heart of men are particularly susceptible to corruption in a way the hearts of all the other ones aren't, and hobbits are particularly not corruptible, even more so than other races, because of how simplistic their desires are. They're just very like, we just want to chill and live in the Shire and be all happy.
Smoke some
and
pipe weed, drink
pipe.
some
Yeah,
beer.
they're a bunch of. So Tolkien's answer to evil was just to be a fucking pothead, basically.
Just be nonchalant and chill.
Just be
A
like, yeah, just be like,
nonchalant pothead.
I don't want a career, or I just want to fucking chill, bro.
Just
Yeah,
a
even
chill
though-
dude.
That'll just be extremely content with what you freaking have, like what is it, Bombadil or whatever his name is. I mean, he's got a hot wife sitting in a hole.
Rouga, you need to read the books, damn it. First off, you're gay. Secondly, the thing is, okay, everything, I like the movies. Everything I have heard people tell me about the books makes me think I'm not going to like them. Because I don't like long, unnecessary books of just descriptions of nothing and things that aren't important, and that is apparently Tolkien's whole writing style. He just
18 pages of a guy singing a song.
That doesn't
18
sound,
pages
that
of a
does not sound
description.
entertaining to me at all. It's not my bag.
That should be sucking like butt and shit, right?
What? No. That was random.
What are you
No,
talking
I'm just saying
about?
it just seems like his writing style.
I said that
is a
shit is
writing
butt.
style that I would not enjoy. So, and it's not like it's a small read. If it was like, 400 pages, I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe. And if it was really just long and lengthy and stuff, I'd be like, okay, I'm not really enjoying this, but I'll finish it. But you're talking about fucking 3 tomes, dude. Like, are you serious?
Tomes.
I love the
No.
description of tone.
If I'm not into it, I'm in it for the long haul, bro. I'm stuck there for a while. I'm good.
Three chapters of a character that's gonna die in the next page. Of
I've
his
heard
lineage.
what I have heard is that the movies are very, very differently structured than the books. In the books, the first over 70 pages of the book is just describing the Shire and the culture of the hobbits and how they treat each other, and just descriptions of the Shire and hobbits, just for 70 pages. And I'm like, the book should be like a quarter over by now. Just describe, like, what is this? No. Oh, Jesus. And it's like, and then after the 70 something pages, then we finally get introduced to the ring that
the entire series is about.
Yeah, Bilbo. There's like, oh, Bilbo has this ring, and I'm like, in a book called Lord of the Rings, 70 pages in, we get introduced to the ring.
I'd sure hope so.
It's like, Jesus, okay. I don't know. It just doesn't sound like something I would enjoy. I have a certain amount of respect for it, despite not reading it because of what it is, and I understand the story's good because I really like the movies, which are apparently extremely accurate, with the exception of like Faramir, who apparently was butchered. But
Faramir was butchered. They cut out a lot of the unnecessary bullshit.
Well, you know what? I actually don't mind if they cut out a lot of stuff because that sounds like a fucking nightmare, that book. I just don't think I would enjoy it. It's just not my bag. And honestly, this surprises people when I tell them this. I think I told someone this the other day. I don't know if it was on stream. But you'd be surprised. I don't read a lot of sci-fi or fantasy books. Like, I don't think I've ever fully read a science fiction or fantasy book. It's not... If you saw, like, the history of things that I've read in the past, it would surprise you, probably. Like, I mean,
you did read that, like, what was it, that entire series about Sun Kung Fu?
That was not sci-fi or fantasy when I started it. To be fair, and I haven't read the whole. And I haven't read the whole thing. I've read a decent portion. It's like 150 books. I haven't read the whole.
No, I doubt it started out like that, but freaking...
It wasn't. The first issue was about a cop. The first issue was about a cop who was put on death row for a crime he didn't commit. A secret organization then sweeps up and gets him, changes his identity, and puts him into this this organization where he has to go and deal with problems that no government can solve, and no one can, like, it's like he basically gets turned into this ultimate super like spy assassin dude who has to solve, almost like a super James Bond type of thing, but it was more so written like an 80s action movie where, like, he was inappropriate and he would have sex with women in every single book, like women they didn't care about. You know, he was kind of an asshole. And it's like it was like, and they're short books and they're just like short little stories of these different things. But then it eventually gets more and more. It's called the Destroyer series. But it gets more and more ridiculous as eventually you end up finding out that this kung fu that he was taught is actually the source of all kung fu, called the Sun Source, and he's the reincarnation.
What the fuck?
He's the reincarnation of the Destroyer God. And like by 8 or 9 books in, there's a part where he fights a psychic, and the psychic, just to prove his power, blows up fucking Venus. And it's just like
you want to flex, bro? Yeah, you want to see how strong I am?
Blow up Venus.
Blow up planets.
Yeah, and I want to say that's within the first 10 books. There's 150 books. Like there's
110.
There's over 150 books.
This is just like the male equivalent to like those novels with the buff freaking the buff woodsman on the cover.
I'll look it up.
The rape fantasy ones.
The Destroyer series books. Yeah, cause the thing I like about them is they're really short. Like, they're really short. Each one's like, 100 or 200 pages. Okay, look at this series listing. There's 155 books. The last one came out in 2021. So 155.
That shit goes back. Holy fuck. That shit started in the 70s?
Yeah, 1971. The original author's dead. He died, and I think for the last 10 years or so, it's been a new author. But to be fair, the author who is writing it now was a co-writer with him for the previous 10, 15 years before that. So it's not like the book's totally changed in 5.
They're doing the Berserk thing, where it's
no, not really. I mean, it started off with one author. I keep saying Arthur. It started off with one author, and then I don't know, 5 or 10 years in, he got us co-author. Oh, God damn it, co-author.
Arthur.
My mouth.
I can't believe 2 aardvarks are writing this entire series.
So he got a co-author. So the co-author's been working with him for a long time. I would say the co-author has been working on the series for the majority of the series. So it's not like he just got a dude in the last couple of years that took over. It's not really the same thing. But yeah, apparently, I don't know. I've heard people say that the books do get weird and different. I mean, obviously they do. They blow up Venus, but apparently some people didn't like the direction that the books eventually went. But yeah, it went from super spy, where he would go up against
Ghost in the Machine.
Yeah, like they're Total Recall, The Arms of Kali, the Lords of the Earth. Like they're just a bunch of different adventures, and it goes from being like super spy, like badass, almost like Reacher mixed with 007, mixed with like a Rambo 80s action movie type situation with like a Arnold Schwarzenegger type hero as the main character, like all this shit, and then it just becomes fucking Dragon Ball Z. It's a wild.
By the end of the series, he's like destroying the multiverse.
This is probably the
It becomes
closest thing
omniversal.
I've gotten to like a straight up sci-fi or like fantasy thing, and yeah, like
How many of the books have you read?
He's got. He has this sidekick who this is the dude who like taught him martial arts, but he surpassed him. Like, he's like the most Asian dude ever who taught him martial arts. Yeah.
That's his nose hairs. That's not even a mustache. That's coming out his
that's what he
nose.
looks like.
Hold on,
They're fun, dude. I'm not gonna say that they're the greatest thing ever, but they're fun. They're fun books. They're just so. If you just want like, if you want to read like a fucking 1970s Saturday morning cartoon, not Saturday morning cartoon, but like an old style show that feels like an 80s action film, but then also just does whatever, then I mean,
Make that my wallpaper. That one right there.
You would like
the
it. Let me
fucking
see how many
Asian
pages.
guy.
The Destroyer page count, because they're not long. You can look a fast reader.
The
can read one a
Destroyer's
day
Tournament of
easily.
Power.
Yeah, the first one's 202
Destroyer.
pages. Yeah, the first one's 202 pages. So, yeah, release format generally between 192 and 6. I don't think I've ever read one that's 364 pages. So I think that's a bit much. They're generally around 2 or whatever. I mean, the dude sometimes he wrote multiple a year. So it's like they really weren't. They're very short. And yeah, well, I mean, he definitely wrote multiple a year because he has 155 books. So,
yeah.
So yeah, like let me see. What was Where's the numbering again?
He's been writing since he was 2 years old.
1972, he wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He wrote 6 books in 1972. It's just like, I don't know, if you want something to read, this is a good one. Let me see, 2006, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 in 2006. I'm actually surprised he stopped. I wonder if Trial by Fire ended the series, because that's the biggest gap he's ever had is 4 years without a book. Or I'm sorry, 5 years without a book. Anyway, I don't know. If the idea is interesting, check it out. But it's a wacky series, man. It's so goofy.
How many of those books did you say you read?
I don't know. I didn't count. Probably.
Oh. But you said you read like most
10,
of them.
Maybe around. No, I didn't say most of them.
Oh.
Hell no. Most? Are you kidding me? There's 155.
I thought that's what you said.
155.
No.
I thought that's what you said.
No, maybe like
Didn't
10.
you say you almost finished it?
No.
Yeah, you missed it. Every Friday we do, reading night.
I read one.
We do silent reading.
That's what we should do for 155 weeks in a row. We should have a live stream where I read a Destroyer series novel, and you guys can tune in for the audio series.
It would be so hyped, dude.
The very end, you finally actually read like the script for your first comic.
The very end.
The very end.
155 weeks. Jesus Christ.
After 155, yeah, that's when we finally get around to it.
Let's see. We've only gone through 5 things on the tier list. Ruga story time. That's right. We'll call it Ruga story time.
New channel.
I don't know why you're acting like you're new to these streams. This is not the first time we've got. It literally once took us an hour and a half or almost 2 hours just to get the list here to start the tier list. So 4 hours in, we got 4. That's not bad. That's 1 per hour, man.
It's not that bad.
I'd say we're ahead of the curve, honestly. To be fair. I kind of when I make these tier list streams, the tier list is the theme of the stream, but I've never really had an issue with going off topic and talking about other things and stuff because it's a 10-hour stream, dude. A lot of times they become 10-hour streams. So if we're just doing the tier list and focus on the tier list the entire time, it's like some people do. Sometimes it's nice to go off on other things. Anyway.
Yeah.
Where do you, since Mike's the only one who could actually place this guy, where do you want Sauron to go, Mike?
Sauron's like low-level fantasy magic, D tier. Like he's not gonna be able to do the shit he does in his own series, and people are gonna come in and take his soul.
They're gonna take his soul. They're gonna take his soul.
They're gonna steal his soul.
They're gonna steal his
or
soul.
like
steal his soul. No. Send him to hell.
Man could get put in an infinite sleep coma by like one of the starter fucking pals.
Daydream. Yes, Daydream can put him in an infinite sleep coma. To be fair.
I mean, he'd probably have like a resistance to that, but I mean,
No, he doesn't.
he doesn't. Like, I thought like the
when
ring,
people-
or was that like just
Token-
in Shadow of War? Like
no,
where he
no.
got
So
like a
that's
resistance
like
to mind
video.
control or
That's the
whatever.
video game and shit, right? That's Sauron from like the books and like the Peter Jackson series, whatever, right? Fucking, it's low level fantasy. It's not like fucking D&D where people are like, I cast Make a Wish, you're dead. It's fucking like I can throw a fireball.
People are saying, people are asking me, when am I gonna put the Destroyer series in a survival challenge? I'm almost positive I did.
You have. That's why I know about it.
What if What challenge?
Which
what
one?
was it in? Was it in the Tournament of Power?
I can't remember. It was something a while ago. I remember you talked about it. It may have honestly been in the one video where you're like these characters who can beat Goku.
Oh,
yeah, 6
shit,
characters
I
that
think
can
you're right. Yeah. Death of. Hold
Death
up.
of Goku.
I can look at it right now because he should be on here somewhere. Yep, that's him right here behind the leg. See right? I can't look at it because it keeps, but it's right here. It's right there. That's him. That's the picture of him in the book. So yeah, he's in that video. So if you want me to hear me talk about him in length, I talk about him in there. Yeah, his powers get fucking ridiculous, dude. It gets ridiculous. His fighting's like
That's always fun.
It's one of those series where where it's like it's almost like a kid wrote it, and he's like, well, if your character could do this, my character can do this, and it's just it gets ridiculous.
It's ever expanding. The stakes just get higher and higher
dude,
until it's
so
nothing.
Like the fighting style that he learned originally it's just like a Korean martial arts, just a made up Korean martial art. But I don't think they had it planned out what they wanted the series to be when they wrote their first book.
Oh God, no!
Imagine if they wrote the Reacher books, right? Killing Floor, and then that series just eventually became like fucking, I don't know, Superman fighting fucking Goku in space. Like it's like it would
That shit would be so hard.
It would just be such a wild fucking turn of focus for your series.
Yeah. They both grow to the size of like a multiverse through their freaking Sun Karate and start brawling it out.
The martial arts that he knows. Think about. I've said this before. I'm gonna say this again. I think Remo Williams from the Destroyer series is the best martial artist in fiction. I don't think anyone comes close. His entire thing is that the Sun Source, which is what his ability, his martial art is called, is the source of all forms of violence and negativity, basically. Any type of violence that you do is a lesser version that derives its existence from the Sun Source. Mastering the Sun Source is the mastery of all violence, just in general. And there is one person who can be alive at any one time who is essentially the grand master of the Sun Source. Other people can know the Sun Source, but only one person can fully master the entirety of it. Guess who that is? That's Remo Williams. So there are characters, any character who does not know the Sun Source cannot fight against someone who knows the Sun Source, because they're literally using a lesser version of that other person's martial arts. There are and the only way to learn the Sun Source is to be taught it from another master of the Sun Source. Like at one point they introduce an army of ninjas, and these ninjas have the ability to copy powers and techniques just by looking at people. Again, this is a wacky series. They look at Remo Williams and they try to master the Sun Source, but they can't learn it because he has to willingly teach them. So you can't copy the ability. And they end up getting a lesser version of the Sun Source, and then they try to attack him, and he ends up fighting like the whole army by himself and just wrecking all their shit.
That's fucking sick, though. That's fucking aura, bro.
yeah, like the psychic guy. He actually.
I'm sorry.
What's up?
I'm thinking of this guy in his like 3-piece suit with his fucking 70s little fucking hairpiece, dude. Fucking throw it out.
He does not have. He does not have.
Get it out.
And
I'm just imagining.
I'm
just blazer with a hair kind of shift over to the side.
Nah, he looks pretty normal. I'm trying to see. I mean, I guess that's no. That one he actually does have a suit. I'm trying to see like the main picture that he has. He doesn't usually have a suit. I'm trying to find.
Hold on, guys. Be right back.
The main picture that he usually.
Just 70s white guy over here.
His actually, you know what? I'm looking at these. His face is pretty consistent throughout most of these art
covers.
books. Yeah. Like He looks pretty similar in all of them. No, but he's got this one that I used for the background of my thing, and it was, let me see, Remo Williams. There actually is a Created the Destroyer movie. Here it is. This is the picture that I usually use. That's like the most popular picture that I see of him. That's kind of what he normally looks like. He's kind of a buff dude. He's got a fucking white t-shirt and shit. And he goes around and kicks the shit.
The loafers. The loafers.
And loafers. That's right. Kicking people in loafers. Well, I don't know. I see laces right there. Well, no, loafers do have laces, right? Yeah, I'm thinking of something else. But look, as you can see, he's kicking this ninja in the face. So he's fighting a ninja right there. Ninja attacks Washington, D.C., and Shireen must show Remo the Sinaj way to deal with them. The Sinaj way is what they originally call it before it's revealed to be the Sun Source. And Chuin is the dude who teaches him martial arts and shit. But even in the first novel, it's just kind of ridiculous because it's like Chunin goes to teach him martial arts, and he's like, and Remo is like this American like cop that doesn't obey the rules. You know what I mean? And like Chunin's like, I will teach you martial arts, and Remo's like, I don't need you to teach me martial arts, little Chinese guy. Like he's actually Korean, like little Korean man. Like I could do it. I could beat your ass. And he's like, well then you should try it. Oh, and then fucking Remo Williams like pulls a gun out and tries to shoot him, and then Chuin just puts him on his ass and like dodges bullets and shit. And it's like, what is happening? It's like,
I'm just imagining by the very end of the series, the book just starts out like, so I ate like 3 omniverses and then only regained like 150 millionth of my power.
I don't know how powerful it becomes. I do know that he eventually is revealed to be the reincarnation of the god of destruction. I do know that.
I feel like it has to get at least that ridiculous at some point with the 155 books.
Yeah. I don't know.
You said it gets like.
I know he can destroy the universe at a certain point, and he can destroy and remake the universe. I know that.
And you said it like
from multiple people.
Planetary in like 10.
Yeah.
So like freaking
Venus gone.
I have to assume it at least
freaking Yeah, the psychic dude was a rival. The psychic dude, when he showed up, he was a rival to Remo as a possible candidate for the Master of the Sun Source. So they were kind of fighting, competing for who would like become the Master. And he was a dude who knew the Sun Source, but was also just so happened to be a psychic. And could like read people's minds and dominate them, but could also lift and move shit. And at one point, he's just like, look what I can do. Oh, and then he just blows up fucking Venus. And he's like, I will be the master. And then Remo's like, come at
casually.
Me. Yeah,
just casually blows up Venus for no reason.
It's great. It's fantastic. And then like Remo could just basically do anything that you would imagine a martial arts master in any series to do. So he could like walk on water, and he can weigh nothing and leap across tall buildings and basically fly and do all kinds of like...
Yeah, can he cure leprecy? Give the blind sight.
I mean, by the time he becomes
that's a matchup.
What?
Jesus versus the Sun Force of all violence.
Of all violence. The center of all violence.
Son of God.
Hobo, what was it 200 for? You didn't tell me what you wanted, or you just wanted to fucking post a bird dancing. Is that bird?
No, I didn't know you had stickers. Can you customize these?
I don't know. I had stickers either. I'm not sure what that is.
Imagine it gets revealed in the books that freaking Jesus Christ was a Sun Source.
Would not at this point it would not surprise me. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a time travel story. Like the stories literally cover the gambit. Like you have stories with mad scientists, you have vampire stories, you have ninja stories, you have psychic, overpowered stories. There's alien stories. There's alternate dimension traveling being stories. Like he's fought like everything. Like every book is like, oh, what are we gonna have him fight? What haven't we had him fighting before? We've never had him fight alligators. There's gonna be a bunch of alligators that live in the sewer, but they're hyper intelligent alligator people. Like. They just throw shit at the wall to try and see what works, and it's wildly entertaining, even if it's not good. I'm not gonna say it's good, but it is wildly entertaining. So yeah, if that interests you,
fucking Brock Samson with god powers.
Kinda, yeah. Brock Samson is really close to what it would be. A little less goofy, or at least a little less purposefully goofy. I would say it's probably accidentally goofy oftentimes. Yeah, but yeah, yeah. There's like a whole thing where where he likes having sex with women, but he doesn't like feelings. So like the organization he works for at every book, like if there's no women that he can fucking woo and have sex with, they just send women to him. So he just has women sent to him that he sleeps with in every book, and then when and then after he does, he like, I didn't like that. It was like I felt nothing. Like I want to break their hearts and I can't, and this sucks. It's like he's kind of a dick. Anyway,
these pricks, they keep sending me prostitutes, and I can't break their hearts. What the hell?
Yeah, there's also a lot of humor that comes from the time period the books were written in. So like the books were written in the 70s. I don't know if they're still like this, but the books were written in the 70s, and Remo is very ignorant in a lot of ways. He's a
horrible
person. He's the type of
Rod's
guy.
on the clapper again.
It's the shit he says is funny, dude. I'm not sure if it was meant to be funny or if it was just if they wrote it at the time to be funny because of the stuff he says about like different races of people or different cultures or different groups, but it does come off as very funny. So
them mooks have been taking up Times Square.
Oh, dude, it's like you were saying it's like Brock Sampson. I would be like it's Brock Sampson mixed with Archie Bunker. It's really it's funny. Anyway, yeah. No, but like I said, I'm not gonna keep talking about it. If anything I said interests you, check it out. They're super cheap. I wouldn't be surprised if you can get each one for like $5. Like they're really cheap too.
I wouldn't doubt if you freaking get them for a dime. This sounds like something you'd buy off the freaking shelf.
Yeah, like let me see. Creator the Destroyer
for like $2 at a bookstore.
Price. Let's see if there's any. So it ranges from $3.65 to $26, but I don't trust AI. I asked AI, Google AI, the same question 3 times earlier today, just because I wanted to see, and it gave me 3 different answers. So I got like 3 vastly different answers because the first 2 answers I knew were wrong. So I pressed enter again, and then the second one was different, and then I pressed enter again or refresh.
If you're gonna use an AI for shit, you got to use like an actual dedicated something, because this just like is the AI for Google is based off of like people searching the information they feed it in Google.
Yeah,
you gotta hop
on Kindle it's $6.99 on Amazon. On paperback it's $6.55, but it can go down to $4 or whatever. And here's like $8. I would actually say you could probably get them for a lot cheaper than this. I think if you go to like a Barnes and Nobles or something, you could probably get it for way cheaper. But it looks like you can get it for between $5 and $10 each. So they're not that expensive, but they're fun. They're fun things. And if you're like big in the whole scaling community and debating and shit, go read those books. Use Remo Williams in a fucking debate, and you will not lose. Like the dude's broken. The dude's broken. And he just makes powers up on it. He's like using old school Superman or some shit. He just makes shit up in each novel to do. It's pretty fun.
I decided I can breathe ice.
What's up?
Speaking of, dude, I'm short tangent, not gonna be long, but there was this one guy who talking about like bullshit power scaling. He tried to like convince everyone.
Oh god, I don't want to do that. No, I'm good. That's not. I don't want to go off on this whole.
You tried to use this hypnotism ray to convince people.
Half hour. No, it's
it's
not. If you're into it, you can check out the book. But I'm not going to sit here and talk about it for a fucking hour.
No, I'm certain one of the books at least is about a power scaler who used his hypno gun to try and convince people, and Remo Williams just goes and kills him. That's probably a plot.
Check.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about.
If it's interesting, check it out.
Exactly.
All right. I don't know Yu-Gi-Oh. So Kaiba.
That's Yu-Gi-Oh.
That's Yu-Gi-Oh. That's specifically Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh.
Don't they?
Gun. Blast his ass before he summons anything. Problem solved.
I don't know.
No, don't they technically get into like weird universal stuff in like the movies or something?
I'm sure they do. I mean, the only thing I know, what I know is that the Yu-Gi-Oh game cards have actual monster souls in the cards, and they do get the ability to eventually summon them for real to fight. However, I've never seen them use them to fight outside of a Duel Masters game. So it's like if a pal's just fighting you, can you just summon your fucking Yu-Gi-Oh monster to just fight, or does it have to take its turn and follow the rules of the card game? Because the pals aren't going to follow the rules of the card game. They're going to attack and kill you.
Unless it does it force them to follow the rules?
I don't know. I don't know enough about this series. Someone's going to have to. Someone who knows.
All right, it's yes and no. Like the thing is, the ones that actually summon are the ones with the Millennium items. They're the ones that actually able to summon the actual, monsters to fight for real. Kaiba relies on his hologram tech, which is a bunch of holograms that don't actually hurt people.
So Saturn is saying that Yu-Gi-Oh has multiversal beings, level 6 monsters, and even blow up universes, but it doesn't matter if they can't do anything. If they can't fight against something that's trying to kill them. Like every time, I don't know. Like I need more information.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm the Yu-Gi-Oh expert here. I know.
Is Kaiba bulletproof?
Okay. Okay. This is gonna be hard to explain, but
question.
essentially, you don't need to just summon the monsters with Millennium items. Essentially, it works under a system called Ba and Ka. Ka is essentially the manifestation of monsters. Ba is the energy to be able to summon them, right? Basically, you have to be able to scale to those monsters. So I know it sounds goofy, but Kaiba could actually survive a universe-busting thing, or even multiversal-busting thing. I know it sounds goofy, but
he can breathe in space. He's a human. You need oxygen.
Actually, he doesn't even.
Hey, Saturn, here.
Wait. Hold up. Has he ever survived the universe blowing up?
Well, okay.
Because if the answer is no, then that's a bullshit claim. You're just guessing.
I'm pretty sure all these are just like humans summoning monsters and maybe getting like some side effect power-ups from them.
Definitely not, because we've had multiple times where even Yugi or like Merrick survive hits like from Ring Dragon or Ra, who has transcended time and space. So
no, but what
this is definitely not
what did they get hit by something?
Yeah, the Winged Dragon of Ra and his attack. He shoots with like flames, but it's an attack that transcends time and space.
So
transcends it or destroys it?
Space, I feel like people think that means more than it does.
Yeah, transcending it and like destroying it, that would more so mean that if you are a creature outside of time and space and unaffected by it, it'd probably just hit you. Fine.
What's that stupid anime?
There's even times.
Natsu's flames transcend.
I feel like writers write in their series that something transcends time and space because so many other people have done it, but they don't actually understand what that even means. And I feel like most people can't explain it to me if I ask them, "Hey, what does transcending time and space mean?" I guarantee you, the vast majority of people cannot explain to me what the that would mean.
Okay, how do I explain this? So, also as well, Yu-Gi-Oh goes off a level scaling thing. So, like level 6 is like Glow Neos from GX. Was able, and this is factual by the way, was able to legitimately blow up an entire universe.
Sure.
This wasn't some card thing.
Well, it is a card thing.
That's the monster. That's
like,
not.
Has Yu-Gi-Oh ever just summoned a monster and had that monster combat another monster without the rules of the game and taking turns and points and all of that? Have they ever just fought?
Yes.
Okay. You sure?
Positive. We've had multiple times. Yugi one time summoned the Slifer, the Slifer, the Sky Dragon, without using the card or his dual disc.
That's not what I asked, though. I asked if they ever battled specifically outside of the confines of a dueling game. If the monster fought against something or someone else, blocked, and like went onto a long scale battle for a long period of time actually fighting, or are they stuck sitting there to wait their turn or doing one thing and then just standing there like it's shown throughout the card battles? I'm not saying if they can summon them outside of a dueling thing. I'm saying how do they behave outside of a dueling thing?
They behave outside of card rules. You've seen them multiple times.
Okay.
Even the
no, that's not the question. Do they have to like sit here and get like directed commands? Do they operate?
No, actually, we know for a fact that they can just deflect attacks.
You gotta wonder if that's the case. Why even have a dueling thing anyway? Like just have you as just make it like Pokemon and have them summon monsters and fighting. Why do they just stand there and wait for orders and take hits and shit if they don't have to?
Do they have self-automacy? Do they have to be directed?
Not necessarily. We've seen the God cards and Dark Magician actually block hits for Yugi that was going to actually legitimately kill them. It doesn't make sense, but here's a way to explain it. The cards can act on their own whenever they want, but you are technically the leader. So it's kind of like a mix mash of the deck respects you, but you respect the deck. So it's kind of like homework kind of thing.
When Pal Tamer with a shotgun sneaks up on fucking whatever the fuck this guy is.
On Yugi, guns him in the spine, and then Fortnite dances on him.
Yeah, like.
Well, I don't even know if you could legitimately shoot him with a shotgun. Like, no.
Why wouldn't you be able to legitimately shoot him with a shotgun?
Because we've had multiple characters like Tristan, who was a significantly weaker duelist, straight up dodge light. So I don't know.
Oh, but there's characters who are faster than light in Palworld. And
I mean,
I would,
sure.
and
Like
I
a
would
very
argue,
low-level
and I would argue I'd have to see that dodge light because a lot of people like to claim dodge light that is very clearly not dodging light. Like they,
I mean, it legitimately is sunlight turned into a laser that Tristan just straight up dodges.
I understand that, but I'm not questioning whether or not the projectile's flying that fast. I'm questioning whether or not him dodging it is light speed because anyone can shoot.
Did he
something
see
at
it
you,
get
you can
pointed
dodge
at
it.
him?
Yeah, if he's looking at the
Yeah,
thing
it was
firing at
directly
him and he
fired
just moves
at
out of the
him,
way,
and he dodged.
that's not dodging light. The way that comic books work, which is what I mean, manga, whatever, is the work is that they have to give you as a bunch of information as little panels as humanly possible. They can't write 3 or 4 different pictures of a laser being shot, a laser flying through the air, the character slowly moving as the laser comes nearer and kind of moves out the way. They can't do that. So what they do is they write one picture where a laser's in the panel and the character's moving to the left and the laser hits and it's just the character moving out of the way while they're being shot at. But a lot of people who pretend they play stupid, or maybe they don't play stupid, maybe they just don't understand how comics are drawn or written.
Maybe they are stupid.
And they're like, oh well, because the laser's in this shot and this character's moving over, this means that he's faster than light or the same speed as light. And it's like, no, it's trying to give you as much information as humanly possible. When you see the Predator jump out of the way while he's being shot at with machine gun shots, and the shots are hitting the wall behind him, it's not him moving faster than the bullets. It's him leaping out of the way while he's being shot at. But like, people like to exaggerate this kind of stuff. So generally speaking, when people say light speed and they're talking about comics or mangas, I take that with a very, very, very major grain of salt because it's.
I will agree with that point because we've had multiple times because how the world of Yu-Gi-Oh works in its verse is that you need to be able to react to it and have the ability to move fast enough to react to that set thing, right?
Yes,
so like
you can react to the person shooting it and not necessarily the thing flying.
Yeah. What do you mean?
What happens?
What do you mean?
With
What I
your
mean? I mean, if
summon
someone's pointing a
monster
gun at you and you move and they shoot and miss, you didn't dodge the bullet. I mean, you
No,
did,
because-
but you're reacting to them. You're not reacting
Okay.
to the bullet flying through the air at you.
How do I explain this? Like, there's been times where characters will fire like lasers or lightning or something like that, and it'll be mid-fire, and a character will like, I don't know, activate magical cylinder or something like that. That is quite literally being able to react to lightning or like light and stuff like that.
No, that's just you seeing them setting up because basically.
No, it
you
isn't
saw the
because you have to
telegraph.
in
You saw
Yu-Gi-Oh,
the
we know
telegraph
for an
movement.
objective fact you have to be able to react to these things. It's not like, oh, it's my turn or to react. No, you have to physically be able to react to these things. This isn't some like, oh,
But
anybody
it's a
could do
card
this.
game and a turn-based thing.
Why is no? not
And
necessarily.
also, a lot of the times
in
they do
those-
this long ass explanation of, oh, this card of mine can do X and destroy you if I get Y.
Yeah, like
Like,
I'm
if they
someone
if there
going,
was time for
hey,
them to
I
explain
moved this
that,
guy into an attack, and then it's they go to attack you, and you're like, oh, you fell into my trap card. That's already placed. That's already there. That's like the reversal or whatever. That's not reacting to fucking a lightning strike hitting you. That's fucking
No,
hey, I
but-
already have this set up.
yeah. Or if the guy like explains to you what his card is about to do as
not-
the beam is
okay.
coming toward you, then it's not light speed.
So you mean to tell me? Okay, how do I explain this? Because are you going off of the idea that this is a turn-based system in the anime?
I'm
Listen,
going off
you-
of
you already just
if they have the
said,
time
like-
to explain what the beam of light is going to do to you as the beam of light is coming at you, the beam of light is not light speed then. Because just me taking my time talking to you right now, that is not light speed.
I'm so confused because this was a literal light beam being shot at Tristan, and he quite literally sees it, dodges out the way.
Was it in a match? Was it
Look,
in a
I'm
match?
not. Just to be clear, I'm not requiring this or anything because I don't require this from anybody. But if you want to clarify just what you're talking about, if you do have a scan somewhere that we can look at, it would probably speed this along. It's again, you're not required. I'm not saying that you're wrong if you don't get a fucking scan, but if you do have one,
I don't have it on there right now, but I will.
It's not a big deal. Like I said, you don't have to. I'm not saying you need to do that.
Well, I will when I find the clip. I will show you when I get the chance. But like, there are legitimate you have to be able to react to these levels of speed to be able to use these cards. We've seen it multiple times.
Like I'm saying, okay, like from my getting, okay, this was during the middle of a duel, right?
Wait, what? Say that again.
You're saying this light attack. I'm assuming it was from a card.
It's from in the middle of a duel.
I'm very iffy when it comes to people saying that characters react to light in things. Like with Palworld, it's pretty easy because there's literally statements that say the characters are moving at light speed or the characters are moving faster than light. Boom, done. We got it. That's as clear as you can be. But when it comes to dodging or reacting to certain things that are light, there's just so many other factors that go into it, and I don't trust it because I've seen so many people come to these conclusions where it's like that's really not what that is, I say people jump to that conclusion way too quickly. So I'm cautious about it. I'm not saying it's wrong because I don't know. I'm very cautious.
If you want legitimate this is factually this is how this works, you have to go by 5G or 5Ds, where you say even outright tells Yugi he is the best duelist of all time, right? And this is the guy who is able to go faster than the concept of speed.
The concept of speed.
Did he go faster than the concept of speed, or did
he literally goes
that gave him the power?
That's
teleportation.
That's just teleportation.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like teleportation or time stop. One of the two.
That's what I'm talking about. It's like a lot of these writers, I don't think they understand what they're doing. Like they're just like, oh, he's going faster than the concept of speed. Okay, so there's two things that is. Either you stopped time and you're moving in stopped time, or you're teleporting. That's what those two things are.
Point being is that Yugi is literally matching him in speed. Think about that. So this isn't some
like go back to the you said the laser. Did the guy monologue as the card was activating?
No, he did not monologue. It was a straight fire, dude dodged.
He didn't explain what the laser did.
No.
I would say if you, since you're the only person that knows anything about Yu-Gi-Oh, you're the only person who could place him on the list. So I mean, I'll let you put him wherever you want. But I will say, just to clarify, if you want, we can talk about it more. I would say if you can, try and get a scan. But it's not something that I'm gonna call you like a fucking liar about or anything like that. It's just I'm very cautious when it comes to stuff like that. But I will say,
I don't blame
even
you.
if the character does dodge light and we all look at it, it's like, whoa, yeah, that's clear as day. He's dodging. Doesn't matter. I mean, there's still characters that are massively faster than light in Palworld and faster than light. So it's not,
it's not bad. I will argue this as well because and this is gonna sound confusing because Yu-Gi-Oh lore is very confusing as it is. But basically, every card you see in Yu-Gi-Oh, I don't know, 10 years, something like that, is technically connected to the Yu-Gi-Oh multiverses, right? Basically, anything that happens in the because this is very confusing, but GX 5Ds and the original Yu-Gi-Oh are in fact, in terms of canonical reasons, is the top dogs of the Yu-Gi-Oh verse. So anything below them is basically here's a good example. Like people have can't remember their names, but they're basically computers that are able to do massively faster than light calculations and all that stuff. Or here's a good example. Jaden's Neos was able to go from one galaxy to another galaxy in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, it's good. It's really fast.
Yeah. So, but then there's also the one time. Well, there's multiple times Yugi fought someone or was able to move from one dimension to another in literally an instant to save his friend
I don't
Yugi.
know. That's just teleportation.
Yeah.
Well,
travel
it's not really described as teleportation. It's more of like he's moving
it's
so
instant,
fast.
it's teleportation. If you traveled from one dimension to another, you can't travel dimension via space. So it's not speed.
And even there's
if you
a bunch of
there
other
via
like,
space, then you're not going to another dimension. You're just going somewhere else in the same dimension.
There's also the one time when Zork was rewinding time, and Yugi was able to move and react while Zork was rewinding time, while everyone else couldn't, because they were not fast enough to react.
I don't know what that means.
Also,
It's-
this is
If I remember correctly, that's the Millennium item giving them that ability.
That is not the Millennium item. It is never stated in the show that it was the Millennium item.
Okay, so it sounds like
Because it was Yugi.
I'm
it wasn't
assuming
a-
Kaiba can do all of this as well, or do something similar.
He is very comparable to Yugi. Yes, like it is an extreme. Like usually Kaiba loses, right? But it's in a very close match to the point that like it's a legitimate nail.
He's his rival. He's his Sasuke. He's
his rival.
whatever.
He's
I
his
get you.
Vegeta to his
So
Goku.
I mean, I guess we're just gonna put this in S, I suppose. Technically, I guess.
Yes.
I mean, when we're talking about
Yeah.
Palworld, we're talking about light speed, massively faster than light speed characters. We're talking about planet blowing up shit, maybe star manipulating shit. But outside of that, there are some crazy hacksy abilities. Like there's a character who can has the power over prophecy and can alter fate. There's a characters who can erase people from existence in Palworld. What was some other ones that were like really fucking broken? My brain's fucking not working right now. There was one that was like really good that I'm forgetting the fucking.
Because I will say this as well. Even Yugi's basic spells can manipulate entire solar systems. Like just a basic spell card.
Yeah, that's just I mean that would be stronger. My main thing for this would really be just like is this something that he always like? If he's just there,
Can do? Is it?
He just summons whenever. He could just fight whenever. If someone comes and tries to shoot him, if he gets shot at someone, he'll just serve. Everything's just fine. Like he's just always at this power, or is this some shit that like that's really my only question about it? But I mean,
sorry, I mean to interrupt y'all.
No,
Go
you're
ahead.
good.
So to explain,
You're the one
yes.
who did it.
Well, yeah, but basically, yes, he can do all these things. He's done it multiple times outside of the duels and all that, because people will say, well, he can only do this on stadiums. Not true. We've seen it multiple times in Shadow games and outside of Shadow games that Yuki can summon these cards and all that. He's done it multiple times. So is Kaiba. He summoned Obelisk.
But that doesn't mean that he's always bulletproof.
Yeah, is
That
it
doesn't
an
mean that
ability
he's
of the
always going to
cards and
survive
shit he has
something trying to
summoned?
rip him apart or whatever, just because he can summon cards.
Actually, he
outside of
can
something.
legitimately because he went into a higher
Hold on.
dimension that was
Hold
going
on.
to. He
Don't
was
you
going
need a
to.
Millennium item in order to do the Shadow games, in order to make the monsters physical?
No, Shadow games are more like. How do I explain this? Because it's a lot more complicated than he can
Look,
just
we don't
summon.
I don't want a
monsters.
fucking 2-hour lore dump. No one here knows or really cares about Yu-Gi-Oh other than you. So I'm not didn't
Well,
want to.
I know.
That probably sounded more disrespectful than I meant it to be.
No,
but,
you're good. It's
but like
true.
nobody,
No one
we don't
really
want to
talks about
fucking. We don't want to turn the stream into a Yu-Gi-Oh lore dump.
Okay.
But
basically, yes, Kaiba can survive getting shot by.
Fine, we'll put him in
I like-
S. If you can get those scans that kind of show it, it's not a big deal. It's not required or anything. But if you feel like continuing this conversation, you want to get that, we could discuss it. Then
Yeah.
it's fine. Now we're at the one that I think a lot of people wanted to talk about, which is Pokemon. Chicken's not here. He was the one who really wanted to talk about it. So maybe we don't want to talk about it anymore. Does people still want to talk about Pokemon? The one dude who wanted to talk about is gone. Okay, so we'll just place Pokemon somewhere. Where do you guys want to place Pokemon?
I think Pokemon's really strong, so I think it should go straight to D tier. I'm joking.
Oh, hey, look who just joined.
Who just joined?
The chicken.
Chicken.
Battle
chicken.
chicken or the correct chicken?
The actual
just the
chicken.
The correct
Yeah,
chicken.
me.
Okay. The correct. Well, we have multiple chickens, so I wasn't sure. We're at the I don't know if you joined because you heard us say this, but we're back at Pokemon.
Yes.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah, I
okay.
summoned
So
him.
go ahead, Chicken. What do you think about Pokemon in the Palworld universe?
So, for me, it entirely depends on the circumstance. So, like, if you literally just take the island and teleport it into the universe, just miraculously, it just pops in there, right?
Which island are you teleporting?
If that's the premise of the video, I might have just guessed your video, but I think for the most part, the Pal Tamers are going to thrive in the Pokemon world. Like Pal Spheres are superior to Pokeballs. They can catch other Pokemon trainers.
And
I summon you, Ash Ketchum.
Yeah. Now Pokemon do have a few win cons. I just don't think they're enough. Like, obviously, if you just take them, put them in the same world, I do think that, like, the God Pokemon of the Creation Trio would probably deal with Astralin before it even becomes a threat. If they intervene at all.
Mm-hmm.
Because we've seen that they don't. Arceus might not intervene because it didn't intervene for Necrozma or Eternatus. But in the event that it does, we can all agree here that Astralin is getting wiped if Arceus intervenes.
Yeah, that is a bit of a difference in power.
That's if Arceus. I'm not saying Arceus is saying if, because there's a chance that Arceus might look at that and be like, I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
In that case, the world's cooked. But if you were to take all the Pokemon versus all the pals, I obviously think all the Pokemon win.
Well,
take the Tamers versus.
Here's a weird. It's a survival challenge. Like that's the whole, or at least it's the video's survival challenge. But the tier list is how will they survive. So we really need to decide what exactly we're doing. If we're putting the Palpagos Islands in Pokemon, then obviously it would survive. Palworld, anything that you do that for will survive because Palworld isn't going to spread and invade the rest of the planet. It's just going to stay on its island. So you would have to put something in the island in order to see if that thing would survive within the island. Now, what you want to put in the island to see if it would survive, that's going to be up to you. I will say this: I don't think that there's a Pokemon trainer in all of Pokemon fiction that you can put in that island that would live. I really don't think there is.
No.
So there's
because they either get caught or their Pokemon
could live. Their Pokemon could live, but not them.
I don't think their Pokemon could live.
I
really?
think
no. Name a Pokemon caught by a trainer that would be able to survive in Palworld. You can't name a legendary because no Pokemon trainer's ever caught a legendary.
There's a handful, but
they're few and far in between.
Yeah.
Canonically speaking, a legendary's never been caught by a Pokemon trainer.
In game or
neither.
Like in general,
lore wise,
neither. Groudon, you catch Groudon in Ruby version, cool. Groudon is in other games in the future as a wild Groudon still.
Oh, you're
that's not.
You're talking like box art.
One trainer that could survive, and that's just because that's just because they're that good with nature, and that is N.
Yep, N would do perfectly
Why would
fine.
would N do well?
Well,
he would probably join the PAL Alliance, which is specifically a defender of PALs, but they go against N's belief system. They're inherently hypocritical. He wouldn't like them.
Yeah, so I can name off the few trainers that I know off the top of my head that have caught legendaries. Every single leader of Rainbow Rocket from Ultra Sun and Moon. They all have legendaries on their teams.
What legendaries do they have?
Okay, Giovanni has Mewtwo, Archie has Kyogre, Maxie has Groudon. I think Lysander has Yveltal.
That doesn't make any fucking sense because they show up in other games. There's only one of them.
It's multiverse garbage.
It's multiverse garbage, and they're taken from different points. I think Cyrus has like Dialga.
If I'm not wrong, all of them are taken from timelines where they won.
Not quite.
Not quite?
Yeah, Cyrus is taken from right when his new universe was made in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, like a variant of it.
Okay, well, name me a Pokemon trainer that would be able to survive in Palworld well.
Jesse and James.
Hell no.
Okay, Jesse.
Hell yeah. They have
Jesse
survived
thinks
so
that-
much bullshit.
Doesn't matter.
No.
They won't survive being shot in the face with a bullet. It's never happened.
Yes.
No, they're
They-
they're tough,
yeah.
but they even have their limits. Like
They survive being launched into space repeatedly.
The cartoon logic launched into space is not the same thing as being shot with a fucking gun that kills planet-destroying beings. Sorry, it's not the same. They're not.
So, but overall,
I think I can.
So overall, I don't think there's any trainers that would like if they were just dropped into into the island they could survive.
Okay,
I
wait.
could
Can
see
we?
this-
Wait. Question. What are we defining as survive? Because that can vary, like
If
vastly
you're
and all that.
If you're enslaved or murdered, that's not surviving.
Okay. So then,
That's
I mean,
like-
yeah, I think the trainers can survive. Like, why wouldn't they?
going,
Like,
no,
I don't see any
What do you
reason they
mean,
wouldn't.
going back to the end point. In kind of wasn't all there when it was Team Plasma. They did the exact same thing with theirs.
Yeah, if it's later in when he kind of grows up and becomes like one of the chosen ones, it just matures. I could see him surviving.
Yeah. The only other one that I think that might even have a chance of surviving is maybe Giovanni, and it's the one from Ultra Sun and Moon, and that's probably it.
Why? How would
Honestly,
you survive?
Oh, he would just make alliance.
With
Is he-
who?
What does he have that would interest the Syndicate?
Yeah, like
or any of
I'm
the
not
other
like who would
groups?
he make an alliance with? Why would they care about his alliance? What like? I mean,
Imagine, okay, if Giovanni's dropped into if the Pal Islands are dropped into worlds, it dropped into Pokemon World, I could see Giovanni immediately making a move based on the fact that he's a mafia boss. He's a mafia boss.
that's
He's
not
gonna
good.
try to
That's bad. That's gonna get him
I
killed.
know.
Also,
That's called
also,
competition.
He's going to
So-
try to get
Gang
up.
war.
So the specific Giovanni I'm talking about is the one from Ultra Sun and Moon, which is implied to may or may not be the same one from the original Red and Blue and Gold and Silver, but that one basically went around the multiverse recruiting different villains.
That's why he abandoned
That's the-
his kid.
Yeah. Oh no, this is after. Like he got when he fell in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, he apparently went to Ultra Space and then just somehow traveled around the multiverse recruiting different versions of villains, giving them false pretenses. So I could see him doing the same thing with the Syndicate or the other factions in the island. Just like, oh hey, I can travel the multiverse and somehow get them all on his side.
The
not
Tamers already know there's multiverses. They literally have world boxes where they can take the genetic coding of different fucking.
That's not
from
new
different
technology for
multiverses.
them.
Yeah, that's not big. That's not big in the Palworld universe.
They also
know.
attack you on site.
Honestly, I could see Giovanni trying to steal the bandit balls that they're going to be releasing soon, or they're working on.
The bandit balls?
That's what I'm calling them. Don't know what their official names are, but basically, it's something that allows you to steal other trainers' pals.
You can already,
You can already do that.
Yeah.
Referring to
we already-
Pokemon.
Also, we have there's a mechanic like that in Pokemon, but it's only reserved for a specific type of Pokemon.
And Pokemon's had it for a
gear.
long time. They had that GameCube game where you played as the character with the white hair. I don't remember what the game was called. You had like
Yeah,
blue
the
coat.
Coliseum.
Yeah,
Or
the
not
whole-
Coliseum.
No, not
or
Coliseum was
DX.
great.
Not Coliseum. The whole
DX,
concept of that game
whatever
is
it
that you had a
was.
device that allowed you to steal other people's Pokemon. Like that was
The
whole-
Snatch'em gear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
first.
Pokemon's been having that. Pokemon's been having that, and PAL. That's not even like. It would be like that's not even gonna sound. If you said that like, oh, I have this technology that allows you to steal pals, all of the PAL thieves throughout the entire game are gonna be like, so.
They look at you and
Like,
they
we're
laugh
like,
at you.
Yeah, you
So-
can always do that.
You have a pal sphere?
So the snag balls from Coliseum are actually inferior to the Palspheres because the snag balls are specifically made to work on shadow Pokemon.
Yeah,
All
I know.
Pokemon
Yeah, I mean,
balls were
true.
inferior to Pal spheres.
Now, Now in a scenario where
Yes,
I can
they don't
see-
mind rape you. They don't erase your will and consciousness.
You still have to train
Like
the
the pal
Pokemon
sphere-
afterwards. There's a reason why Pal Tamers aren't called Pal Trainers. They're called Pal Tamers because they don't need to train anything. Like you literally just the sphere just fucking instantly strips them of the will. Like it's kind of a dark name actually. If you really think about it, what the taming is. But yeah, it's pretty busted. I don't really see a way because whatever Pokemon trainer that you put to the island, you're gonna have weaker Pokemon than the pals that are on the island, because only like the absolute strongest of fucking legendaries are gonna be equivalent to the stronger pals there. The trainers themselves are gonna be physically weaker. They're not gonna have the combat or survival skills that the pal tamers have. And there's going to be basically everyone they come into contact with is going to try and kill them on site, being armed with weapons that they don't have. Like, I'm not seeing a whole lot. Like, it's arguable whether or not most of these people even have the survival skills, even if there weren't people trying to kill them.
The only trainers in Pokemon that could even remotely have like these survival skills is probably the ones from Legends Arceus, and that's iffy. But like modern trainers, that's because they're ancient. They literally had to walk around wild areas, but they've never dealt with anything like Palworld.
Yeah, like Ash.
Yeah,
Ash is a 10-year-old
point.
kid, and you'd think he had survival skills, but he really doesn't. He mostly just goes to towns and then buys supplies. He doesn't like. He never has to like hunt for his food or fucking. Like he just. It's not something he really
Forage.
has to
Oh,
do.
there's that avenue as well. Like, say they do, have some skills they keep alive, and they summon their little Pokemon to go fight someone, and someone just throws a Pal Sphere at their fucking Pokemon. Like,
Yeah, that's possible.
That's 100% going to happen.
Honestly,
Brock has some survival skills.
Yeah, Brock would. Brock would survive the longest out of the 3 of them. 3 or 4 of them.
I mean, like survival, yeah, but there's still so much shit to do. There's like death cults on the Apcos Island. There's fucking
There's a fucking fire cult that burns people. It's not great. There's
Honestly,
there's multiple slaver cults. There's bandit cult. There is a environmentalist sort of free pals group that are just fucking eco terrorists essentially. It's not great. There are a bunch of Viking-esque future barbarian type group which they only live to fight and become stronger, and they kill everyone on sight. Like literally anywhere you go, any person you find other than a couple of small towns here and there, you're going to get killed on sight by the humans and the
small
pals.
towns, fucking Rust bases going to fucking
You're gonna be
Africa.
You're gonna be Mike when he's trying to build his base, getting fucking murdered by the
Honestly, you know what I just realized a bit ago? There's one type of Pokemon that might provide the Pal Tamers a bit of trouble.
What?
And that's just because their entire stick is their ghost type. The ghost types.
So ghost types are only immune to normal type damage. Any other elemental damage hits them.
Yeah.
Ghost types aren't immune.
They're not immune to damage. It's literally just normal type damage. So the vast majority of, and also normal type pals in Palworld wouldn't even be considered normal types in Pokemon. Like a normal type is Celadire, who literally shoots light that erases people from existence. That's its normal type move.
There are some in Pokemon that are like that. Like Ursaluna literally fires moonlight.
Gengar.
Yeah, but is it a normal type?
It is a normal type, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough.
Gengar.
But does it erase people from existence?
I'm not going to say it does that, no.
Okay, then.
But,
so, can a Haunter survive being erased from existence? Probably not. Also, you have a lot of both Pal Tamers as well as many Pals have soul manipulation abilities. So I'm not even 100% sure if they would, they don't need to, because again, elemental attack damages would fuck them up anyway. But if they really needed to, they should honestly be able to just take the fucking souls, because they do that.
I have 10 million level 1 PAL spheres in my pocket. Let's see how many times I can dome you in your fucking head.
Yeah, that's another thing. Them being a ghost type isn't going to stop the PAL spheres from catching them.
Yeah, Pokemon can catch them.
5% chance. Let's go gambling.
Yeah, and even if it did, they would probably be able to adapt the spheres decently fast to get it to where it could catch them.
I don't think that's even a question. If the Pokeballs can catch them, the PAL spheres can catch them. And the PAL spheres can catch things much bigger and much more power. Not necessarily more powerful, but more powerful. Yeah. Yeah. A lot bigger and made out of a lot of different things. I mean, yeah, there's I don't
like they're like to the base Pokeball, there are variants that you can catch bigger Pokemon with, like the Dynamax ball.
Variants of the PAL spheres.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. I'm saying like the base, like base. Yeah, that's definitely true for base to base.
Yeah.
Get 6,000 ancient PAL spheres. Catch any fucking Pokemon in the Pokemon universe, other than maybe Arceus and a couple other top tiers.
So I'd say
Psychic types might do well.
Maybe.
Who?
The psychic types. So it's like they could potentially stop the PAL sphere mid-flight.
No, because if it hit, because they'd be taken. What are they gonna do? Kick it?
No, telekinesis.
Just punt it.
Yeah, just basically with their mind, just stop the momentum of the PAL sphere.
Well, the problem with that is that there are actually psychic pals that you can control. You can have homing pal spheres, which specifically home in on targets. There are psychic pals already in Palworld, but also there's this one pal called Lunaris, who specifically has the ability that if she's in your party or he's in your party, you throw the PAL sphere, and the PAL sphere becomes a homing PAL sphere that locks in, because he uses his telekinetic abilities from inside the PAL sphere to fucking move the PAL ball around and capture people.
I still don't think.
Based on what you're saying here, with putting a Pokemon trainer on the PAL Island, I honestly think it's either the top of Gay Hell or the bottom of D.
They're cooked.
Gay Hell is
They're so
specifically specific for not for.
I do think Sauron would do better, because at least Sauron's gonna try to enslave people. Fucking.
Honestly,
there's another big issue you're gonna have with Pokemon is the fact that it is a child-friendly world that is trying to be child-friendly, and it there's a lot of very adult concepts that exist in Palworld that the characters within Pokemon wouldn't be able to grasp. They straight up wouldn't be able to handle the concepts of things like slavery or faction warfare or even really war. I mean, in the entirety of the Pokemon universe, we only have confirmation of one war, and it happened 3,000 years ago. So it's like, what does their war even look like? Do they have separate governments that actually war with each other? I don't think so.
We do know that
we actually saw factions, and we know of two.
What's the other one? I know of the Kalos Garir War or something like that. What's the other one?
Yeah, Unova with the two brothers.
Okay, I don't know that one. That's a new one.
So in Black and White, there were two brothers. One of them represented truth. The other represented ideals. They had Reshiram and Zekrom. You get the whole gist of that. They disagreed.
They went with each other.
Yeah.
But that's fucking. War? Yeah, that's like a street gang war. That's not fucking world government lobbying news at each other.
Oh no, yeah, it wasn't like a world war. It wasn't like a big war between two different governments. It was a civil war between the same government.
Oh, okay.
It was like Rhodesia. And they basically went at each other with these dragons.
Yeah.
Dragons or Pokemon? I mean dragons. Like non-Pokemon dragons? I think y'all might have been watching the wrong show, guys. I'll be honest.
What's that movie? Rain of Fire? The dragons just started coming up.
We were just talking about Rain of Fire the other day, man. You're just looking for an excuse to be like, no, let's talk about Rain of Fire.
I mean, hey, non-Pokemon do exist in the Pokemon world.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, they were driven to extinction by Pokemon.
What non-Pokemon?
So it obviously wasn't just in the games, but in the anime, we've seen just straight up fish and straight up dogs. They're showing like the background.
They must be the last of their
But that doesn't
kind,
mean there's
then.
dragons. That's a leap to say because there's dogs that there's dragons.
I'm not saying dragons. I'm saying non-Pokemon.
I got humans
Well,
are non-Pokemon.
Palworld doesn't have that. I haven't seen a single like normal creature.
There's no normal animals in Palworld. They're all pals. They're
like,
either humans or pals are essentially the name that's given to anything that's not human in Palworld.
I wonder if Rouga would instantly agree with the opinion of whoever trapped him in a pal sphere.
It would erase his mind. What are you talking about?
That's how it works. And I don't necessarily think it erases his mind because there's still a trust system, but they can't disobey. Like it strips them of their will.
I don't need you to trust me. You ain't got no will.
I wonder how the mechanics of that would work.
What do you mean?
Would it
You
be
don't have a will anymore?
A scream situation?
A what?
I don't know.
No, not that, sir.
You're pausing too much. You gotta make the conversation flow faster, bro. You keep pausing in the middle of things. All right, so everyone's happy with Pokemon being at the bottom of D. You guys, y'all said it. I didn't say anything about where Pokemon should go. So that's y'all's decision.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I disagree with all of it. I think Pokemon
are spoken. We've been talking about this for 30
no,
minutes.
I've been waiting. I've been waiting.
Waiting for what? We were in the middle of the conversation. You're gonna wait for the conversation to be over, and then you're gonna start coming in.
Not fair.
Hey, little Brooklyn coming out right there.
Makes no sense. No, I'm from New Orleans.
Discord was
That's the way you said it. Was like,
no,
hey,
it's a New Orleans accent. Sometimes people confuse Boston and New Orleans because we share the Mississippi River Delta, or not really. It's like they're near. So basically, things that come down the river, there's similarities in the accent.
Good night, guys.
I'm trying. So I'm seeing something in like, I think it's that dude from texting with him. I wasn't here that you like muted. He's trying to tell me that like, because I know we all agreed on it earlier. He's trying to tell me that like, Arceus would be like the same level as like Hartalis raid.
No, I don't. I mean,
yeah, exactly. And then when
Hartalis is essentially the king of the Celadires, because the Celadires are the beasts of salvation, and Hartalis is the king of salvation that's above them. Celadires are the beings that can erase people from existence with light, and the implication with the description of Hartalis is that he at some point erased a very large population in an instant. He basically made everything go silent. It's hard. It's very vague, but it gives you this idea that he erased a bunch of different people. So
the part I'm trying to figure out, like because I'm trying to figure out like where the pallet's placed, because like when I was talking to him, he was like trying to somehow say that Planet and Universal were comparable.
I mean, I don't know.
What?
I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, like,
I don't know why he was saying it.
Well, okay, wait. Can you just like what do you mean by that? Like, did he just say that, or did he say that?
Yeah, so look, this is what the description of Hartalis says. Now remember, this is from context. This is Hartalis, by the way. If you've never seen him before, this is what he is. He is a raid boss, and he is the king of the Celadires, which we know can erase shit from existence. So when you go to the description, goddamn, these pop-ups are fucking awful when you go on these wikis. All right, so when you go to the description, it says this: the silence is unsettling yet strangely soothing. No one else remains. All have been delivered. O King of Salvation, carry me to an eternal stillness. And then it says the ancient text cuts off here. This is implying that there was a group of some kind. Everyone was erased, and this guy was erased while he was saying this, basically, or while he was writing this down. So essentially, whether it was a town or a city or some kind of group of something, Hartalis came and erased it all. But there's no evidence that Hartalis is blowing up universes or anything. It's just we just know that he can erase populations. We don't even know what size the population is. This could have been a small town. We don't know.
So the specific comparison was like Astralim being planetary and then Arceus being bare minimum universal, and they tried to say like, oh, it's comparable. No, if Arceus
A planet is very small compared to a universe. Yeah, but he was also
A planet is very small
before we
compared to a
started-
galaxy.
Yeah, but he was making a lot of really weird arguments about like planetary shit and stuff before. Like he was trying to say that the raid bosses are stronger than Astralim because they have more health on the Ultra versions, and he was trying to say that the Moon Lord, which is the Terraria raid boss DLC, that was like and then he
The
was trying to, like,
crossover event.
a crossover event. He was trying to say, well, the Moon Lord is there, and he's like, his power is comparable to them, so now you can start like pulling in Terraria shit. And he was making a bunch of very strange leaps, taking in like literal game mechanics, like raid bosses on hard difficulty being more difficult than Astralim is because they have more health. It's like, doesn't matter. In the lore, Astralim's the strongest dude that we know so far, not the raid bosses. The raid, Xenolord is a raid boss, and it's literally said in the game that he's not invading because he doesn't want to invade as long as Jetragon is there. Jetragon is nowhere near the strength of a raid boss, but lore-wise, he's strong enough to keep Xenolord from coming in. So it doesn't matter how much fucking HP they have. That's what I was telling him earlier.
Yeah.
He's just repeating arguments that he's already used before. And that
from what I've seen with like the hard mode raids, it seems like they're just like fun little things you could do afterwards. Like they're not meant to be canon. Like you beat the main raid and then you can go back and face a harder version of it.
I mean, I think the versions of the pals are like real and they're canon, but the actual raid boss event itself isn't like.
What I'm saying is like
there's a purple pal mutt somewhere, whatever the fuck it's called.
What I'm saying is that is Astralim and hard Astralim two separate entities.
No.
It's just game.
There's just
It's
one
just a game.
Astralim.
Yeah.
There's just one Astralim. Well, no, the raid bosses are canonical for sure. I'm not saying the raid bosses.
Yeah.
I think the slabs that summon the raid bosses would also be canonical. But
What I meant is, like,
I'm not
hard
going to go
mode.
as far as to say the HP of a particular character is canonical. I also wouldn't go as far as to say that just because you can play them on hard mode and on normal mode, that would be that like one would be canonical over the other one. It's a video game, and you could play video games on hard mode. Like it's a weird argument to make.
It's not like Halo where they just straight up say heroic is like the canonical difference.
Yeah, like I feel like there's a type. Now I would assume that hard mode is probably more close to canonical, because if you play the base game, you realize that, like, for instance, the chick with pink hair, I'm forgetting her, the Syndicate. What are they called, Mike? The something Syndicate or the Syndicate something? It was.
Yeah, they just
starts with an
call it
R.
Syndicate.
The Rain Syndicate. The Rain Syndicate are at war with like two other factions. But when you're playing through the game, the Rain Syndicate are the weakest faction by far. They should not even be close to being able to compete with the other factions, because
They only exist in the low level areas.
Yeah, like the well, no, you can find them in other areas. But like that's a good question.
One of the oil rigs, but like
yeah, there's oil rigs that are harder, but you can also find them like in the mountains. A lot of times when the meteors fall, if you go to where the meteors are, there'll be rain syndicates in all the areas, like going after the meteors as they fall down. So they're all over the place. But the boss, the like main leader of the Rain Syndicate, who's the strongest of the Rain Syndicate, she's only level 13 in the game, and that's it. Like obviously. I mean, it gets to a point where basic bitch enemy types later in the game would be able to one or two shot the fucking boss of the Rain Syndicate, which is clearly not canonical. Bjorn, who's like level 55 or 60 or some shit, you fight toward. He's one of the last two or three bosses you fight. Not two. I think he's like the fourth boss to the last or something like that. But he is actually impressed by her abilities and stuff like this, which doesn't make any sense if she's only level 13 and he's fucking level 35. I really shouldn't be explaining this, because everyone knows that levels and health bars are not canonical. When they say that, they're playing stupid, dude. Now, obviously, this isn't the case. Now, if you play the game on hard, everyone's level 80, and they all have like hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of health. So comparative-wise, that's probably closer to how powerful the characters actually are in real life, in like comparatively to each other. But again, this is something that he's brought up that we already talked about before the stream that we came to a conclusion to, but he just likes to argue, which is why he's muted in the first place. But yeah, we already talked about this. This is stupid. Game mechanics are not accurate to what it is. There are certain things that we look into that perhaps game mechanics could be, but there are certain things that we all know all games do, and it's just weird to try and put them as canonical. Like a fucking health bar. Health bars are not canonical.
Yeah.
Like
I look at it
unless
a statement's made about a game mechanic, to make it like have real like lore implications, it's just game mechanic, you know.
Yeah, well,
exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's exceptions. I'm not sure if I'll be able to think of.
Well, yeah,
them
of course
off the top
there's
my head.
exceptions.
There's definitely parts where like a game mechanic will come in, and I'm like, I think you can use that game mechanic, and it fits well enough into like the story and the lore and shit that I think you can. Because there are certain
like
things. Where...
Mass Effect, the codex entries talking about like the guns and shit, right? You know, that's you know, going from the heat sink to the magazines and having like bullets.
Yeah. Well, then that wouldn't count it. Well, yes, but that's a game mechanic that's actually explained in the lore. I'm talking more about
that's
game
what I was
mechanics
saying.
that aren't explained in the lore that you could probably still take as somewhat canonical. I can't think of some off the top of my head, but I'll tell you this: a health bar ain't fucking it.
Something else I wanted to bring up. I remember, Rouga, you were talking about how Pokedex entries couldn't be taken literally.
I didn't say they couldn't be taken literally. I think you need to take
agree with that.
Assault because they've been conflicted so many times.
I agree with that to a certain extent, but there's other like my view is that if the Pokedex entry is backed up by stuff we see in game.
No, but I never said that you can't take them. That you're not listening to what I'm saying. I never said you can't that you can't take them as accurate. I said that you have to take them with a massive grain of salt because they have been conflicted with as well as not. Sometimes they're followed and sometimes they aren't. I'm saying that a codex entry doesn't mean it's factual because it's not, but it could.
Yeah. Like,
aren't the codex entries in Pokemon written by the different like people? Like they're just straight up entries.
Yeah, I've always seen them as being written by the professor who gave you the Pokedex at the beginning of the game. That's how I've always kind of read it, and it seems like that's the case. The way that they're written, they almost feel like they're being written by fanboys, who usually the professors are.
Also, with all the subtle nods that that some of the professors were previous champions. So it's likely they might have
you're
actually
talking about
caught
those
a lot
little
of
flavor
Pokemon.
text blips. The little flavor text blips. Fucking.
Yeah, like in the original 151 with Professor Oak, there's a lot of implications that he was a champion. So it's very plausible he might have actually encountered these Pokemon and wrote those entries.
I mean, he's the one who gave him the Pokedex. I think it makes sense that he would be the one to write it. Unless you want to say that there's like AI in the Pokedex that's writing it for you. I mean, someone wrote it, and it would likely be the guy who gave it to you.
Like some, obviously, like Macargo, definitely not because it's hotter than the sun, because, I mean, nukes are 4 to 7 times hotter than the sun. It's just that if it comes out of its Pokeball, it would create a massive explosion.
I've heard arguments against that where people will say it. They kind of have to justify it in their minds, but they'll say that it's not always that hot. The Pokedex doesn't say that it can change its heat. It just says it's 18,000 degrees. But I've heard people argue, it's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean it's always 18,000 degrees. Like, it can get up to 18,000 degrees. But I don't know. It is kind of odd. The main one I don't see that. The main one I talk about is Cosmoem. Because Cosmoem is 2,200 pounds. But there are scenes, multiple in the manga and the anime, where characters will just carry them in their pockets or hold them, which would not be possible if they were 2,200 pounds. So there's some fucking iffy shit with the codexes where it's like that's probably not accurate. And again, you can be like, well, it can control its weight, and it's like, well, what does that mean? What do you mean it can control it? If you're gonna say that for every fucking codex entry, like nothing's like. They can conflict as much as they want, and you're just going to make up an excuse for it, like no matter what, even if the series doesn't tell you that. And then there's like Machamp being able to like lift mountains or whatever the fuck they said about Machamp. I forgot what it was, but it was some crazy shit.
I think one of its entries said that it can punch 1,000 times in a second, and the other one said it can punch someone over the horizon.
I think one was like it could chuck a mountain. Maybe it wasn't Machamp, but there was
it said it can lift a mountain with.
But then there's others like
Well, okay, Tyranitar passively like just destroys the mountain ranges.
In all fairness,
Machamp is the one that lifts it up with its arms. It just lifts the mountains up and stuff like.
Then there's like Garchomp, which my favorite Pokemon, but all of its Pokedex entries are consistent. Well, at least as of Scarlet and Violet, Garchomp.
The fucking
Basically, in its Pokedex entries, up the entire time, it's stated that it can fly. Mind you, it's a ground dragon type. You're probably thinking, how the fuck can this thing fly? And it says like stuff it can fly faster than jet planes.
I mean, Flygon. Like Flygon's a ground dragon and it has wings. Like just because something doesn't have a flying type doesn't mean you can't fly. Psychic
no. Garchomp is a land shark that is exclusively on the ground from every single one of its appearances.
Well, that's true.
The Pokedex entries mention it can fly, which there's no implication to that. And then as of Scarlet and Violet, look, there's a wild Garchomp flying towards you fast as a jet plane.
Well, yes, because the thing is that these characters, like literally Flygon. Flygon is a ground dragon type, and he has wings. He can fly. Other characters that aren't flying type can fly. Like that's very very wrong.
Do you know what Garchomp looks like?
Okay, just because something looks like wait. Just because something looks like it can't fly doesn't mean it can't fly. Like, for example, I can SpongeBob in some scenes can fly, right? Because of Toon Force.
That's cartoon logic.
Yeah. But here's my point. He doesn't look like he's able to fly, but he physically can.
Garchomp cannot learn fly. Garchomp cannot learn fly.
Wait. Just because a character cannot learn the move called fly doesn't mean a character can fly.
That 100% means that the character can't fly. Name a Pokemon that can't learn fly but can fly.
Pidgey can't learn fly.
Pidgey can't learn fly.
And it literally flies. It is a bird and it can't learn fly. That is specifically a move in game thing.
Just to sum up
but I think that might be more to do with its size.
No, it is a actual bird with.
No, I get that, but fly is meant as a traveling so that it can take you places. But Pidgey's too small to learn it because Pidgey can't lift you up and fly with you. I don't think that's not a good comparison.
No,
the thing we were just talking about was a giant fucking Pokemon that's taller than you are. But Pidgey's like a foot tall.
Okay, well, just because Pidgey can't fly you doesn't mean that.
No, that is what it is. As a TM, it is specifically it's specifically something that you give to someone who can fly you. That's what it's for.
Yes, fly you specifically doesn't mean that the actual Pokemon can't fly. Like what?
No,
Garchomp can fly.
You're ignoring me. Pidgey is too small to use the fly ability. The other one that y'all were talking about, Garchomp, isn't. He's huge. He should be plenty big enough for you to be able to use fly, but you still can't.
Okay, well, I'm saying that doesn't matter at all.
Okay, well, then name me another Pokemon that you can
Flygon.
Fly.
Flygon flies, and it doesn't learn fly. There's a bunch that Pokemon has a consistent
Flygon?
I'm wrong where Pokemon that can fly cannot learn fly. It is simply
Flygon.
Flygon can learn fly.
I don't believe. Really?
Yeah, it can learn fly.
I mean, in all fairness, going by moves for things that Pokemon should and shouldn't do is a bit dubious to begin with. Like, Snorlax doesn't learn Slack Off.
I don't understand. Wait, why are we talking about whether or not this fucking Garon whatever can fly? Why is this important?
I don't get
that.
No,
I don't know.
Hang on. So I brought it up because I was trying to explain how some, obviously we were talking about the Pokedex entries.
So,
and
I will say this.
Some of them are
consistent. If you're looking at the stream
that motherfucker's flying.
If you're looking at the stream right now, motherfucker looks like he's flying.
Rouga, I linked a video in the chat thing. You can see it flying in Scarlet and Violet.
But I can't watch videos on stream without getting the stream shut down, so I won't be looking at it.
That man's going. He's going.
Yeah,
Look
but
at
you
him.
know, literally he like flies. He doesn't like. There's Pokemon that can fly that do not know the move fly.
I get that, but
Specifically
I'm the
for-
one who found that out for you. You were terrible at arguing that.
Yeah. What I'm
horrible.
saying is that like sometimes the Pokedex entry is absurdly consistent, sometimes it isn't. And Garchomp was the
It is.
example I was
we already-
using
we
for
already-
it's
we-
consistent.
I mean, we already did that with the Cosmoem shit and the fucking
I know.
yeah. There's
We
a bunch
agree.
of stuff. There's all kinds of stuff. So it's
We
very
agree.
inconsistent. So what's up?
I do like the idea that freaking handbag that Cosmoem's just held in the entire game is freaking just insanely durable.
Not just well, I mean, or the 10-year-old who held him in the palm of his hand. Literally anything.
Yeah.
You sit him on the table, he doesn't smash through the fucking concrete. He's supposed to be 1.2 tons or 1.1 tons.
Yeah, like 1.5 tons, something like that.
Well, he actually
It's freaking
varies
wild.
because like if you go in Pokemon Go, he's a completely different weight than he is in the Pokemon games. Like in the Pokemon games, he's 2,200 pounds. In Pokemon Go, he's like 1 point something kilograms, which is more than 2,200 pounds. That's like I don't know. I think 2,200 pounds in kilograms is like 900 and something kilograms. Anyway, point is, it differs, but the consistent thing is he's ridiculously heavy, but consistently in the manga and the anime, he's shown to not be that heavy. And there's a couple of different situations like that. Like he was saying with Magcargo, where Magcargo was like 1,800 degrees, but we've seen people literally walk up right next to them and not be burnt or have no issues whatsoever, standing like 2 feet away from them and not, fry, or the ground not burn around them, or them not start fucking forest fires when they're summoned in a grass or forested area. Like, it doesn't make any sense that they wouldn't burn everything around them at all times. So, yeah, there's just shit's an accent. Anyway, we placed Pokemon a while ago, so let's fucking continue on. We're finally almost 5 hours in. We're finally at the ones that weren't paid for. These were the freebies.
Halo.
So,
Freebies.
The first one we got is Halo. Who wants to talk about Halo?
Certain faction, certain person.
Didn't say, it was just Halo. Did you whatever faction you feel like would be the most interesting?
Man, where's Doug when you need him?
Probably the Covenant then.
Or
'cause
Liam.
The Covenant.
Yeah.
The Covenant are really
I'll add
cool
Liam.
and chill with enslaving other people.
Let's add Liam. God damn, I've been fucking busy.
Everyone, it's all dead after freaking.
They just wanted the Pokemon.
Yeah,
Well,
Pokemon,
Liam. That's crazy. Liam is oh, there he is. Liam is in England, so I don't know if he would be sleeping now or if he'd be waking up now. I'm not really sure. I'm sorry. He would be upset if I said he was in England. He's in Cornwall, which he believes is a different place.
Isn't that a game I play? I played that. Cornhole with some fucking.
Isn't that where a trash bin is running for like minister or something?
Cornwall is the name of the place. Cornwall.
Oh, that's true. How are you gonna elect a trash guy? A guy who dresses up as a trash can?
The funniest bit is I think he's the better candidate out of the two.
He probably is. Fuck.
I mean, that's probably why he's being elected, because they're always known to elect the best person.
The last guy they elected gotten a lot of like
where they are by electing the best people for the job. Oh,
the
man.
flood would be kind of interesting.
If you want to do the flood, yeah, I don't care. Talk about the flood.
And zombie plague's always interesting. I feel like it would be for.
You wanted to
like
add
this.
a zombie plague earlier. Did I not add one? Maybe I did.
You added I think the Necrons. Not Necrons. The
Necromorphs.
Necromorphs.
Yeah, they told me to add the Necromorphs, so the Necromorphs got added. Okay, talk about Halo.
Halo. Okay. If it's the flood, I mean, there's plenty of fucking pals in like the volcano areas with their little entries where like, oh, who would have guessed heat's the flood's weakness? But like it would be a problem. It'd probably be like one of the crossover shits, or like what's that one island that they had to set up like the spheres to keep the mist shit inside?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder. Okay, so Flood's main way of travel is through like ship or pretty much asteroid, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yeah, they.
So I got the
Flood
question.
can take over other technology, like they absorb people's memories and all that fun jazz.
I'm meaning getting somewhere. Like they land on the planet. I'm assuming it's through either a crash ship or something like that. Do you think Jet Dragon would end up getting something by that and get infected through those means?
I'm sorry, say that again. I wasn't listening.
Do you think Jet Dragon would have the thing coming down towards him and end up accidentally getting infected somehow?
Why would
I mean, it's spores, so like they get in the air, but like there's plenty of I don't know. Does Jetron have any like shit where it's like his internal blood temperature is so hot that like it'll just kill you?
I mean, he's
spores?
part dragon, part jet, but I don't think we don't have like what he is, biologically. We don't know. I do wonder how well they would be able to do with infecting a lot of pals, because pals are arguably not biological in a lot of cases. Like the like you already talked about the lava people, but there's literally pals that have like magma as blood and shit. But then you have situations
The
where
big stone guy,
like the big stone guy who's literally just a soul, a spirit that fucking moves around in a rock body. There's this giant suit of armor that's just a sentient suit of armor. There's one that's literally just sentient hair. There's no organs, or it's just sentient hair. There's a lot, and there's quite a few who are just and like pals don't. In order to create new pals, they don't mate with each other. They just have to be in the same vicinity of one another, and a third pal will just appear, and it just appears fully grown. We don't know if pals' biology even have nervous systems or something. Like Astralim, we know his entire body is just energy. It's just solidified energy. There's nothing to control for the flood. So how many of the pals they'll be able to control is very iffy. I don't think they necessarily need to though, because they can control all the humans.
No.
And then if they
and
control
they
all
get
the
all the
humans, they
knowledge
can then
of the
just take
humans.
over the pals using the pal spheres. So it's not really something that's that necessary. As long as they have the pal spheres, they can do all the same shit. So do I think the flood will take over Palworld? If they can infect the humans, which is seeming relatively likely, it's seeming that they don't have to really they don't really have to worry about the pals too much.
What stage are the flood at when they show up? Are they just showing up as like a random like flood spore or whatever?
It's up to y'all.
Yeah, that's a big question.
I just have to
if they
assume
show
like
up,
crashed ship.
If it's just a random crash ship, then it's like a few spores, then like they could be stopped if they just are caught early. They're not that dangerous early on. If they show up and they've already got like stuff out in the galaxy, the world is fucked basically. It's like it really just depends.
Would their conquering of Palworld be doomed because Astralum will eventually get out?
Yeah, and once that happens,
if it depends.
We just
what
talked
stage they're
about
at.
beings. There's pals that are full on, just like made out of energy. They won't be able
Yeah,
to
they can
them like
infect that if they get to a certain stage. Like they can't
That's
do that.
not
if they're
how
just...
the logic plague works.
No, they can
just
infect space.
pure energy.
No, they can't.
They don't infect hard light.
Can I explain something?
They don't take over a light bridge in fucking Halo.
They can infect space and time to alter things. It depends. Again, if they're coming in like the rest of the galaxy and it just happens to be that they showed up on this one planet, then yeah, probably. If it's just this, or even if it's just they have a few other planets, then no, they can't. Basically, if they've already completed conquering everything and they've just randomly found this one extra planet.
But how would infecting space-time help you infect? I don't see why that's relevant.
Energy.
The stars, the library. I mean, this is kind of a reach, but the librarian said when she was looking when the flood had basically completely consumed the galaxy, that the stars themselves were starting to be like off, like it was infecting the stars, the energy and everything. Like again, this is like hypothetical, way out there. This probably isn't even fair to use, but like
it's
conceivable possible they could do that.
You're spouting a nothing burger.
It's not a nothing burger. It's more so. It's not enough. It's
Extreme
something.
hypothetical.
It's not. I would say it's evidence, but not proof. I guess.
Yeah, it's like an extreme hypothetical. Like if you gave the flood literally everything they might.
But even if they are like affecting the stars, that doesn't mean they're infecting the stars. I don't think that those are necessarily
it's debatable,
the same thing.
but yeah, you're probably right.
The Dyson sphere would affect stars. You know, you blot out fucking the solar system of their stars.
Yeah, is it
just to absorb its energy?
I mean, and honestly, it doesn't even really make sense that they would infect the stars. I mean, do they lose their resistance to heat when they get to that point?
No. The flood's biological forms are always somewhat vulnerable to heat, no matter what. But they basically get a bunch of. Think of it kind of like Doom corruption, almost. Like if it gets to a high enough level, it's almost like that, where it's like they start to infect because they have access to neural physics, the nature of how the universe works, pretty much. So that's way down the line. Like if they show up and they're able to do that, they've like already conquered, completely consumed at least one entire galaxy. Like they have to, probably more. So if there's just a crashed ship showing up, then that's completely off the table. Even if they completely took over Palworld,
I don't know if I'm sold that even if all of this was true, that it would still mean that they can control Astrolum. I mean, Astrolum is sentient, solidified energy with matter manipulation and like god level abilities. So I don't think that there could even be any evidence that the flood can control something like that, because something like that doesn't actually exist in Halo. There is no such thing as living hard energy that's just like sentient and also psychic and also able to manipulate minds and also able to create pocket dimensions and also able to travel through space-time. Like there's nothing like that in Halo.
Trying to do some of that, but they never infect the flood. They are the flood, and there's no way to argue that would be worthwhile. So yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, but
I think they'll get farther than like a lot of the other shit if the flood, say it's like a proto mine and a spaceship crashes on the planet, it'd be a problem.
The main thing that the flood would have to do,
Grave Might enough wins. Below that, they lose probably.
The main thing the flood would have to do is they would have to get to the planet. They would have to infect the humans, which, to be fair, that actually might be more difficult than you'd think, because they do have energy shields and they do have technology that defend against certain
Chief was saved by an energy shield.
What's up?
Chief was saved by an energy shield.
Yeah,
with
the Pal Tamers do have energy shields. They are commonplace. You get them at a very, very early in the game.
Literally like third thing you make.
Yeah, it's very, very early in the game. You get an energy shield. So most of them have the energy shields. They also they do have masks that defend against chemical warfare and things like that. I'm not sure if that would work. I think it would, because Master Chief's works against flood stuff. His suit does, so I assume that any sort of gas thing would more or less affect them, and they do get like these full body armors covered in energy and stuff. So you could kind of defend against it that way. They also get superheated weapons and items like that should be able to fight against it. Plus they have the PALs, and I think there's a really good argument to be made that very few of the PALs will actually be able to be infected because of how many of them just aren't biological.
There's a way to know if they can be infected. Basically, do they have like extremely hot internal immune systems?
Some.
A lot of them do. Some literally have lava blood.
Weed out the ones that will be infectable.
It's not just that. Many of them don't have nervous systems. Many of them are sentient. Like I was explaining this.
If they don't have a nervous system and they're not sentient, and they don't have
they're sentient. But they're like magma. Yeah, let me finish. There's a PAL that's a sentient suit of armor. There's a PAL that's that's just sentient.
Yeah, that's not infectable.
There's many fire PALs who are literally just talked about as having like magma blood and shit. There's like, as I've already said, there's PALs that are just
the ones made out of water
that are just solidified energy. There's a scorpion one, I'm forgetting his name, but he's just an empty shell. They've said there's nothing in it. It's just a shell, and it just stores inside of it the souls of the things that it kills. And there's nothing else. There's no scientific explanation for how it lives or moves around. There's a lot of stuff like this. It's not all of the PALs, but there's a sizable number. And as I was saying before, a lot of the PALs work in a way that is inherently non-biological. Like, in order for PALs to mate and make another PAL, they don't mate. You just put 2 pals near each other for a long enough period of time, and a third pal will appear, and it will appear fully grown and with all of its intelligence and all of its things intact. It just appears out of nothingness. They don't have normal biological functions, and they really don't work in a way that would make any. They don't, like, for instance, they can breathe in space. They don't really need oxygen in any way. So it's arguable whether or not they even utilize or have a nervous system, because their bodies are just so foreign to how any normal body would work. And so many of them, we have actual confirmation that they don't have nervous systems, like a living suit of armor or a living fucking hair. So it's arguable how many of them will be controlled by the Flood. The humans will be able to be controlled by the Flood, but they do have ways to defend themselves from a Flood infection. And their weapons are very, very advanced.
Question?
No laser swords.
If the humans are infected by the Flood, that means the Flood gets their memories. Would it be possible for the Flood to then control the pals that way?
100%. I was saying that earlier. Again, I'm kind of repeating myself because I said all this before you jumped in. But if they're capable, if the Flood are capable of controlling all of the humans, or at least a large section of the humans, they can then just start making pal spheres just like the humans do, and then they can start catching pals, and they don't need to control the pals because they'll just catch them. So all they really need to do is control the humans. But the humans do have enough things that they can fight off against they can defend against being infected. And they'll have the pals to help them fight. If they want to, they can just have the pals fight on the front lines, and they don't have to worry about being infected at all. But they also have defenses against things like this. So it really just depends. And if they do, and even if they do succeed and they control all of the humans and they take over the pals and everything's done and it's good, they still have the problem of Astralum will eventually break out. So they still need to kill Astralum.
I have a question. How do pal spheres interact with hive minds?
The fears don't matter when you're infected by the Flood. Like, it's not like they absorb your fears or weaknesses. They just absorb the information that you had, and they just discard you, basically.
You didn't say fears. You said the pal spheres.
Oh, spheres. Sorry, my.
Yeah, I'm meaning, like, if you were to catch a infected like pal, then since it's a hive mind, right?
Well, no. It requires like the proto mind and bigger stuff. So like each Flood form has its own independent like mind and will to do shit. So you just strip it from the hive mind. It's not like they're all interconnected. Yeah, well, they are, but it's like telepathically they're interconnected by. You don't. It's like the Tyranids, where it's like each form has a brain. It is an individual, but like it serves a greater purpose, like a beehive.
I see. Fair enough. I still would wonder how that would interact with more standard hive minds, something like the Tyranids or something, but
we don't know as of right now. It would be interesting if they introduced a pal that was a hive mind, but as of right now,
like a fungus,
we don't have that. The closest thing we have to that are the Xenos, which are capable of passing information through each other. They can send messages and memories to each other. But there's no evidence. It's not as far as to call it a hive mind. I think it's a bit much. But you could still catch them, even though they can, send their memories and information between. They can pass information between each other. I guess Wi-Fi is not the right word, but they could just kind of telepathically send off information.
Biological Wi-Fi.
Biological
Wi-Fi. Open up your AirDrop. There's a funny meme.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw this funny shit. You want to see it? Oh, that is funny. Yeah, that's great. I'm trying to think. There is a bee. There's like a bee-based one. I'm trying to remember what the fucking lore for that one said. But maybe
from what I can tell, that's more like royalty sort of deal.
Yeah, but
than anything.
But yeah, so no, we don't know hive mind as of right now. My guess would be that you just disconnect whatever you stole from the hive. That would be my assumption. Probably forming a new one. Now, it could be possible that you can catch a Flood in a pal sphere and then use the Flood against the Flood, which would be interesting.
Oh, that'd be fucking.
And then it's like, well, we're just gonna affect each other.
Make your own proto hive mind.
Yeah.
Straight Rick and Morty, fucking. Hey, have fun consuming yourself.
Yeah. Also, you have the thing where pals are capable of evolving. and altering their form and shaping depending on their desires and just what they want, basically. So you can have pals that change their type, their species. They can become stronger just if they want to. It just kind of happens. So it's possible that you could eventually get pals that are specifically made to combat the flood. Which honestly, I would say the fire pals already are kind of specifically made to combat the flood, but they could do some other shit. I mean, you literally have, I already said it, but you literally have pals that can erase things from existence. Like if you get fucking what did I call it? Heartatear. What the fucking thing was the name? Hartalis. Sorry, Jesus, I went blank. If you fucking have Hartalis in there, which is one of the raid bosses, it could literally just erase whole areas of beings, and it could erase large sections of the flood, like in whole like town or city, large areas. Just they're all gone immediately. Something like that could happen. I mean, they've got ways of fighting back for sure. It's not an instant win for the flood, but the flood can win. But it's just I don't think it's a guarantee. And I think once Astralim gets out, it goes from being a guarantee to being no chance at all. They're dead.
Yeah, because as soon as that happens, it just pretty much eats the planet, right?
It absorbs all of the energy that exists within the planet, and it uses matter manipulation to alter the matter of the planet and turn it into another one of his species.
Yeah, so there's not even like a hope that the flood somehow lives and is able to infect through that. It's just gone.
Yeah.
So what stage of the flood are we talking here when they show up? Like just so we know what we're dealing with.
I'm not really 100% sure it matters that much.
It does. If the flood have stuff on other planets that they can connect to, then it really does. If they show up and it's just the forces that are on Palworld, then yeah, they're probably. It's like if they just show up as like they spawn in and they're disconnected from the rest of the hive mind.
You already said that you more or less agreed that even at their top form, it's not guaranteed that they would be able to control something like Astralim.
It depends if that means that they can like call stuff in, because if they're connected, but yeah, they probably
even if they do, it's not going to stop Astralim from fucking killing all the life on the planet, all the biological mass.
Oh yeah, well if they just have to stop Astralim, then I mean like if they show up with already having super advanced technology, again it depends on like if you
the
just
technology
spawn them
is not super advanced to Palworld. Like Palworld arguably has more advanced technology than a lot of Halo, including.
No, I'm talking about like
but the flood would have that technology as well. To be fair, once they get there.
At that stage of technology, like the way I was talking about with the earlier stuff is like assuming this is like during the Forerunner Flood War or something that have Forerunner tech and some precursor tech. But assuming that you're just talking about like what if some flood spores were just transported to Palworld, which seems to be what you're talking about, you're not taking in like other outside context stuff that doesn't exist in Palworld, then yeah, this is probably not going to end too well for the flood.
I mean, I don't mind having both conversations. I don't mind talking about them at low level and high level. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, you can do both. I genuinely don't think even at the highest level it would mean that they win though, because I just don't see. Based on what you've told me about the whole, suns were acting wonky, that's a big stretch from saying that to they infected the star. I think that's a leap, quite a bit.
What she specifically said is the stars were off somehow. She didn't say they infected or that they were acting.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's a big leap to come to the conclusion based on that they infected the stars rather than they were just affecting it through some wonky science bullshit. And I don't think that affecting the stars or the stars were off is enough to say that they could defeat Astralim, who is a planet destroying.
They should be able
to
if they
out of being that can create more of himself through absorbing.
They probably can if they can utilize neural physics or star roads to an extent.
There's no neural like.
It doesn't have. It's living energy. It doesn't. The Astralim doesn't have a physical. It doesn't have nervous systems.
It's not what I mean. What neural physics is it's literally like. Imagine, how in like a lot of like Eastern religions, like the universe is alive and we're all just like different aspects of the universe experiencing itself.
Sure.
It's basically that, and it like connects with the like a consciousness.
There's pals that can kill souls and erase.
Yeah, it's and they
can. Neural physics not gonna help you.
It's like it's a metaphysical thing. It literally is like the metaphysical. Like think the Force basically from Star Wars, but like if you could literally like corrupt the nature of the Force throughout the galaxy, it's and like
that
Yeah,
already
but you're gonna have to
happens
tell
in
me.
Star
You're gonna. I
Wars.
understand that it's metaphysical, but you're gonna have to tell me how this would help them. You can't just say that they would do this thing. Like, what would they do specifically that would help them overcome? And it's not like the PALs can't affect the metaphysical. They literally erase people from existence, which in of itself is metaphysical. But there's also PALs that can literally control prophecy and alter fate. So it's not like they can't also manipulate the metaphysical things. It's not like everything they do is just physical. Let me see if I can find that lore page with the manipulating fate thing. What the fuck was that thing called? I'm trying to remember what it was called. I think it started with an F. It was like Florical, I think. Pretty sure I spelled that wrong. Florical. There we go. Florical. All right, let me see what it says exactly. Okay. Here it is. It focuses its mind and reads the future through flames. Should it glimpse an inconvenient destiny, it relentlessly re-rolls the prophecy until it gets a favorable result. That is why the future of Florical is always exceptionally bright. So it has the ability to re-roll prophecies until it gets a future that it wants. And it can look into the future to see what would happen. This is not a super powerful PAL. This is not a legendary. This is not a raid boss. This is just a regular bullshit PAL. The existence erasing PAL is also just a regular bullshit PAL. It's not a super strong, over the top, crazy PAL. A lot of them have pretty broken, wacky abilities like that. So I mean, you would have to tell me exactly what the Flood would be doing metaphysically that would actually overcome the things that you're saying they were going to overcome, not just that they can do it.
Well, that's the kind of the problem is I haven't actually read those books. I've just seen like a billion lore videos on them.
Like someone says I want a Discord link. I'm getting you the Discord link right now. Keep going. My bad.
Yeah, but from what I do know is most of the super high end stuff is kind of precursor exclusive. So the Flood wouldn't even have access to it. And basically, there's a couple of things. One is potentially they could just again if they have to kill Astralum. To like, if you're just talking about can they consume most life on the planet, they 100% can do that. If they have to specifically kill to count as surviving
100%
these
can
energy
do that.
beings,
We just talked about beings that they wouldn't even be able to affect in our first place.
I'm saying if they could get if they could get most of the planet, if they could just infect like, hey, we're gonna like just infect 90% of the population of this planet. The stuff we can't get is whatever, but like we'll just take over everything that we can eat, and then we'll just fuck off to some other planet. And
do they ever do that? The Flood's whole thing thing is taking over, like infecting everything. You think they're just gonna leave halfway through?
If they don't really go after they don't really go after like engineers all that much and stuff. Like I mean they kill them, but they like if they can't kill something and they can't infect something,
the quickest
thing isn't an existential
ever.
threat to them.
They don't go after engineers. Well, they kill them, but they don't really go after them. I think they would beg to differ. The dead ones would certainly beg to differ.
No, I mean they can. What I mean is like if there's something that they can't infect because it's not something that is with a nervous system, and it's also something that they can't kill, but it's also something that that isn't really a threat to them. It's like a rock, basically.
Just give up.
They don't like there's not really there's no context for that in the Halo universe, but the specific reason they're doing what they do is because they want to make all life that was created by the precursors one, or that is sentient in the way that they want. And if there's something that literally just doesn't function that way, then they're not gonna care for the most part. Like if like Astralum is like something outside context for them that they have no like prior experience with, and the primary thing is they just want revenge for what the Forerunners or the precursors, so like all life will be one. And
the moment that they arrive to Palworld, they're gonna piss off quite a few things. They're gonna piss off the Xenos because that's theirs. They want to take it over, and you kind of jumped in line a little bit. They're gonna piss off Jetragon because his whole job is to defend the Palpagos Islands, and so I mean you're automatically gonna start create enemies just by doing that. Even if the Flood did fuck off on the planet, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're out of the woods because the Xenos are probably still not going to like them very much. They're basically going to automatically start a war with the Xenos. Like the moment they try and show up to invade. And the Xenos are in space. So I'm not sure
Yeah,
where you're gonna go to get away from.
And it really
the
does
Xeno
depend on
war.
like what stage they're at. Have they already conquered the galaxy? Because if so, they don't even really need to infect things. They can just show up and like blast the planet. But if they're if
But
you're
that
just
wouldn't
saying,
kill many things on the planet. That's the
yeah,
problem.
well they still, well if you're saying like if their win condition is killing these like unkillable energy beings.
Well, no, the
and...
win condition is surviving. That's the
Oh, then that-
problem.
yeah, then they can survive.
The
That's what I'm
issue,
saying, like, they
but
can
the issue is that some people survive by just living, and some people don't survive because they want to fucking come and start problems, and then that causes extra problems for them. If your goal of surviving is to blow up the fucking planet, you're not surviving. You just started a massive war with several different groups that are really going to be pissed off about that. That's not a way to survive. Unless you're capable of actually putting them all down, which I'm not sold on the fact that they could do that.
Assuming this is the Forerunner Flood Flood, they would have access to, by that point, most of the technology and infrastructure of the Forerunner Ecumene, along with precursor star roads. So, I mean, I don't know much about like the lore.
That's still just one galaxy versus an actual like multiple different places and people that are aware of like multiversal shit and can interact with each other.
Well, Palworld doesn't have that many people on the island, so it's not like it's huge numbers that you're really gonna have to deal with. I mean, it's huge numbers for a set of islands, but it's still just a set of islands.
Yeah,
so outnumbering
like
them isn't really going to be the issue. If Astrolum gets out, that's going to be an issue, because he literally consumes planets and turns the leftovers into new parts of his own species. So he'll just start consuming everything until everything's gone, and one Astrolum will become, thousands of Astrolums that will become millions, billions, trillions of Astrolums, and you've just started a very fucking serious problem by releasing Astrolum. That's like the whole thing. He is not just a world-ending threat, but he is a galaxy-wide, possibly universe-wide threat that needed to be dealt with if you release Astrolum. But I don't know. It's whether or not you will release Astrolum. That's, I guess, dependent on what the Flood will do. But Astrolum will naturally get. Well, that's another problem. Yeah, that's a problem, because Astrolum is going to escape no matter what already, unless he's dealt with. And if the Floods show up, start shit, then just fucking leave, then they weaken the planet enough that they can't stop Astrolum. Then Astrolum will eventually break out, and then this will become the Flood's problem anyway.
Yeah. Well, if he only goes to one planet, he multiplies. Never mind. So it's going to be like an exponential
Each planet,
thing.
yeah, he's gonna go to a planet, make another Astrolum, and then they're gonna split off. Then make 4 Astrolums, then 8 Astrolums, and that's gonna keep going. That's how they work.
And he's completely immune to any and all like physical force attacks, right?
No, I didn't say he's completely immune to any and all physical force attacks.
Then he's getting
fucked
fucked by like
very,
ship.
very, very strong force attacks. He is literally all of the matter of a planet put into a fucking being. You literally have weapons in the games that can kill beings that can survive the destruction of planets, and he's the hardest boss in the game. It literally took an entire army of pals to fight against him. He took on the 6 legendary pals in the series, many of which we have confirmation can survive planets exploding, and they couldn't take him out. They specifically had to lock him in because they weren't strong enough to stop him. So you'd essentially need a dude who could blow up several buildings. Blow up several planets multiple times.
Forerunner ships
over and
can
over
destroy,
for a long period of time.
are capable of destroying, or at least very easily cracking open planets.
Not cracking. That's not a common thing that happens in Halo. There is some Forerunner shit that can, is capable of fucking up planets like that. That's not a common piece of tech, even during the Forerunner Precursor War, and even before that, or even after that with the Forerunner Flood War. Like, there is shit that they can do, but they don't just go casually blowing up fucking planets. That's not a common thing.
They don't do that because of the because of the mantle, but they also don't actively
the Flood don't have the mantle. And the
Forerunners didn't have the. Can I explain? The Forerunners didn't have the mantle. Did have the mantle, or at least they thought they did. and they didn't because they didn't want to infringe on that. They have the technology to blow up planets, and the Flood, once they infect the Forerunners, also once they have Star Roads, because Star Wars can do that too, they also have the technology to destroy planets. They probably will need more than one ship. They probably need a few dozen ships to take on Astral or whatever.
What I'm telling you is that there's a lot of characters that have the ability to destroy planets, including Jetragon, and him with 5 other legendaries and an entire army of Pal Tamers behind them couldn't kill Astral. So destroying planets doesn't matter.
Thousands of Forerunner ships that are capable of that. Like it doesn't like as long as
you can have thousands of Forerunner ships. It doesn't matter if you can't fucking hit him. He's not that big. He's not like planet-sized being. He's a relatively small being. He can open holes in space-time and travel long distances. He made his own pocket universe. Like there's more to it than that. I mean, it's not just.
I mean, their ships have insane reaction times, as well, and are capable of. They are capable of jumping around. They're not like weirdly powerful Star Destroyers or something.
They don't have instantaneous travel.
They don't, but they have again. They're like culture light ships.
Slipstream was instantaneous traveler, damn near.
No,
Foreigner ships are capable of going. I think like the average is like 15 to 100 million times the speed of light. Like they can go faster, but the reason they can't is because so many Foreigner ships are going through hyperspace at the same time. The hyperspace almost kind of gets jammed.
Yeah, we don't know how fast Astralim is. We just know that he travels across the universe, like absorbing planets and shit.
Yeah,
but we don't
their
know
combat speed is. Their combat speed is because of the AI is extremely very impressive. Like at least their reaction speed.
Like what?
So they probably would be capable of hitting him, but because the AI can perceive time like so insanely fast.
Yeah, but like how fast?
I could look that up specifically right now.
Because I mean, because if he's moving it massively faster than light, then it doesn't matter like how fast, you know? Because you can be super fast and not be able to perceive that at all. But
hold on.
Even with if we take the Flood at the peak, right, which is the Flood Forerunner War, in which the Flood almost won before the Halo rings were detonated. They're still not at the same level of like just power for
it doesn't seem like it. Like you're saying like okay, they can have ships and stuff that can do all this kind of stuff, and I mean that's cool, but these guys do it without ships. Jetragon can split the planet in half without a ship. It's just him.
When they move at the speed of light, I have to ask, are they like doing something like Star Wars hyperspace where they're like opening?
No, there's literally an attack that Xenolord has where it's just an attack where he flies around in a circle and then strikes down, and
it's straight Dragon Ball. It's straight Dragon Ball.
And it says that he's moving at light speed when he's doing it.
They might. I mean, they probably could hit them, especially with AOE, which won't be that bad because it's all dispersed out. I still think it could win, but that makes it a much bigger problem because the Forerunner ships, their combat speed is still, at least their reaction is still, I think, mostly sublight. Like it's relativistic, but they're not. So it's probably not incomparable, but he's definitely gonna have a good speed advantage. Yeah, I think they could, but they're probably going to outnumber them like thousands to one.
There's also an army of Xenolords too. Like we're talking about specifically fucking Astralim, but you really have the Xenos to deal with, and the Xenos specifically are like the second strongest Xeno which there are a bunch of, is classified as a planet-devouring dragon, and that doesn't include Xenolord, who is considerably stronger, and there are multiple Xenolords, and the Xenolords just fly across space the same way that they do, and he is supposedly comparable to Jetragon, who can blast the fucking planet in half. So, I mean, you got a whole army of those dudes to have to deal with. And again, that he has an ability that, I forgot what it was called, but it's like a meteor thing where he flies in a circle and then strikes down, and the description of the ability literally says that he flies at light speed, and he does the whole thing at light speed. So, it's but we know they can go faster than that because he can travel, between planets and shit. So it's got to be at least massively faster than light for that to be, to be viable. But the fact that he can just move and stuff like that at light speed, he should be faster. He should hit harder, and they have a whole army of them. I mean, it's pretty.
Let me help you out here. Late night boomer, whatever.
Bloomer.
That sounded like a condescending insult. I know it wasn't because it was his name, but it sounded. Your name sounded like an insult, bro.
during the Forerunner flood war, right? Something that might be able to do some cool shit is the whole digitalization of people.
Yeah, the composer.
Being able to fucking turn somebody into like data.
Yeah,
that
the flood
might
wouldn't.
that might
use
have
that,
an effect,
probably.
but I've never seen the flood use that. Because
Yeah, that's
also
what I mean,
the
the-
flood's goal is to consume and eat and grow, so it's like
the
they
flood
wouldn't
will
do...
only use that if they're completely backed into a corner, which it
I don't
seems
think
like
they would
might
even.
be.
They were backed in the corner with the fucking Forerunners being like, all right,
No,
well,
they
we're
weren't.
gonna
They
kill
were
all
winning
your
most
food.
So
of the
wait, what
time.
can they do with data?
It can basically they can shoot a beam at you and they can completely convert you. It's like almost like Necron biotransference.
Mhm.
It's like that, but it's literally just like they shoot a beam at the planet you're on and it scans you. You just disintegrate and you just become, you just become data that they can do whatever they want with.
So that's
you
that's
become ones and
interesting because
zeros.
the Xenos. I don't know if this would. I don't know if I'm not saying this is a counter, but I'm curious of how this would interact. The Xenos
it's a
have the
cool
ability
conversation.
the Xenos have the ability to convert information into power and energy. Like specifically the metaphysical thing that is information.
That could play a kind of like think of like Argent Energy and how it's kind of powered by like the souls of the damned. Like they take it, it gets processed by someone else, and then it gets taken back, but it's ultimately But like think of that without it also going back to hell, where basically what happens is that if they do compose them, those people are dead. Like those people are functionally dead. It's impossible to like really properly uncompose someone because there's something with how that works that the Foreigners don't understand, that like it's not possible to bring someone back from being composed even if they're still technically there as data. But then
We're starting to get away
the
from the
Xenos
flood
might be able to
at
use
this
that
point.
data like of their own dead people to like power themselves. But that's sort of but I don't know if would they even do that. That seems pretty messed up. It's like Soylent Green is people basically.
The Xenos would definitely do that. They're
Xenos
fucking
they're planet conquering and devouring aliens. I wouldn't put it past them. I think the idea of hitting a Xeno with this laser and turning it into data and then it going into your fucking computer and taking all of the data in there and absorbing it and then basically becoming a fucking god AI within a flood computer is an interesting concept.
That's not how it works. If you get
that's kind of how it works.
No,
look at the Warden Internal. Look at all the other AIs.
Yeah, no, but it doesn't. If you get composed like that, you don't then have like free access within the. You functionally, you're not conscious. You are kind of, but you don't really functionally exist anymore. It's like you're just data that's been stored, and even if you are, you're very likely going to be put in, especially if the flood is doing this, you're probably going to get put inside the domain.
Well, a normal person would only be data, but but you're talking about a being that already has the ability to convert data into energy. I mean, have they ever shot anyone into that? He can literally take information and turn it into power for himself. It wouldn't matter if he's conscious or not, if that's what he is, and then you put him into this place with a bunch of data, even if he's not consciously aware of it, he will naturally start absorbing all of that data and becoming powerful, and it's possible if he becomes powerful enough, he could acquire some form of he would become an AI, because that's what he is. He would just be raw data and power.
Potentially, there is one other thing that might be a problem for that, which is that if the flood is doing this, the data is very likely. I think the Foreigners already did this, but if the flood is doing this, they're definitely gonna do this. Is very likely going into the domain, which, if that happens, the domain again it's like a metaphysical space. It's like almost like a
but you keep saying metaphysical like that means something. Metaphysical just means not physical. It doesn't mean anything. The whole ability of turning data into energy is a metaphysical power. So I don't know what you keep going into this metaphysical thing like it means something. It just means not physical.
I'm going into it because it's the way because it might. I don't know. I'm just saying, like it's breaking out of the domain is not just as simple as like taking over a computer. It's like,
but it wouldn't be breaking out of
the
domain. They would consume the domain.
Yeah, they literally.
I know, but like
they literally
consuming the domain is not as simple as like doing that. I mean, if they did manage to do that, then they would just be God basically, because it's think of it. It's like the
a lot of the pals are very
the best way to describe it is
godlike.
think of it as like the central node of intelligence of sapient life in the galaxy or the universe or whatever.
Yes,
you
I
want to call it.
understand that. But that's all you're telling me is it's a very, very big source of information.
I mean, it's
it's a
debatable.
being that can
It
absorb
depends.
information and turn it into energy and power.
Well, everything is kind of when you
I
when you
wouldn't
get
put
down
him in
to
there.
it, everything in
Like,
the
I don't know
universe
why
is
I wouldn't
information.
risk putting that motherfucker in there. Like, just in general.
Probably not.
What do you mean why not? I just explained why not.
I
'Cause
said
it has
probably
the power
not,
to
but, like,
convert your energy, your information into its own power. That's why.
No, I said about agreeing about but it's I said about agreeing not to put them in there, but that's what I meant when I said probably not. But
Oh, sorry.
What I mean,
I thought you said why not. My bad. No, I misheard you.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
Yeah, no,
what I mean is, like, it depends on exactly how, the Xenos go about with things. But what I think would probably happen is that if you did do that, you could potentially just put the info on, like, their equivalent of a flash drive and then just kind of leave them there. There's nothing technically stopping them from doing that. If the Flood were to use this, the Flood aren't going to. If they do use this, which they might not anyway, but if they do, they're not just going to randomly do it if they know that the Xenos can do this. So they're probably going to actively take steps to keep them, like, firewall away from anything that could actually give them meaningful information.
The firewall's not going to work.
Literally just keep them on an isolated flash drive, basically the equivalent of that.
That's not. It wouldn't work like that. They would just.
It's like
the
just
flash
put them,
drive
just put them,
information.
Like, put them like a flash drive that doesn't have any info aside from the info that's already in there. Put
Well,
them
first
in
off,
there
they would have to
and
know
just
that
take
they
it off
can even
and, like,
do this. They would have to know this.
No, that's what I mean. Like, if they would not use this just out of nowhere. They would have to know a lot about them because they would have had to fight them for a long time and been losing. If they even resort to this, for them to resort to this, and
well,
if
you
they
gotta
do,
think
the
the Xeno guys here. They're fucking. I'm pretty sure galaxy spanning fucking.
We're not
race
sure.
of
We're not sure how big they are. We know they want Palworld, but we don't know. We don't know how big their army is.
Yeah, we don't know how
they
big
want
they
Power
are,
World.
but
Is
they
it,
keep
like,
coming.
critical for them, or is it like just a planet that happens to be like?
We don't know why. The assumption would be that it has palladium energy, but we know they have palladium energy already. Like, let me see. What's it say? So, like, right here, this is what it says under the Xeno Lord. It says destination, reach, priority, locate entity, supersonic dragon. That's referring to Jet Ragon. Note, conquest deadline exceeded by years. Update, no conquest traces found. Naturalization confirmed. Commence elimination protocol. Staff memo, refrain from forgetting or consuming critical data. That's what the Xenolord says. We throughout the game, as you're playing, meteors will fall from the sky, and those meteors will have different Xenos on it that immediately start attacking everyone around it. When you read the descriptions of those Xenos that you fight, the descriptions are that they are collecting data and sending the data off to somebody else, and they're preparing for something. Everything within the game tells us that there is an invasion, and they are preparing to assault the planet, but are not doing so because Jet Ragon is there. Jet Ragon seems to be the thing stopping them from a full-on invasion. They don't want to fight Jet Ragon. And Jet Ragon is the creature that is supposed to fight Astrolem when Astrolem escapes from his prison, and it said that fight will destroy the entire planet. So, like, basically, and Jet Ragon is in the lore. Jet Ragon is the defender of the Palpagos Islands. So yeah, that's basically the whole deal. Is that they want to invade the planet, but they can't because of Jet Ragon, and Jet Ragon staying there, waiting for Astrolem while also going to fight off the Xenos, and the Xenos don't really want to deal with them.
Wait, this is a perfect example of what would happen with the hive mind bullshit with the fucking because
we don't know if the Xenos are a hive mind. They could be, but we don't have confirmation. We just know they can trade information.
The Flood aren't a hive mind in the same sense of like fucking Unity from goddamn Rick and Morty. They're a hive mind in which they can link up each other telepathically, but they need the creation of like a proto mind or a hive mind. Or
the way they work,
Zia, no one even knew you were in here. Like, you can't just jump in and be like, well, I'll wait. Like, what do you think we're gonna give you an opportunity? You think we're just gonna stop talking for like a 4-minute period so that you can jump in the conversation? Like, you can
say what you gotta say,
I didn't even know
man.
you were here. You
We'll
didn't
stop.
say anything. We're not gonna stop. We're not gonna stop if we don't know you. We're not mind readers. Jump in, be like, hey guys, I have something to say. Okay, we'll stop for a second and let you talk. I don't. There is a point where you're trying to be so polite that it starts to be just a little dumb. Like, come on, man. Like, what did you expect to happen?
People pleaser. No. Yeah, what I was gonna say is, okay, now I forgot what I was gonna say. Never mind. Go ahead. Keep going.
Xenolord only has Gathering 2 for work usability.
He's not a work type. Well, to be fair, that's probably at 1 star. At 6 stars, it probably goes up. But I mean, who the fuck gets Xenolord and puts him as a worker? You use Xenolord as a combat. Yeah, there are certain.
Bitch.
There are
Welcome to the fields.
Well, actually, let me see. That is really funny. Like, I'm gonna capture this god level being, and I'm just gonna put him as like a fucking watering my plants or some shit.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker.
Let's do Jet Ragon, because what's Jet Ragon's working? Because there's like certain things I would just never put as a worker. Yeah, Jet Ragon has a gathering of 8, so Jet Ragon has a higher gathering. So, but like that would be.
How do you say it? Zila, hop back in. Say what you got. Come on, I'm curious
I talked
now.
about 6 times. I never heard you. Did anyone hear him? I didn't hear him.
I didn't.
I've literally just been sitting here listening. But
yeah, I didn't hear
what
nothing,
I was
dude.
gonna say is that if the Xenos are sort of if Palworld is important in any sort of way, that would imply and it's assuming that it's not like magically 1 in a billion the platinum energy or whatever planet and that like their whole empire is doing this. That would imply that they don't have very significant numbers. If Palworld is like specifically the planet of Palworld,
No, it doesn't mean it doesn't mean they don't have high numbers. I mean the meteors have been falling forever and they're going to continue to fall forever. It doesn't mean they have high numbers. It just means that they probably have it could mean that they're all over the galaxy. It could mean that Jet Ragon is just that fucking strong, because we actually don't know the full. We know that if he fights against Astralim, the planet will be destroyed. Does that mean that's the limit of his power? Not necessarily. We don't know how strong Jet Ragon is. It's very possible that he's just that strong and they don't want to invade until that dude's dead. Maybe Jet Ragon is a fucking solar system or galaxy buster. We don't know.
Let's go. See? Come on, Sasha.
We heard you that time.
Yeah.
Let's go. What do you got?
I think I was just too quiet.
Probably. I didn't hear anything last time. Not a single thing from you.
Yeah, I have no idea how the mic sounds right now, so let me know if it's bad.
Yeah, it sounds good.
It's okay. It's fine.
Okay, so the big thing I just wanted to ask is, if Astralim turns planets into one of him, would the flood matter just have no effect on that whatsoever?
Well, he consumes the planet and converts it into like just energy.
He consumes, basically. He consumes energy from the planet to feed himself, and he takes the leftovers and he manipulates the matter of it to form a new being. Basically, I'll have to look up the note and see exactly how it's worded, but yeah, but that's essentially how it is. And the being is made out of like a solidified energy from the planet.
Yeah, I would think bringing the flood into himself, even for a small moment, would have some kind of effect, but I don't know it that well, so.
It's matter manipulation. He could just fucking erase it. Like.
Yeah, it's like if he's converting it into energy. I mean, I guess if it could keep its sentience and keep its like while it's formed into energy, possibly you could say there might be some effect there.
It was sentient when it was dust, so.
True, but dust doesn't have its own form of sentience. Astralim did.
You're talking about the flood, right?
Like you having sentience, being a piece of this other thing, doesn't mean that your sentience would override this new being. Like, what did it do while it was sentient dust?
The way that the flood's sapience or intelligence works is that basically it already exists as like there's like a pool. Think of it having like this cosmic pool of knowledge. Like theoretically, it could get to be as knowledgeable and powerful as the precursors, but the more they basically access more of it, the more they infect. It's like the latent intelligence is there, but they need more and more biomass to access it. They not only get the intelligence from the people they consume and knowledge, but they also have within them encoded as like a part of their essence the knowledge and power of the precursors. They never got remotely close to that, but they have it.
I just thought of this. I would also argue that being dust doesn't mean that your matter was manipulated and turned into another substance. Dust is just a chemical reaction that happens to, like, you're not a new thing now.
it was the way the precursors did it. It was that they also have like pretty much total mastery of matter manipulation. At least they did before they died, and they turned themselves and they basically like, deliberately reduced themselves into dust that would then artificially like return back to their original form at a later
That's
date.
not matter manipulation.
That is that they completely rechanged their entire. So they didn't like dust as in like, oh, now we're just gonna like allow ourselves to decay into dust. They like altered the entire structure of like matter of which the organic matter of which they were made of, and then they
That's
but the dust became
biology. That's
corrupted.
not. Hey, I'm turning this rock.
Yeah, I would
I'm
have to
turning
see
this
exactly how
graphite.
that's worded, because a person unless it's specifically worded that they alter in the way that you're trying to say they are, like if they just turn themselves to dust and turn themselves back, that's not matter manipulation.
It's not turning gold to
It's cool.
diamonds.
It's impressive, but it's not matter manipulation because a person can become dust.
Yeah, but the
They're
idea
not,
of
they're
the
not a
dust
different
then being able to
substance.
be
You didn't
programmed
turn
to be
you didn't turn a flower into fucking plasma, right? Like it's not a totally.
I mean
different substance.
that's technically not matter manipulation. I mean it is. I guess
That
everything's
is matter
That's
manipulation.
technically just
A
heating
flower
something up.
cannot be plasma. They're two very different.
You can
things.
heat a flower up until the base components
It would
become
not
plasma.
become plasma.
It would
Yeah,
disintegrate before it.
Yeah, you can. You can heat the matter up. It disintegrates, and eventually the disintegrated matter becomes plasma.
You would never hit the plasma point.
You would
It doesn't
not
look like a
turn
flower
into
anymore. Like,
plasma.
anything that is made of like atoms and molecules and stuff can become plasma if you heat it up enough.
That's not true.
No.
That's
Because
not
they'll
true.
get
You can
destroyed and they'll separate and they'll
That's
part.
not true. Not anything can become plasma.
Why not?
I mean,
what do you mean?
the
Why not?
big
That's not how
important
science works. What are you talking about?
That is how like plasma is the fourth state of matter. It's like it goes to like solid, liquid, gas, and then you heat the gas up more, it becomes plasma.
That's true. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can turn anything into plasma. Not everything turns into those. I don't know.
You can turn any piece of matter's like base, like the atoms of anything. Like if it's made of atoms, the atoms can like be heated up enough to become plasma. That doesn't mean you can turn like a wood bookshelf into a plasma wood bookshelf. It just means that you can, if you like shove that into a star, it would get heated up to become plasma.
Okay, fair enough. Look,
That's what
fair,
we're
fair
saying.
enough. Fair enough. But you're arguing with my example, not with my point.
Yeah.
The point still stands that if you turn someone into dust, that would not be matter manipulation. Like in order for something to be matter manipulation, you would have to turn something into something else that it cannot be. Metal into wood, whatever. I don't care.
What they did do that you could maybe argue is matter manipulation, I'd argue is that the dust specifically, it's programmable matter. It was programmed both, I know I keep saying this, but metaphysically, spiritually, and also physically.
I don't know what that means. And I'm not really sold that you know what that means. Metaphysical just means that it's not physical.
It means like it was
You're
designed
not describing
to
what's
recreate
happening.
all of
You're
their
telling me what it
memories
isn't
and
by saying metaphysical.
I'm telling you what metaphysical means. It's not physical, as in like it's not a purely physical process. And what it is it's their memories and their consciousness that connects to the universe that was then going to reconnect back into the dust as it returned to its original
that's not
state.
matter
That was the
manipulation.
original purpose of it. It didn't work because that's why it became the flood.
That's not
But
matter manipulation.
originally, but they were confident it would work, or at least it seemed like they were.
But it's not matter
And-
manipulation. It's not relevant to what Astralim does.
It's matter manipulation the same way that the proto-molecule is, basically. If you don't
No,
think
it
that's
isn't.
matter manipulation, then it's not. Then this isn't matter manipulation, I guess. But
Why would the proto-molecule be matter manipulation?
Because
Well,
it
what
manipulates
specifically are you
because it
saying
manipulates
they
basic
do that
properties
is
of, like molecules and matter?
No,
I mean,
no,
it's
but
not as.
But what
it's not like
exactly are
Dr.
you
Hack or
saying?
anything, but
What exactly? Well, no, it wouldn't be because. Well, it would depend on what exactly you're talking about the proto-molecules doing that is matter manipulation.
What the proto-molecule does, I mean, I know what happens in the books, but what the proto-molecule does is it basically is designed to completely reorient, reconstruct organic matter, and it's not just biology. It's just like it's all matter, but it's like really good with it with organic matter.
Only organic.
And, yeah, it's capable of restructuring matter as a whole, but like it's specifically
Yeah,
good
but
at doing organic
restructuring matter
Organic.
isn't matter manipulation. I mean, we're talking about
What
something
is matter manipulation under this?
We're talking about something closer to like alchemy.
As in
like-
turning like lead into gold, basically, is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of like
I
specifically
changed
messing
this
around with like the
item.
Wood into metal. I
Not-
don't know. Fucking flesh into something else. Like you're literally altering the. You're literally It's essentially magic where you're transforming some substance into a totally different substance.
I mean, I know we're gonna have to talk about, but that's kind of what the protomolecule does. It does it slower than that. It doesn't do it as fast as like instantly alakazam, you know. But it's capable of turning any. Well, again, it's specifically good with organic matter. But so I use that as an example. But it's theoretically capable of doing it to other stuff.
But that's not what you're explaining.
Is that it can turn organic matter into more
but
of
you're
itself.
not explaining.
It's
But your explanation is not telling me that that's what the flood did.
The flood is
saying that they turn someone into dust and then back into flesh, and then adding the word metaphysical to it does not suddenly transform
the way that they described it work, again, they were very vague about it, and it's kind of, you know, but the way that they were describing it to work is basically like they turned themselves. What they did was they're like, okay, we're gonna like basically go down for a nap, so they turned their physical bodies into a form of pre-programmed matter that would then molecular dust that would then recombine into their bodies later. And the metaphysical aspect of it was that their individual consciousness and identities would go out into to neural physics, the universe basically, and then recombine into their bodies after, like, as they were reforming. That didn't work. The dust became
that's not what he's doing. So let me clarify. I can't read this dude's name. Kugivgi? I don't know. C is saying that any form of manipulation of matter, the structure of like atomic molecules and shit, that should all be considered matter manipulation. And I agree, that's true. Yep. But that's not what we're talking about. He's trying to compare a chemical reaction or a chemical change turning something into dust and then back into thing as comparable to taking one substance and in basically a form of magic transforming it in a totally different substance. Those are two different things. And he's trying to say that one thing is the same as the other thing, and I'm trying to say, no, they're not. I'm not necessarily saying that what he's saying isn't matter manipulation. I'm saying that it's not matter manipulation in the same way that this is. Because this is literally transforming something into a magical, energized substance that it should not be able to be turned into. Under any... and there's no atomic structure change you can do to every single substance on Earth to transform it into this other energy source. But he does it anyway. And he's trying to say that turning someone from flesh into dust and back to flesh is equivalent to that. And I'm saying that's not equivalent. That's the conversation. Hopefully it's been clarified.
Yeah, it's not... I wouldn't even argue it's necessarily less impressive, but it's not the same thing. I would say, yeah.
Sasha, you had something?
Yeah. So my big point is something completely different from what he's saying, in that the dust, well, it was dust and shouldn't be capable of thought, it specifically stated in the books that the dust became the flood instead of precursors because the dust was angry about the Forerunners trying to genocide them, and it stewed in the hate. So it was still aware as the dust, not before as the dust.
I mean, I can pump you full of adrenaline. I can pump you full. You can turn anybody into a fucking mindless rage beast with the right chemical component in the brain. Like,
yeah, but he's saying he's saying there was no brain, so that it doesn't matter. It was sentient dust. That's what he's saying. But I didn't disagree with that. I mean, I don't have an issue with that. I just don't think it's the same thing as what's happening here.
It's not the same as Dr. Manhattan, basically, type stuff that he's talking about.
Yeah, like it's not like they took the planet and then they altered it into, they didn't just turn it. It's not like because what the dust is you take flesh and you use a chemical process to make that flesh dust, and then that dust goes back into flesh. It's still the same thing. You're just altering its properties. It's like if you set wood on fire, it's not wood anymore, but it's a chemical reaction that's altering the wood. That's not what's happening with Astrolum. With Astrolum, it's literally basically magic. It's not called magic, but it's essentially magic altering something into a different form entirely. And that's not something that the flood can do or have been shown being able to make sentient. It's still
I'd argue it can.
They are still the dust. They would not still be them after Astrolum does what he does. It would be a totally different thing.
Well,
you also have the fact that pals are capable of manipulating souls. So I mean, even if they're somehow their souls or essence were still in the energy, it's really not that hard to argue that they could just remove it. Because they could fuck with
I mean,
souls.
you'd have to argue at what point does the flood lose its consciousness in an altered form? Because it stayed conscious as
see
the
that
dust
in the base
turned
Halo.
into the flood.
But they're not an altered form. They're not an altered form in the same way. Dust and flesh
The
are still the
dust
same.
isn't like ash or anything else. It's
Dust
described
and
as
flesh are the same thing. They're the same substance. You're made of dust, just in a different form. Astrolum is not made out of the same shit that a planet is. He literally alters it to the point that it's not the same thing.
How
he goes
how do we know
abracadabra
that
and
matter?
transforms it into a different substance.
I mean, like any matter can be dust, as long as it's like gas, or as long as it's
But
not. But
Astrolum's not dust.
Yeah, but if you like broke him down, like the way
Astrolum's
you're describing it is like
pure
if you were to hypothetically like smash him into a million pieces and like grind him up, the pieces would be dust.
No, they wouldn't because he's energy. It wouldn't be dust.
So he converts the planet into energy. He doesn't actually like not just sucks the energy out. He then converts the remaining matter.
He absorbs
the planet
the energy to
being.
feed himself, and he turns the remains and alters the remains into another astrolum that is also made out of energy.
So the remains never get changed. The remains get turned into astrolum.
I don't know what you mean by the remains.
The actual
yes, he
planet
uses matter
itself,
manipulation
the
on the
stone.
planet itself to transform it into a new being
So
within
he
his
converts
species.
matter to energy, basically. So I assume when you say, correct me if I'm wrong, but I assume what you're saying when you say he consumes the energy of the planet is more like a Galactus thing, where he consumes like the life energy of whatever, and then
I'll have to find the note and
matter.
see exactly how it's worded, but yeah, essentially it's a Galactus situation. But then whatever's left over, he transforms into a new.
The actual physical remains. The
like
actual
whatever's
physical
left in the
remains of
dead
the
planet ends up getting
one-
transformed into a new astrolum, but that new astrolum, when it's done, is made out of a solidified energy.
As for dealing with there is I gotta go in a couple minutes, but there is one final thing that I say that this is like really reaching, but it might be a possibility, especially if the flood are like really good now, which is that the Forerunners and of course the Precursors by extension were capable of accessing alternate dimensions. So if there's a chance they might be able to get him to like trap him in another dimension or in a pocket universe or something.
I mean, they can try. That's what this plot of the game is literally about. They couldn't deal with him, so they locked him in this like pocket dimension or whatever, and but he's absorbing from this other dimension. He is absorbing all of the energy that's like basically keeping the cage that he's in, and it's making him stronger. And eventually, he will gain enough strength that he will break out. Like that's the whole thing. It's a temporary issue. So it's possible they can do that to him. Well, if he got enough energy to break out of this one, he'll probably have too much energy for them to put him in another one.
If they put him in the domain, then that would definitely be how it works. If they just put him in a random because from what you're describing, it sounds like they put him in just a random pocket, in just like an artificial pocket universe.
No, they created an alternate dimension that was like a prison for him. But he is
like
absorbing
full-on
energy from the
universe, or is it
prison
just a
itself
pocket
as well as out of the Palpagos Islands, like through the dimensional barrier. He's like absorbing energies, and eventually he was going to be strong enough that the Palpagos Islands would fall apart because it would lack the energy to sustain itself, and he would break out of the prison.
Well, in that case, they could get, assuming that this is how it works. I'd like to think that, I mean, like obviously I'm preferring Halo, but like I'd like to think that the setting him to like a full on like actually not artificial like direct parallel universe might have a different effect. But if not, what they could do is they could send him there. It would lock him away for however long they can, and they could potentially infect a lot more. Again, the flood theoretically, because as you're describing, like it's a big thing, would reach the level the Precursors were at if they never got remotely close to this, but there's nothing in the way that they work that's structurally stopping them from doing that. They just never got the numbers and like a biomass necessary for it. And they were starting to
I'm not convinced that the Precursor tech and the shit we see of the Precursors is even good enough to stop Astrolum permanently. And this is how would they fare in Palworld. This is,
Yeah, I mean, like the precursor, we don't. That's the thing. Based on what we do know about the precursors, I think they could, but we literally don't know to say for certain one way or the other. So that's like completely jumping off the deep end and like pure hypothetical. Well, hypothetically, my thing could be your thing if taken to the maximum.
What we know solid canonically for the precursors is that they were getting killed by the Forerunners, and they decided to commit suicide. Supiko. They were like
seppuku.
Yeah,
seppuku.
Seppuku. That's the word. They committed seppuku because they were like, oh, our creations are rebelling against us. We failed. Right?
Well,
Saturn, why did you send? Is that Saturn we're talking? Saturn, why did you send me Yu-Gi-Oh shit in the debating chat instead of here? Like he said, like I got a ping in a debating chat, and it's like fucking all the way up here in the debating chat, and I'm like, wait, it's from Saturn? Why the fuck did you just send it to me in the chat that we're currently in? I was never gonna see this. Like it was never gonna happen. Jesus.
But
continue.
Even at that level, right, with the precursors, like they barely had a galaxy under. Now, you can theorize and be like, oh, maybe the precursors, didn't all get turned into the flood. That they were in different galaxies. There's some like little hints here and there throughout the Halo.
The precursors are just a plot device at the end of the day, so. We don't get
And games that suggest that they might have been a multi-galaxy being, but all of what we see of the flood is just one galaxy.
So C is saying what I'm saying isn't
the galaxy, and that they had
saying, wait, hold up. C is saying what I was mentioning before isn't matter manipulation, it's transmutation. I was actually calling it alchemy, which would also be accurate. But yeah, I mean, I think I don't know if transmutation is as far as I would go. I'm not necessarily
transmutation
sure
is
that's
what it is.
What I would
matter
call
manipulation
it.
is just the ability to like alter like.
No, I understand that. But I went with alchemy because alchemy just seems most like accurate. But yeah, transmutation works fine. Again, I think we're more so arguing about the wording and the semantics rather than what it actually.
It's the same thing at the end of the day.
I think
called it
transmutation
alchemy,
is literally
but
like a word
it's
derived
the
from like a
same shit.
theoretical process in alchemy anyway. So it's like
Yeah, so it is what it is. But anyway,
yeah, there's a difference in between like using science to change something.
See, the thing is that
there's and chemical reaction.
Yeah, there's so many things. The problem is that Palworld is kind of like a sci-fi universe, but there's so many things in it that are just like they're just fucking magic. Like it's just there's so many things that just seem.
I lock eyes with you and you fall asleep until you die. That's
yeah,
magic.
Like there's characters who, like the way that pals work do not work in any way that makes sense in science. Like the fact that putting two pals near each other just makes a third pal appear, and that's how they mate. And the third pal just comes out fully grown, just fully born. Any two pals can mate with each other, and those two pals don't have to be the same species or anything. Like there's just like a lot of stuff that's like, this is not science. This is fucking magic. Like Paldium energy and the way that Paldium energy works in a lot of different aspects. It's very like you could take souls, you can remove the souls of things, and you can transmute those souls and add it to people to increase their power and different stuff. Like this is not science. This is fucking magic. And so it's kind of the series doesn't advertise itself as having a magic system, but there's so many things in it that just very clearly work in a way that it's just magical that you can't really call it science. Not entirely. It's a sci-fi fantasy universe.
All the hacksy
it's like that can be said for a lot of stuff that pretends to be science fiction. Like 40K, 100%.
I don't think it's pretending to be science fiction. It's not like it sells itself as like we're a science fiction series. It's just like, hey, here's Palworld, isn't it fun? And then it just has a bunch of crazy concepts in it, and some of them are very clearly magic, even though they're not called magic. I think it's
like fantasy.
You would have to argue hard. Like I don't understand why you would play this game and be like, no, this is hard sci-fi. No, it's not hard sci-fi. It's very clearly sci-fi fantasy. Like very clearly sci-fi fantasy.
Those stuff people call hard sci-fi isn't even hard sci-fi.
Yeah. No. It's pretty.
All right. We've had a good discussion here. Where do you think
he's tired?
Like
he's
realistically,
he's done with Halo.
Halo, specifically the Flood
Yeah.
from Halo would place if they were to arrive on the islands.
Okay, I think that the Flood's problem is that it would just struggle to infect enough humans. Because they have a lot of ways to avoid infection.
Most of them have shields. Most of them have shields on them.
I think
Not
that's the only
most,
thing
pretty much
keeping them
everybody.
down.
It's
I
almost
think
Are they
unanimous.
just showing up on the island with like a few flood forms? If so, they're fucked.
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah, the same
the
we've
product
done
good.
for the rest of the tier list. Like Sauron woke up full kitted out in his fucking
Oh yeah, they're fucked.
cosplay
There's
on
nothing
the
they can do.
on the Castaway Beach.
Realistically, I'm thinking like D or bottom of C.
You okay with that?
C maybe, because like if they get really lucky, they could do some shit basically. But
Yeah. If they can manage to infect most of the humans, then I think they have Astralum down, because they would have every resource that the player character does, and the Flood are
That
to
is
that
true.
point would be smarter than any of us.
That is true.
If he can infect the player character. The player character is unique among Pal Tamers. If he could infect 1,000 Pal Tamers and still not be as skilled, as intelligent, or as powerful as the Pal Tamer is. Like, the Pal Tamer ends up defeating Astralum in a fight. For thousands of years, no one was able to do that. Like, he's a cut above. So, saying that he could just become the Pal Tamer, I'm not sold on that.
I think that with enough effort, and especially the POW decks, like using Palladium to its advantage, it could potentially create something about as strong, but it wouldn't start off that useful. And I think that
not just anyone can become the Pal Tamer. Like I said, it took literally thousands of years for them to find someone who could finally do it. There are characters in Palworld who are thousands of years old, and over those thousands of years and taking all that Palladium energy, they still weren't strong enough to actually face off against him. The Pal Tamer, your main character, is unique in his ability to use Palladium and learn the things he did and get as powerful as he did. Others can't do it. So unless he specifically infects the Pal Tamer, I don't think you could say that any individual member of the Flood would become the Pal Tamer.
Because this shit ain't Minecraft. There's not universal laws where you put one fucking
Cumulative
block
intelligence
to
might
another.
allow it to act in that way, especially if it starts to begin to be able to access the knowledge of the precursors, though I don't know how much that would help with like Pal taming, so yeah.
If you can access the knowledge, it's not going to help you as like a fucking whatever fucking
Pokemon person.
A grave
Yeah,
mine or whatever forms, or maybe a grave mine is what wait, it's proto mind, and then it's the worm guy,
and it's the grave mind, and then it's the key mind, which we never see in the games. But it's like the key mind is basically a brethren moon, but for a planet, pretty much.
Yeah, but Palworld could deal with that. The individual beings of pals would be capable of just. Some of them are.
I mean, honestly, look, if you get a couple hundred Pal Tamers and they all bring all their fire pals and they just start fucking like scanning the entirety of the Palpicos Islands, wiping out all the Flood that they come into contact with like crazy ass fire abilities, I think you've pretty much solved the problem. If we're talking about early Flood, it's pretty easy. It's a pretty easy solve. All honesty, I mean, you literally have pals in it. There's one pal that vaporized an entire island in a single attack. So it's I mean, come on.
Straight glassing. It's a straight glassing.
If it really becomes that big of a deal, there are individual pals that can glass the entire fucking island, which I don't think will be necessary. I think they'll probably get it before that. Like even at their absolute peak, they're not necessarily they're not going to be able to control the fire pals. Many of them are made out of fucking rock and lava. Like it's just not.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's
doing. I think they're doing. I think it's doing a lot better than fucking Chainsaw Man. I think
Chainsaw Man. I think Chainsaw Man is going to call less attention to itself.
Yeah, which is an issue.
I mean, if the Flood arrive with a grave mind, I think you could make an argument that it would be smart enough to lie low, limit how much it's spreading, and only going for important
Never once
infections.
does the flood do that, though.
They do actually. They did that with the ancient humans. They specifically did that
they
for the long-term
literally-
plans.
That
to,
was
like,
before they had
literally-
any of the grave minds formed. That was
No, they did. They had
ancient
grave
And it
minds
was
during
failing
that.
intelligence
They
dust
had
to
like
dogs.
thousands of planets that they knew. They specifically during the war with the humans, when the humans were fighting the Two-Front War, what they did was they like humans. They were tricked into thinking they had a cure, and the flood deliberately like pretended that they did to go away,
Well,
specifically
no, you
to trick
never
the Forerunners
get
in the
that.
long
You're
term
doing some
to try to
fan
waste
theory
resources
there.
looking for a cure.
You're doing some fan theory there.
No, that did happen. That's like canonically that.
No, they were
That is
developing a
outdated.
cure. There's no evidence on whether or not that was a subplot by the flood.
No, it
No,
is. They
thinking
specifically.
there's a cure.
He's right, but he's getting the situation wrong. Because the humans fed the precursor dust, which was the flood, to animals first, because they learned it made the animals more docile and less aggressive. And it's implied, if not outright stated, that they're more docile because they're now infected. And the flood, for like 300-ish years, didn't do anything except
They're never
infect a
given a
huge
timeline.
variety of animals. It was smart enough to lie low and wait until it could infect a huge population center before moving to humans.
And
But it was
when they-
definitely flood infected before that.
Yeah, and when they did that, they also afterwards, again, when they were having the war with the humans captured the primordial, and the primordial basically told them, "Oh, hey, there's a cure," because it was actually like a lamb with the flood, and the primordial, and they learned, and they were like, "Okay, we're gonna make the cure." So they made the cure. They thought they did. It didn't actually work, but and the flood specifically, like, it didn't infect people. It like it quote unquote failed infecting them to make it look like the cure worked because it knew the humans were going to lose to the Forerunners because it really wanted to get the Forerunners, and the humans.
But there's
they
still
went and-
humans that are immune. Like, what's that fucking Australian guy from?
that guy's not immune. Sergeant Johnson it's fucking stupid.
I
like,
didn't
that
say
thing is just-
Sergeant Johnson. I'm
No,
talking about
the Australian guy isn't
guy.
immune. There's no immune. He's the only person. That's
Yeah, he is. He gets attacked and he's still fine. He doesn't transform.
Chips Dubbo is literally like a meme character because it's like the same model and voice
It's
actor.
still
getting
a part of the universe. Just because fucking John Helldiver's a mean character doesn't mean he's not part
He
of
can
Helldiver.
canonically, he can literally die on missions. It's like I don't think he's ever mentioned in like any actual like book or anything. It's like how like sometimes when you play a mission with Marines, they don't die, but
Fucking
sometimes
Sergeant
they do
Major
die.
Johnson can die in missions, and he still mentioned that.
Yeah, because he's like an actual character that isn't literally just like a reused model or whatever. He's like an actual character that has any weight outside of literally just existing as like background in the games. And Chips Dubbo, by the way, he was on High Charity and somehow got back to Earth before anyone left. I think he's in like Halo ODST. So it's him existing is like he literally like doesn't make sense as like a character that exists.
Sergeant Major Johnson has fucking voice lines from multiple places where he shouldn't fucking be. Goddamn Gunnery Sergeant Buck, it was on Reach. Like, that means nothing.
I mean, neither are immune to flood. That's been retconned.
Oh, good. Thank God. That was so stupid that.
They effectively, at one point in the books, it was stated that both were, but they've effectively just said actually they weren't, and this is what happened, and effectively they both just got really lucky and weren't actually infected. Oh, the attempt to infect them failed because they didn't actually start infecting them, not because they were immune.
Yeah,
and
that's why
that,
it didn't work with the. That's why the same thing with the humans is they specifically, deliberately did not infect them in order to then trick the Forerunners into keeping both some humans alive and also into to see if they can find out what made them immune, quote unquote.
And that's just my main argument.
Try to find a cure to waste the Forerunners' resources on trying to find a cure, and they then voluntarily retreated outside the galaxy for the Forerunners to like slowly like chill out, and then came back 10,000 years later.
Yeah, that's my main argument, is that they waited, like they infected dogs and domesticated animals for 300 years before they
didn't infect the dogs or the domesticated animals. Humans purposely fed them shit. They didn't purposely go and infect the animals in some grand scheme plan.
infected humans from the dogs. So the fact that
you're in here implying that like this was some master plan when it wasn't.
That may not have been a master plan, but the thing later with like the fake cure definitely was.
The fake cure wasn't even. There's a huge argument in that lore in itself of like, oh no, the humans were actually working. Ancient humanity were actually working on a cure that might have worked, but they got
it's revealed to
tag
it's revealed later
by
to them that it didn't work by like the primordial and by the primordial.
You'll have to you have to show me some evidence for that because there's nothing in the games. There's nothing in the fucking games about that, and the games
almost
always
all of this is
priority on canonology in Halo.
It's in the books. The Flood who told them about this deliberately told the Didact like, oh yeah, I lied to the humans. Like there is actually no cure. I was specifically a trick to like the Flood can choose to consciously infect
in
someone.
the books in the books, which is
not
those
are
the
canon.
Actual main. No, they're not.
Yes, they are. They're specifically made.
No,
like,
they are not. Listen,
Bungie
very specifically made it 100% relevant.
That's from the 3 era.
Anything from the books that contradicts with shit from the games is not canon.
It doesn't contradict with anything from the games, and it's also like officially endorsed. Say whatever you want about how shitty 343 is. They canonically own everything, and it's endorsed by them, so therefore it is canon. Like there's no arguing that.
Rings of Power is fucking Tolkien.
No, because it's not
meant
to
be.
No, it's like, oh my god. It's because like 343 currently owns Tolkien's estate owns that. 343 literally like owns the right. Well, technically, owns the rights to canon. Bungie, like it or not, has no power over that. They can literally say Master Chief is like actually
gay wheelchair trans man.
Yes, they can say that, and like legally, yes, that does. It does mean shit. I'm not saying I agree with that.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
it doesn't mean shit. It only means shit if you want it to mean shit.
That's
I mean, if you don't want to accept literally anything that came after Halo 3 as canon, then okay, then there's no point in talking about anything. Okay, all right. Or after,
I mean, honestly, Mike, at that point, you can literally just say anything that you don't deem as like we could talk about literally any series. You're like, oh well, I don't like that part of that movie, or I don't like that season of that
that's
show.
What I'm saying.
So we're just gonna skip
we can talk
it.
about like Doom, and if you don't like
both
anything like
Bungie and Microsoft
after you like debunk
and 343 have made it abundantly clear that anything from books that anything from the spin-off series or books that contradict the video games is not the main universe or whatever the fuck.
Yes, but what happened? Yes, but those books don't contradict what is currently established.
But
canon
they
in
do.
Games. No,
because
they
in the established canon of the games, humanity did and was close to making a cure. They didn't finish the cure.
That was not fixed. If you're talking about like the like Halo 4 like terminal.
It's literally in the terminals. It's in
the
that's
canon what I'm saying.
Of the game.
That's 343, not Bungie.
Not adding the whole context. The whole context is yes, that all happened, but then it was revealed later in the books, from which this is taken. This is all taken from the books that they put in the terminals. Like, see, this is what happened to the books, guys. That was a lie, basically. That was revealed, and the books were written before the game. Before this, so it's not like the books contradict the game. The game came after the books and didn't add all the context. No, they didn't. That specific thing, the book came out first before Halo 4. I'm pretty sure.
No, it didn't. That was a tie-in.
Even if it did, it's like it doesn't actually contradict it. It's not mutually exclusive. It's just saying like actually afterwards, and it's like it's not mutually exclusive with one another. We literally just get a little snapshot, and the book in that after that happens, after the snapshot, we learn, oh yeah, that's like sort of again like making the Doom comparison. That's like saying like, oh well, actually later in there we learned that from the lore. But everyone there was telling us this, but later we learned the lore. Actually, Daboth did create everything, but that's not canon because earlier they told us this basically.
If we threw out that stuff, then we'd have to throw out everything we know about 418.
They did.
Go back and
they did
all
do
that.
that. Yeah, like what?
They 100% went back and undid all that. Like it's literally said.
Oh yeah,
that all of those previous codexes are not true in future.
Yeah, that's
codexes.
what I mean. But like they said that those specific things.
So you're agreeing with my point of there's that's not.
The games are an unreliable. Those terminals in the games are an unreliable narrator. They're not exactly like we get specific snapshots.
Not
of what
even
happened.
just the codex entries, just like straight entries of Halo, of like the implication that the fucking Forerunner are not even the real fucking leaders, that it was always the humans that were the guys who made the shit, and that's why the Covenant jihadists are going at it. Like, there's so much shit.
They did. They retconned the shit out of a lot of stuff. They retconned like that's 343. 343 now owns Halo.
They did all that in the books. But even with the books, 343's own production of their books contradicts their own fucking video game entries.
No, in the video games, it's also established that the Forerunners. Bungie pretty clearly set out that like Forerunners were humans. We weren't like we were.
Not even talking 343. Not even talking Bungie.
I'm getting back to
343.
343 established, but like Bungie established Forerunners, humans, same species. 343 in both the books and the game is now like, no, they were separate species. Maybe they were like distantly related, but they're not the same race. And we are like reclaimers or whatever. So it's not. It's like that. They did change that, but that's not mutual. That's not like only the books mention that. No, that's a book and game thing.
I'm making that as an example.
Boss fight that I'm watching right now.
No, I'm actually kind of distracted, so I'm not keeping up on the argument.
Honestly, I probably should be.
These guys are getting
kind of late.
I know these guys are getting hardcore.
Look how cool this shit is. This is a cool fucking boss fight, man. He just starts absorbing energy from the entire universe. It's just like, and you can see
Listen,
earlier. Hold up, where's the one?
The Flood ain't doing shit.
Where's the one? There's one where you could see what I was talking about here. Okay, so if you see here, he starts absorbing energy out of the planet. You can see all these rocks and shit just flying into him and just like vanishing. Like all of that shit shouldn't be able to go inside of his body. But it does, because it literally just gets converted into energy the moment that it hits. Like, he just transformed it into something different. And it becomes, like, a part of him. And they just, yeah, it's like, but I didn't get that information from this fight, just to be clear. It's in the codexes that you could find in the levels, but that's a good visual example of what he's doing. But he eventually does that to the whole planet. You're actually not in the planet right now. You're in, like, a pocket dimension that was created to imprison him, but you get the idea. Anyway, you guys done with y'all's fucking argument?
Yeah, I gotta go anyway, but
Okay.
Yeah,
the Flood ain't living up to the hype.
My whole argument was the Flood can be strategic and stealthy, but it wouldn't matter.
They don't
unless
do
the Flood
that
had
on a regular
command.
basis.
No.
On a regular basis.
I mean, they did it.
Stalin could be like, "Oh, actually, I love capitalism. I'm gonna," but that's not what happens.
All right, so are we happy with its placement, Halo Low C?
Yeah, I think the Flood just gets wiped out before they can form a grave mind, and then it doesn't matter.
Even if they show up with a grave mind, I don't think they'll be able to do anything.
I'd argue that they've done the whole stealthy, in fact, small amount of people that nobody notices and purposely hide. I'd argue they've done that 3 or 4 times in the past. It's a proven strategy they have used and reused. But if they don't have a grave mind, it wouldn't be smart enough to do that, so it wouldn't matter.
Got you.
Right.
You know, it's really weird. We spent this entire stream getting through like the paid ones, and I honestly like a lot of the freebies way more, and we're probably not going to get to them.
No, we can get to some of the cool ones.
No, I don't think we will.
We can get to Dr. Eggman.
I'm going to be up for the next 9 hours, but I know you're not.
We can get to Eggman. Eggman's cool. Eggman,
I don't know, man.
You're talking about...
I don't think I'm going to make it.
A coup or would
We're
be
not
way,
making it to a coup, I'll tell you that right now. We're not making it to Freezer Force, which would be a pretty cool one, too.
We can just save it for another day.
Yeah, I'll probably end it here. Maybe. Yeah, probably. Anyway, unless there's something else you guys wanted. But
who was saying the shit about fucking Warhammer and being like, "Oh, do the PAL spheres affect souls?" Well, Warhammer will be.
That's
immune.
Yaku.
No,
Yaku doesn't believe that Warhammer can lose against anything. He was saying that if
Yaku
the
doesn't
PAL
believe in
spheres
anything.
catch people through souls, then it wouldn't work. It was like, but it doesn't, and there's zero. That's just something you just made up. Like there's zero evidence that it has anything to do with souls. It just captures your physical being. And he's like, if it has anything to do with Palladium energy, it also won't work. It's like, what are you talking about?
It's nothing. Palladium energy doesn't exist in Warhammer. What do you mean?
You can catch a fucking space marine in a pocket dimension ball. Are you saying that they can break out of fucking pocket dimension balls in mind control? Like, I don't understand what you're trying to argue. But yeah, he was saying that if it was souls, then it wouldn't work because of some bullshit with the warp. And I was like, it doesn't.
The warp's not even the souls. The warp's like their psychic energy.
Yeah,
It's the Sea of Souls, but kind of.
There's it's a little bit, it's kind of both. But but that doesn't matter because they don't. The PAL spheres has nothing to do with your soul, so it's not really relevant. Yaku is very obsessive when it comes to 40k stuff. Like it's really weird because he doesn't read 40k. He doesn't like watch it or like, you know, he's not like, he just reads shit online that people send him, but he really hardcore defends 40k at every turn. He legitimately was like, oh yeah, you know, Space Marines could totally defeat the fucking strongest demons. And he argued with me for like a solid week before I released that Doom Azrak versus Terra video. Like, he would not.
That's not even the strong demons. That's like pre-Argent energy. That's fucking not even.
No, he
like,
dude, he was like no, he was like no, the fucking, like, all of Doom all combined would not be able to do shit to Terra or even like
what?
Like, it was, no, he's just really into the, like, when I say into 40k, I don't mean he knows what he's talking about. I mean, he's into it, like, he's sold on it being just the best fucking thing ever. It's like nothing
not even the
40K
Doom
in his
Marine.
mind.
Fucking Flynn Taggart would fucking fuck Terra up.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff there, but he exaggerates massively, and all of his, like I said, we talked about it for like a week. Every single thing that he said about how powerful it was, his explanations for it were massive fucking leaps in logic or just outright making shit up. Like, and the thing that aggravates me about Yaku when he talks about it is he will say something as a fact, and then I'll be like, okay, well, where does it say that? And then he'll send me a scan, and the scan says something totally fucking different. Has not what he said at all. Like, for instance, one thing I remember, this was not the worst one, but this was one that I remember because we really went at it with this one. But there was a line in one of the novels that said that, well, he told me that the Emperor of Mankind lit up an entire infinite universe. And I was like he shone bright and he lit up an entire infinite universe. And I was like, oh,
barely
okay.
a galaxy.
And I was like, okay, well, show me what he did. And then he shows me the scan. I actually don't think I even asked him for the scan. He just showed it to me. He was that confident that this was going to say that. And all it said was that he appeared and he brought sun to the sunless. That's it.
Sun to the sunless.
That's it. That's the line that was said. It said he appeared in the webway. He appeared in the webway and he brought a shining light of the sun to the sunless. And he said, well, yeah, because the entire webway is dark. So if he brought the sun to the sunless, that means he lit up the whole thing because it's all sunless.
That makes no sense.
And I'm like, that's not what that means. And like that's all it took was that one line that he brought sun to the sunless. That was enough for him to go lit up an infinite universe. And that
doesn't even make sense in the Warhammer lore because like the Tyranids didn't even know about fucking.
This wasn't the Tyranids.
Terra or
this had nothing to do.
Well, no. I'm talking about like the Silent King and the reason why the fucking Tyranids are even fucking invading when you get into like Warhammer lore. Like someone had to travel outside of the galaxy to draw attention to the galaxy for the Tyranids to even start coming the fuck in.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean he lit up the universe?
Well, he was saying they lit up the entirety of the webway, which he was saying was an infinite universe, because it connects like all this other stuff. But I don't think we have. Well, we might have evidence that it's infinite, but it doesn't matter. The point is that him being sung to the sunless is not evidence of him lighting up the whole thing. That's not what that means. And then he was saying something like, in a totally different story, something about like the fucking Eldar started closing up the portals into their realms because the demons were flooding into the webway to go after him or whatever, and he jumped to the conclusion this was all of the demons in all of existence were jumping in across the entirety of the webway. So it's like he got the that light brought the attentions of a limitless number of demons, and that the Eldar, when they closed their doors, in order for the Eldar to have been aware of that, they had to have been across the entire webway or whatever. And it was just like all this stuff. I'm like, what do you do, dude? None of this. You're not being. They didn't give you any size or numbers. We don't know how many demons these are. We don't know how many Eldar closed the doors. We don't know how big of a space this lit up. We
actually know some of the Eldar made Solanesh.
Yeah, you're just making it up. And every single point he said, it was very annoying arguing with, because we were at this for like a week and a half before my video came out, because I really wanted to make sure that I was getting everything right. And the more he spoke, the more I was sure that I was correct in my assumption. Because it was just like, dude, your evidence is garbage. It's not even evidence. It's literally just
accusations.
It's just taking a line and twisting it to mean something it just very clearly doesn't mean. I don't even think that you can. I'm not sure. Like, if you read that just and understood the English language, you wouldn't come to the conclusion that that's what it says. Like, you really have to force yourself to believe that. And yeah, he did this for like a week straight with every single point he made, and he had so many points, and they were all like that. There wasn't a single one where I was like, oh yeah, that's a good point. And it got to the point where it's like, at first I was kind of listening to him. After like the first day or two, I was like, I can't listen to anything you say now because I don't trust it. Anything you say, I gotta be like, okay, I don't normally tell people they have to show me, but you kind of have to show me, because every time you show me, you immediately prove it wrong with your scans. So I'm gonna have to ask you.
Give me some evidence.
I'm gonna have to ask you to show me the anti-evidence that you're about to show me, and prove that you're lying through your teeth. So, but yeah, that was really funny. You could probably still go read it. I made a poll in the not a poll. It was a forum post in the suggestions, and in a matter of a week, it had over 6,000 messages.
I'm still hold up. I'm still not convinced. Fucking Yu-Gi-Oh character, fucking sideline character, would even fucking thrive that much.
What, you gonna fucking super chat to get it moved?
I'm about to, because I'm still like,
there will be no S's or A's in this tier list.
There's nothing there. I've seen nothing in Yu-Gi-Oh where like they just have that power 24/7.
I haven't either, but I don't know Yu-Gi-Oh.
They argued Yu-Gi-Oh so poorly. They didn't use a lot of evidence.
I can't say anything.
Should have come
I think it's funny how so many people were like, Godzilla would be a really good one, and I'm like, would it? They just catch him, and it would be over. Like, why would Godzilla be a really good one? He would just be another monster that got caught. He's just bigger.
It depends if you use Ultima.
How far have you gotten in the game, Mike? Palworld?
I've gotten to the
how many
second
bosses?
Tower.
Second.
I've done a lot of the world bosses.
Yeah, but
I'm only on the second. I'm only on the second tower.
Because you end up fighting. Did you see the fucking whale dude? Because I beat the whale.
I have seen the whale dude. That dude was cool. He starts like he causes this massive fucking
a tidal wave and start summoning tornadoes and shit from the sky, or not tornado. They're like, I guess they're like water tornadoes that are like coming up from the fucking sea and reaching the sky. And I'm like, this is a massive scale battle.
Actual
that
like
they got you doing.
tsunami that covers
dude, it's
multiple.
cool. Yeah,
like,
it's really cool for people who haven't played it. It's a cool fucking fight. Let me see. And they you could tell they lessened the graphics for the fight so that they could fit the massive fucking battle.
They hard because it takes up like the whole fucking screen. It's not just like a tsunami or like a tidal wave. It's like,
well, technically it's two. He summons a bunch of tornadoes and then he summons two tidal waves on both sides of the screen and they both come and hit you, and it's really fun.
Yeah, but it like it takes up the entirety of what you can fucking see, like as far left and right as you can look. It's
kind of annoying looking up the boss fights, because you try to look up boss fights on Palworld and all of the YouTube videos, none of them are boss fights. They're all like how to beat this boss easily, or beating this boss in 25 seconds because you have the perfect team. And it's like, can I just see like a normal dude like just fight the boss and just kind of and just see it? Because it got really difficult to find certain images and clips for my video. I'm trying to see if I can get the massive flood, because towards the end it gets big. Okay, so here, wait, is this it? Okay, that's one.
Yeah, because it literally fucking takes up the
it's like
entirety.
the whole, it's a massive. And look at the ocean behind them, how they just had to remove all the detail from the ocean. Because earlier, this is what the ocean looks like when you're around it, right? It looks relatively normal, and then you end up, see how it's got waves and shit, and then when you end up flying over it, they just remove it all. It's not even colored right,
just
because
flat.
we can't
flat,
render
off shade.
Yeah, it's we can't render all of this with this massive tidal wave showing up. So, oh, by the way, this sword thing that you see her on her back, the 100 swords or whatever, that's from the Terraria thing. Hey, did you find the Terraria dungeon? Because I got some good weapons.
I have not yet. I've been I've got unlocked some I have a schematic that says that I know it's Terraria, because it's it's one of the items you can make in the game. It's like a little eyeball thing, but fucking it essentially just acts as an accessory, and it gives you some extra percentage shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay. And that brings up a bigger question. Is okay, are we taking all the crossover events as canon?
It's really just
fucking.
It's technically two. There's the Terraria stuff is actual bosses and enemy types, and then there's a Ultra Kill, which is really just armor and weapons. It's not you don't fight anyone from Ultra Kill.
But even with the Terraria stuff, it's you get the Eye of fucking Cthulhu and the Moon Lords, which is just Cthulhu.
It's not canon,
but it doesn't do anything in the game. The only way that you fight as a
no,
boss, but it doesn't have any feats. So you would essentially have to pull all the feats from Terraria, and I don't do that personally. I think that's stupid.
That's what I'm saying. Just to fuck with people when they get into when they get into the goddamn what do you call that leveling scene. It's okay, so because you can capture Cthulhu in the Palsphere, who the god of madness and chaos.
Cthulhu's
Does that mean
specifically?
But still,
it is really cool when they summon the wave, though. I don't like this video.
Yes, that's so cool.
She doesn't just sit there and look at
that's
it. But when
so fucking massive.
When you're on the ground and you just look at it, it's she doesn't really do that. She doesn't look at it, but when you're on the ground, you look at it coming to you. It is huge, dude. It looks so big. It's holy. This thing would tower over. I mean, dude, it's so massive. And actually, this sounds crazy, but Panthalos, this boss, as big as he is, you catch him, and you can ride him.
Yeah.
He becomes a mount, and you can fly around the fucking Palworld with his back. People are asking we're asking the creators hey, can we have more kaiju pals like Panthalos? Because we only really have
just massive
one kaiju pal. We want more kaiju pals. Because there are look how big he is. You catch him and you can ride him around. It's crazy. When you summon him at your base, His special ability, his passive ability. He only has one passive ability.
His face just took up the whole fucking screen.
Yeah. You're 8 seconds behind, so that happened. But yeah, no, he's huge. But when you summon him at the base, and his only he's not good for fighting or anything. But his special ability is that when you hold him at a base, he just flies in a circle around the base constantly, and he protects the base from raiders and invaders. They never make it to the base as long as he's there. He just fucks them up before they get there.
That tracks. That fucking tracks.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, he's the guardian. He's the one who created the shield around the world tree that stops everyone from getting in there. And beating him is a test. When you beat him and capture him, he opens up the thing for you so that you can go in. Like, that's the whole purpose of the boss fight. Put your Goo right next to Pokemon.
I forgot how to spell Yu-Gi-Oh.
The fuck is Goo? Yeah, but you forgot how to spell Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah.
Okay, child. What the fuck is spell Yu-Gi-Oh? Alright, we'll put him next. You said you want him below Pokemon? You just massively outbalanced the tier list. You made it seem like we were just jerking off Palworld the whole time now because you removed the one dude who did well.
No, nothing they said convinced me that like they are capable of that shit 24/7.
Creating universes and destroying universes, and none of that was.
I mean,
enough.
I could talk about it for 5 hours.
Please don't.
Please don't.
Yeah. I wish I'd been here for the Yu-Gi-Oh section because my time has passed.
How dare you?
Is there anything that you could have said that other people didn't say?
Probably a lot, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Because they brought up so much shit, and I'm still sitting here like, okay, that doesn't. You're not saying whether or not they've gotten shot and survived, and like the bullet bounced off of it. Like,
yeah, bullets are treated like a threat, but Joey Wheeler literally gets shot at in like episode 2, and he's looking at the person holding the gun. The guy fires the gun, and then he jumps to the left, which is inconclusive, kind of. It definitely looks like the bullet leaves the gun, but that could be a anime versus manga situation.
Yeah,
but they do dodge light beams outright.
They were saying so much shit like that, where it's like, okay,
they didn't just say light. They said he was beyond the concept of speed to the point that he could instantly appear from one galaxy to another galaxy or dimension because speed was just unavailable.
That was more of a code game rules than actual physics. I don't think that applies outside of the code game, but they do dodge light beams like pretty conclusively. I don't know how it's portrayed in the manga because I haven't read that section, but in the anime, a guy definitively has a monster light. I mean, he asked if there was feats they didn't cover well, so I'm explaining it.
No. I asked, is Yu-Gi-Oh still an ongoing series? That's what I meant.
It has a manga and anime coming out right now, yes, but it was off the air for like 6 years.
That's wild.
6 years is not that long considering how old that series is. That's crazy that it was. I would have been surprised if you would have told me it was still going in 2020.
Yeah.
Because it's like, Jesus, dude, that shit was in what, the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s, something like that.
I just remember the guy with the funky hair.
Yeah, 2000s.
The guy with the funky hair. That's goddamn the Egyptian.
You mean all of them?
Well, no, the Egyptian guy, and he has a little fucking trapezoid triangle thing that.
Yep, that's Yugi.
And I just sit there and I think about it, and it's like, oh shit. So this guy like would be totally fine with slavery, and he'd be the better choice. But they chose some like random ass motherfucker.
Who's fine with slavery? What? I missed that part of the conversation. What?
I mean, the one guy who's just directly from ancient fucking Egypt, like He would be. That character, I think, would.
Yeah, the dude with like the pyramid thing around his neck. Yeah.
That guy would thrive, but like fucking this random white dude fucking who has questionable power-ups and whether or not he can do that shit consistently without like having like pre-summon shit.
I don't know. It
It's
just
like,
seems
come
like when Yu-Gi-Oh! It seems like Yu-Gi-Oh! Could have been cool because it was like when it was just like a card thing, but I don't know if you're getting into this shit where they're like destroying universes and altering the fabric of reality and faster than time and shit. I'm like,
yeah, I am.
It seems like you're trying as hard as possible to make the characters like ridiculously overpowered, and there's a certain point where it's like your series is just suffering because you're obsessed with making your character strong instead of worried about like the storyline being good. I think that's a very common thing with manga and anime that's made for specifically shonen. It's a really big problem with them just and it also seems to be the case with a lot of those light novels too. I just feel like every fucking light novel that someone tells me that at some point down the line they become gods essentially, but they're still, but the light novels are like Solo Leveling, they become gods. Apparently Rise of the Shield Hero, he becomes a god. Overlord, he's god. Well, he's really a god from the beginning.
Well, he starts,
he becomes even more god. It's just like everything is like, dude, can we just like have a normal fucking series where the character doesn't become this multiversal? Not everything has to be like, oh, did you know that the enemy the whole time was actually God? Can it not be though? Like you just have a normal fucking story.
JRP classic fucking anything.
Getting like sick of this, dude.
That's
too much.
That's why I like.
And when every character can do everything, it's just boring too.
Yeah.
It's like, what's the character's power? Oh, well, he can manipulate time and space, and he can alter the elements, and he can fucking matter manipulation, and erase from existence. Like, okay, so you just gave him his powers are literally just a versus battle wiki page. It's not like something interesting or unique. You know what I mean? Okay, great. That's not
he has
fun.
Everything that everybody else has.
Yeah, it's boring. I get bored with it. And it just makes me not want. I mean, honestly, I got bored really. Well, I actually don't think it's well written, but the fucking slime reincarnated as a slime. I really did not enjoy that anime at all. I thought it was really not good, and it was just so obsessed with having the character be as overpowered as humanly possible. And I'm just like, this isn't good. Like, I don't like the character. I don't like any of these relationships. I'm not attached to anything that's going on. It's just like we're just gonna keep making them stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger, and that's cool when there's also something behind it that's like making me care about the characters. You know, like I think Solo Leveling, like the power increasing, there is a certain dopamine hit that you get from seeing the character just constantly getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and that's cool.
But it's the journey of him getting stronger, not just
like I kind of have to give a shit about this character and what's happening in order for that to actually matter in any way, and it really doesn't. Solo Leveling has really good animation, and the power creeping in it and the increasing in strength that the character gets is satisfying, but that is not enough to hold that show together, because it's just, I do not give a fuck about that main character. I forget his name most of the time. The main character of the show, and I've seen both seasons.
Yeah.
It's like that is crazy how boring he is and how boring all the other characters are. And there's just nothing going on that I could not care less about his whole mom storyline. Just did not care. I was like, your mom's sick. Can your mom just die so we could stop talking about this? Because I don't care enough about you as a person to care about your dying mom. I'm sorry to say.
Put her in hospice.
Yeah, it's fine. It's over. Is Hobo Mike back? Yeah, apparently.
Maybe.
I
don't know.
Possibly.
I heard someone was talking about that.
What do you mean? Wait, what's up? What were you saying?
Yeah, someone was saying Mike was back. I don't know who said that. Fucking, that's wild.
Yeah, no, this is Hobo Mike's brother. Less Hobo Mike. Slightly less hobo. I have a shopping cart.
Sorry, that was
this Hobo Mike has a shopping cart. The other one.
I got a shopping cart.
Got a shopping cart.
Yeah, I'm in a single wide, a little fancier now.
This is a raid boss. This is the kind of shit you can do in this game. Raid bosses are meant to have like 100 fucking dudes fighting guys. And the game gets to
this guy's doing this shit fucking with
solo.
just the one though.
Yeah, you can. I mean, well, this isn't the ultra version. This is just because you can fight the raid boss normal, and this is the normal, and you can fight the ultra version, which is like has like 10 times the fucking health and way more damage.
This guy almost has 1 million.
The raid bosses crush my tank.
This isn't the ultra version though. The ultra version has more health than that. All of the ultra versions have well over 1 million, like well over. I think I think actually Hartalis. I think that's the latest raid boss to be introduced. I think he's the strongest one. I think he was introduced after Xenolord, and all the ones that were introduced, well, everyone that's been introduced has been stronger than the previous one. Let me see, Hartalis Ultra raid boss. Let me see how powerful the. I just don't like looking up the ultra ones because it's never like the full fight, ever.
Just clips.
Well, no, it's just like, this is how you beat this thing in fucking 10 seconds, and look at all my build and all. It's like, I just want to see you fight them. I don't really care about your strategies. I also can't tell if these are ultras because they don't say if they're ultras. Here it is, ultra raid, level 80 ultra.
To be fair, most people aren't just looking up footage of the fight.
I mean,
I guess I that makes sense. A lot of people would want, like, looking the shit up, would just want, like, what's the strategy? Am I the only one? I did the new Avatar movie was not fucking good.
Oh, 1.9 million. So yeah, it went up by 10. So he multiplied his health by 10.
Jesus.
This is the ultra. Anyway, what were you saying? The new
two,
what?
So like 2 health part. The new Avatar movie. I
liked it. I liked the new Avatar movie. I enjoyed it.
Specifically, I didn't like what they're doing with the spider character with like the. That was so weird.
I'm holding judgment because it depends where they go with it. Because they didn't do anything with it in that movie. It's like,
that's true. It just
like,
seemed so weird.
I think the idea is pretty obvious. It's like humanity will become a significantly larger threat to the planet when they realize that they can live there permanently.
That is true.
So it's like in the next movies, it's like, hey, we figured it out, and now humans can breathe on this planet. Because the one saving grace that they have is that humans are at a massive disadvantage. They can't really live there. So the colonizing is limited. Once they can live there normally, and they don't need, and they can breathe the air, now you're gonna see way more, like a massive influx of all manner of humans. We might get different factions showing up, different corporations, and that could be cool. And if that's all it's being used for, is to essentially build the threat in future movies, I'm okay with it. I don't mind. But if you don't use it, it really, again, it just depends on how they use it to whether or not.
I don't know. To me, it just seemed like a fanfare fucking kind of shtick to make fucking the character, the human character, be able to fucking get with the like, it seemed like like someone writing a goddamn fan fiction.
If that's what it was, that's so Spider can fuck the 60-year-old woman.
Yeah.
I would say that was a poor use for it. But if the answer, I just think it's weird that there's a relationship between those two characters when one.
So fucking.
It's weird because they should have recasted that. It doesn't. She doesn't even sound. She's supposed to be a girl and she sounds like an old woman. It's really strange. Like, they really needed to recast her. It was weird when he heard her voice. Like, if they wanted to use her face, I would have been okay with that because that makes sense. But her voice was and her body and stuff, that was very strange. And especially now giving her a relationship with Spider. It's like, she's a 60-year-old woman. He is a teenage boy. Can we not do this, please?
Please. Please don't do this.
Actually, at this point, I think she's well over 60. She's likely in damn near 70
fucking,
at this point.
Yeah, she was fucking 20 when Aliens came out. So she was 20-something.
That was what, the 70s? Was she? Or was she 30?
Yeah.
I would have actually assumed she was 30-something.
I'm pretty sure her role in the first Aliens, she's like 25, 26?
Maybe.
Because it wasn't her like debut of an actor, but like she was still pretty super young.
Have I seen the new Avatar? I'm assuming you mean the Airbender movie. Yeah, I was not a fan.
They made another one. The last one was garbage.
No. This was a sequel to the show, and it was as Aang as an adult.
Oh,
Yeah,
probably garbage.
It was called Avatar Aang, I think is the name of the movie, and it's not great. I mean, story-wise, it was just meh, you know. But the fact they changed all the actors' voices and the voice acting was genuinely atrocious throughout the entire film. Nobody was good throughout the whole movie. Like not a single. they Toph was like the comedy person, but the actress who played her had like no charisma and no timing at all, and it was just felt off and weird, and it kind of gave it this weird. It gave it this like stench the entire time I was watching the movie that it just didn't work.
The stench.
Yeah, it was
the
just like
stench strikes again.
At no point was I invested in what was going on and shit, because it just the voices just were
Well,
wrong.
why would you? Because they already made Korra or whatever. It's like, what the fuck? We know they're all gonna be alive.
I think if they replaced the voices with the original voice actors, even if the story was just meh, which I think it was just meh.
There's no way you can
still
get
would have been a
around that.
nice kind of nostalgic feel to it, of being like, I like seeing these characters together again, even if it's not in the best story. But because I don't know, like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You know the fandom of this series. You know how you could have created something so pure and awesome with bringing back all the original voice actors and giving the fans like a cool movie with like one last outing with all of these people who all want to do it, and you willingly stripped that away from them because you wanted the chick that played Toph to be an actual blind Asian woman. And it's like, why would you strip that away from your fans? That they was like, man, this could have been a really like beautiful thing where we would have wanted to see this shit in theaters.
I'll admit that. Yeah, I was gonna say I'll admit to that. Fucking the OG run of Avatar, I think has like the best like martial arts / like, I guess, anime-esque style of fighting.
The animation of the movie is really, really good. The fighting's good. There's like a weird, without too many spoilers, Aang gets like a Super Saiyan form, which is an interesting choice.
Well, he kind of already had it, you know.
No, not like this. This is a legitimate Super Saiyan form.
Super different than like the Avatar state,
Yes.
like actual glowing golden hair.
Not a golden
That's
hair,
fucking
not a
wild.
golden hair, but it's a legitimate transformation power up form. Yes, in a way that Avatar state was not. It's pretty funny. He fights against the villain, and the villain gets like gets a transformation. It's not like a Super Saiyan transformation. It's almost like I guess to the most, without spoiling too much, it kind of, think Akuma from Street Fighter transforming into Oni. It's kind of what this dude does. And then Aang sees that and he's like, Super Saiyan, and then and then it's like there's a reason for it. It doesn't just happen. Like there's a plot reason that it happens.
Sure.
But it is weird
feels
watching Aang go Super Saiyan to fight against the Dark Super Saiyan, and then they're like just flying through a city, Super Saiyan fighting in this. It's pretty wacky to see that in an Avatar story. But the fighting was good. I don't know. The story did some really. I wasn't big on it, and all of the people came back. Suki doesn't come back, but all of the other Team Avatar come back, and they had nothing to do. They were literally just there to be like support for Aang, and I'm like, there was
just there.
You could have very easily changed like little storylines. There's no B plot in the movie, which I found very odd. The whole movie is one plot.
There's no subplot. There's no like
subplot.
this character.
There's a zero subplot. The entire movie revolves around Aang and what he's trying to do with this other dude, and the team follows him. They don't have side stories with the team has to deal with.
What?
They're just
no,
there.
like Sokka getting a new sword or fucking
Nope,
connecting with
just
the different
A
warrior
plot. I
tribes.
found it so strange. I was watching the movie. I'm like, this movie doesn't have any fucking B plot. That's so weird. It's just the one plot, and the Team Avatar doesn't have anything to do. Like I said, it's not great. It's just whatever. If you want to see more Avatar, then I mean,
it's
go
worthwhile.
For it. But the problem is that I can't say that if you want to see more Avatar, check it out, because the voice actors aren't there, so the characters don't feel like them.
The characters.
So it doesn't. It's if I can't say like, oh, if you want more Avatar of the original show, go check this out. That's not necessarily true, because you're not really gonna feel like you're getting that.
If you want more Avatar, i.e., you didn't mind Legend of Korra.
No one felt like them. None of the characters felt like.
Well, no, because even Legend of Korra had the original voice actors when they came and introduced them as like the old folk.
Yeah. It was.
That just makes me sad. That makes me upset.
No, it is quite upsetting. Oh, your best friend's here.
Who?
Your best friend. Hope this.
Oh, Whitey?
Yeah.
Whitey!
But I had mad shit to do today. No, I got you, dude. You missed our.
You
missed
good, Whitey?
our. We were talking. We made a Palworld tier list. Whitey, you missed the Palworld tier list. You could have been involved in that quite hard, since you're playing through it. Do you think the Doom demons will invade the cosmic realm in a future game?
They already did.
Yeah, they already own it. It's theirs now.
And that was the Dark Ages. They took that bitch over.
Yeah, I mean, the literal god of the cosmic realm was enslaved, and they now own it currently. Now, what they're going to do with it, who knows? And now that he's dead, do they still own it? Azrak died and What's-Face died, so is it still theirs?
We didn't get
I think you can confirm it is, because in the DLC, they're still using troops from the cosmic realm in their army. So I do think it's still
the cosmic Baron of Hell or whatever.
That it's there. I'll be honest with you. It sounds kind of weird, but if they want to open up the universe of the Doom universe, see, it's no, because they just got rid of all their people. They got way less people now. But I think they should expand it, not grow it. And if they really want to expand on the Doom universe, I would be cool. They should really start throwing ideas at the wall. I don't think that they should overtake the future Doom games, like the shooter games. But it would be really cool to get like a side game that's like a war between
like
Hell
a Halo
and the cosmic realm. You know what I mean?
Like a Halo Wars dealio. Have like
an RTS.
Dude.
Who would play
like
Doom?
The Sentinels?
Who would play a Doom RTS? I think I could play a Doom RTS. You could be.
I could.
The Cosmic Realm.
Because Halo,
Sentinels
Cosmic Realm,
and Hell would be the three
Demons.
factions in the Cosmic Realm.
You could do something there. That would be entertaining enough.
I will
something...
say this though. I don't know how much Doom fans would give a fuck about RTSs. Those are about as opposites as you can get.
Yeah, well, Halo and fucking FPS to fucking RTS was pretty fucking opposite.
Well, Doom is an RTS. Yes, but but Halo Wars never did well. Halo Wars did very poorly. Very poorly.
That is true. Well, we're talking about just making a spin-off game for the love of the game, right?
Just the love of the game.
Universe.
Yeah, an RTS would be cool. It doesn't necessarily have to be an RTS though.
That's true as well.
So
long as they don't make an MMO. If they make a fucking Doom MMO, that would be so fucking garbage.
Rouga, can you explain the powers and the lore of Hartalis? Yeah, so basically, it is it's vague, but it's heavily implied that he has the ability to erase people across large areas. So when you go over, I explained this earlier in the streams, but essentially when you go to Celadir, his description, hold up, Celadir.
Oh.
I'm spelling that wrong. Celestir. Sorry, Celestir. Okay, so when you go to Celestir, his lore description says... ancient texts refer to it as the Beast of Salvation. The light emitted from Celestir purifies everything, literally causing things to vanish from existence without leaving a trace. So, he's an ability. It is a deer that has the ability to erase things from existence using its light. Now, Celestir is under Hartalis, who is the king of beasts. Boop. Okay, so I'm sorry, Beast of Salvation, and he is the king of salvation. So it implies that he's the king of Celestir, and then you read his Palpita entry. The silence is unsettling, yet strangely soothing. No one else remains. All have been delivered. O King of Salvation, carry me into eternal stillness. That's weird. The ancient text cuts off here. Now, while I agree that this is vague, what this says to me, if you combine this with the Celestir, is that Celestir can erase people from existence, and this is someone writing an excerpt describing how a large group of people, possibly a town or a city, were all erased by Hartalis, and then the cutoff is implying that he erased whoever was writing this text. That's what I get from it. This is really all of the lore that we get for Hartalis, as far as I'm aware currently. So all we know is that he is the king of the Beast of Salvation, Celestir, and he has the ability to erase people, and he has the ability to erase people in a larger population than just individuals, although we don't know how large the population is. He can erase a town, or a small city, or an island, who knows. But that's really all we got.
A group of individuals.
A group of individuals. Probably a relatively large group. The silence is unsettling, yet strangely soothing, and no one else remains. All have been delivered, O King of Salvation, carry me into. That doesn't read to me like it was like a room of 10 dudes. You know what I mean? That reads to me like this town is empty of people. You know what I mean? So
I kind of get the vibes that they're with the other entry for the lesser dude, that there was some sort of religion dedicated to this race of pals and being the king of the Beast of Salvation, Kings of Salvation, that they probably just wiped out, some group of religious folk that listen to him. But that's like flavor text. That's just like inferring with
Yeah, got you. Yeah, it's like I said, there isn't a whole lot more I can tell you about Hartalis because we don't get a lot from him. There's no like notes or lore pages with notes that tell us anything. It's literally just these two descriptions. We know he's the king of the Celestir. That's pretty obvious, and we know he can erase people, and we know he can erase people on a larger scale. That's it. As far as like the history of Hartalis, we don't have anything yet. It's pretty fucking vacant. I would like to get just more stuff. Text. Yeah, I would like to get more stuff. Like, what's this dude from? What's his whole deal? What's going on here? We just don't. Right now, the game has a lot of stuff like that where it's like we get just enough information to be intrigued in what the fuck's happening, but nowhere near enough to really get intrigued in a way that it matters in any real way. I feel like they need to go a little farther than that if they just want to intrigue us. But also nowhere near enough to actually like, make me be like, damn, dude, like this is fucking cool. I gotta see more of this. Not really.
I don't think the Doomslayer would care about any of the pals, to be honest.
I mean, to him it would just be like animals, basically.
Yeah.
I don't see why they would matter to him. I mean, if he was on Earth and the Xenos showed up, he'd probably get bothered by them. But, like, your normal pal, no, they're just, like, animals. Maybe he'll kill them if they start killing a bunch of people, because he is the protector of humanity. But unless the pals specifically endanger humanity, I'm not really seeing why he would care.
Yeah. Hey, he might eat some of them. We see him eating demons, so...
Whitey, I will say that we've already decided to end the tier list stream here. So I'm going to add Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, but I'm going to save this page and we're going to do it again next time I stream, maybe next weekend or whatever. So, I mean, I'm kind of tired and stuff, and there's only the two of us here, so it won't really be a particularly exciting conversation either way, but we'll put it on the front of the list for the next time and we'll talk about it. And if you're here, then we can all discuss it and talk about it together. That was my last $2 to my name, by the way. So, if you don't place
The
them.
last
That'd be
$2.
fucked up. No. I am gonna place them, Whitey. I will place them just in the next stream. I'll let you know. I'll send you a message.
Tune in next time.
Well, no, because I mean, it's not gonna be that exciting. I'm tired. I want him to get the fucking bang for his buck. I'm really just gonna like barely even. I'm just gonna talk about and put it on. I'm tired. I'm not fucking up for it right now. There's only 2 of us in the stream, so it's not like there's gonna be some big debate or whatever over it. It's gonna be pretty boring.
We've been shooting bullshit the whole time.
Yeah, we were kind of done with the tier list, but I mean, if you're here next time, you'll be here, or even if you're not here, it'll still be in the stream. So it's not like you're never gonna get it. You're gonna get what you're gonna get for your $2. It's just I don't think you're gonna get anything that
we
you
haven't even
want
gotten
to get.
into any of the cool conversations. Like,
Yeah, like if you look at what's actually been posted, it's like shit that I don't even really think are that great of thing. Like the Pokemon one could have been cool, but I feel like all the people who really cared about Pokemon kind of bailed before we even started talking about it. And then
the second
Halo
was
okay.
over.
Halo was okay.
There's a Shield Hero was surprising actually. That was a good.
Shield Hero became more interesting as we were talking. I was like, you know what? There's actually a good bit of stuff to talk about here.
It was just the story beats that like.
I'll be here
lineup
next
and matchup.
time. Fesh holy. I just had the battle today was all. No, yeah, I know. I got your message. The battle. Did you win? I don't even know if y'all have winners. Did you win money? Like, what do you win? Not really sure how that works. Have you guys played Palworld together? Because I know y'all both have been playing separately. I just wasn't sure if y'all went together and played at all.
No, we haven't linked up. Fucking, it's just time frame being so different.
Oh right, Japan. Well, he stays up late. He wakes up late and stays up late.
Yeah, smoke dude.
He smokes. I smoked, dude. Look, nice. So did you win money? Is that how it works? I don't know what you win when you go, or is it just like a for fun thing?
Or is it a training thing? Just getting better. I don't even know
So,
what we're talking about.
I fought the raid boss in Palworld, the fucking Blazamut Ryu, and I went out and I caught me 10 Neptiliuses and 10 Frost Stallions, which are both legendaries. So I had an army of Frost Stallions and an army of Neptiliuses, and I was like, let's do this. And we just fucking wrecked the shit out of the
Oh, so you
Ryu.
get a consolation prize, Whitey? Like just for being like a participant?
No, we didn't bet, but I get paid to battle, so I got a second half. I tried to go to Azora Island and my game kept crashing. I almost soft locked myself. Azora Island? Why would your game crash? Where's Azora Island? Which one's that? Okay, so apparently it's a real place. Azora Island.
Hey, White, you gotta let me know when people are starting to put down some money, you know?
He needs to fuel his addiction.
I love gambling.
Where is Azora Island?
Oh my god, I was out in town and I didn't know this, but do you know the Labubus?
I do not know what that is. No.
It's like a fucking girl thing where they fucking have like it's like a little fucking it's like the Funko Pops, but it's like a different, you know?
I don't know what Funko Pops are either.
They're like figurines, millennial trap shit, where like people fucking spend their whole life's earnings on them.
Oh, are those like the bobblehead things?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't
And,
do those.
The fucking Labubus is the newest version of that shit or whatever. And I was bar hopping last night, and I went into one of like the local like Japanese spots, and they had one of the fucking things hanging from a ceiling, and it had Kanye West's face, fucking like a cutout of Kanye West's face stapled over the Labubu's face.
Why do you say he only gets $150 to $250? But that's not bad. Plus travel. That's not bad. How long? I mean, if the battle itself, even if it takes like an hour or two, that's really solid. Like that's good. If you're doing those nightly or even if you're doing those weekly, that's a nice little extra bump of money for your month's income. I don't think I wouldn't have expected it to be that much, honestly. That's more than
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I
That's
wouldn't have
two-
expected
like
it to be $500-$600. I probably would have expected it to be like $50-$100. But if it's $250, dude, that's fucking awesome.
That's good. That's a good side gig. That's like half your fucking like if you're meal prepping. What, depending on your state, you're looking at $375 for a month's worth
If you
of
do
food.
it once,
That's
if you do it once a week, that fucking an extra $1,000 a week is fucking solid.
Crazy.
Yeah, no, that's
that-
good. Battles usually be 90 seconds, 3-minute rounds, and yeah, dude, you made that shit nothing. I'd book as many of those a week as possible.
That's crazy.
I'd be doing like 50 of them bitches in a week. Been like, bro, I can quit my job. Like 150, 250 and a pop for fucking 3-minute rounds. 3-minute rounds. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's good. That's a nice gig.
Because I enjoy it. Down from Terraria Dungeon. What's below Terraria Dungeon? I was trying to find the map, but the fucking map, but the maps are all outdated from before 1.0. So it was hard to. Yeah, see, none of them have the fucking Faybreak Islands. Okay, that's Faybreak. Okay, so this I believe is Terraria Dungeon, I think. No, I'm sorry, this is Faybreak. So is this Azure Island? What was it? No, this was the Sun. No, this was Sunbreak. What the fuck was this called? Was this the Azure Islands? The fucking Sky Islands? I don't remember what that one. I don't remember what those were called. If that's what you're talking about, because that looks like that's the only thing south. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's the Sky Islands. Yeah, I couldn't remember the name.
God,
My bad.
I'm about to think.
I don't think you're. Well, maybe your game was crashing, but you're not supposed to fly there. Like if I fly there, I get shot down before I make it. There's only one way to get there, and you have to use a portal after beating Bjorn, and then a portal opens up, and you can use the portal to get there, and then once you get there through that, you like activate the little bird checkpoint thing, and then you can teleport there whenever you want. But the game doesn't let you fly there because it shoots you down beforehand. I've never crashed. That's new. But it is correct that you shouldn't be able to fly up there.
Yeah, maybe it was crashing because it was trying to like load in like
Well, his game
explosions.
his game always fucks me. Like we tested this even like before the whole wood situation happened. When he
honestly, I thought it was me. I thought that was me.
No,
fucking
when
up,
you
being,
when
like,
you
so
were in
far away.
when you were in, I had no effect, 0 slowdown. When he was in, I had noticeable lag. And so far, all the people that I've played with in the game, he's the only character that actually teleports as he moves around. No one else does. There's something wrong with specifically his connection or his. I don't know why that would affect him trying to fly to the Sky Islands. His connection should have nothing to do with it. But he does seem to have the most technical problems than anyone else that I've played with. It's not so much that he slows down the game so much that it's like I can't play or anything. The wood thing did do that, but. Without the wood thing, it's just kind of a little laggy, not unbearable. But he was the only one who seemed to do that when he jumped in.
I did honestly think it was me.
It's a last gen Xbox. Okay. Like gen before this line. So that's Xbox One?
The black one? Like the black one, not the Series XS or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a man child. I spent all my disposable income. I got like one of every goddamn console right now.
Get a PS5 like a normal person.
No, I have a PlayStation 5.
Not you. I was talking to Whitey. Fucking Xbox One.
No, Whitey. Yeah. It's so weird because especially now.
$12 on that game, so you can't blame him too much.
No, I can't.
Oh,
I will say
we were asking this the other day. We were asking this earlier in the stream, and I wanted your opinion on it. So there's a boss in Call to the Lamb, and they were trying to say how they pronounce it, and I know how it looks like it should be pronounced. How the fuck do you pronounce that? What is that? What's the pronunciation of this word to you? Because I know what the fuck that looks like to me. And everyone was doing everything they can to either not pronounce the G or not pronounce the N when they pronounced this word. But I was looking at it and I was like, I could see you're not pronouncing that letter. That is not what that said. That shit is funny, dude. And the whole time I'm playing the game, this is a character in the game. The whole time I'm playing the game, I'm playing it, I'm just looking at it, I'm like, is this motherfucker's name you nigga? is that this motherfucker's name? Like, it just couldn't. It was just like it was really funny to me, and and everybody was looking at me like I was crazy. Like, no, it's Yugya, and I'm like, where's the N? And he's like, no, it's Yinya, and it's like, where's the G? what are you guys doing? Like y'all are skipping stuff.
Shija. Well, there's no S.
There's no S. That's a Y. Where's the S? Shigaya? I don't know how the hell you got Shigaya from that.
That's a leap.
Well, now if you're talking about Chinese, X's or make the sh sound, not Y's. If that's what you're thinking, like it's like a Chinese thing. Yeah, because like Shaolin Showdown. If you ever seen Shaolin Showdown, it's spelled with an X. That's a Chinese thing, but I don't know any Y that's pronounced like an SH. Seeing? Where are you guys getting this?
Aren't they?
Ingia? I don't know about that, man. Not in English. Not in English. Because in order to do that, you would have to pronounce each letter individually, separately. Like I would have to go ya. But that's not how the English language works. Like if I spell cult, I'm not gonna say cult. Like that's not how you would say that. You would say cult, right?
What are you, retarded?
Yeah. Like wiki would be wiki. It would not be wiki. So I'm not gonna say ya. It's gonna be yanigya. You can say it together. It's like you have to like specifically try to pronounce it oddly in order for that not to say what I feel like we're all thinking that's definitely says. Might be like
casual
a
rage
Bjorn
play
situation
from the developer.
Like a
Bjorn?
Like a
yeah,
it would still be Yaniga. Like Yungya is probably the best I can get that's farthest away. Yungya. Or Yungia?
No, there's no I.
Yin. I'm not trying to say ye. I'm trying Yungya.
Yeah.
Maybe it's instead of maybe Yungya. I don't. But that's weird and hard to say. Both Y's are silent. Hard. Then it just says nigga. Oh. What do you mean? That doesn't fix it. If both Y's are silent, it's just nigga. That made it worse. That made it way worse.
That makes it so much worse.
Makes it so much worse. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce this, but it is funny. I want to know what the developers were thinking when they came up with that name, and then how they were pronouncing it.
Purposeful rage bait.
They had to have known that people were gonna
they
like.
How do
you not realize what that looks like? Look at this. Look at this Reddit post. It's right below it. Struggling with your nigga. That's what it says. It's like, what the fuck is this? Oh man. Anyway.
Someone made a post about
unintentionally
this?
funny thing in Cult of the Lamb, in the Cult of the Lamb DLC that I found. This is a very important character. She's throughout the entire DLC. And the whole time I'm playing through it, I'm like, dude, you just come on. It's particularly bad because there's no voice acting, so they don't tell you how it's pronounced. Yeah, nigga is divine. Where's that said? All you nigga cutscenes. How to pacifist nigga. You nigga. What are you thought on you nigga? Man. Oh, right here it is. You nigga is divine. Why is you nigga not an immortal? That's funny.
Oh, they knew what they were doing.
How do you
They knew
defeat?
what
How do
they-
you defeat your nigga in Cult of the Lamb?
Call the Lamb guy.
Your nigga's fleece.
You niggas going all out.
Shit's funny, dude. It's funny.
It's so good.
It
It's
is
so
funny.
good.
It's fucking comedy gold. Love it. Oh man.
I gotta get off. I gotta get off.
Yeah. I should do the same. We're gonna continue this. I'm gonna save these though, and we're gonna continue these next stream because I want to finish it because we didn't get to any of the ones that like I
None of
really
the cool
wanted to
guy.
talk about because there's some really good ones here. And yeah, I think we're good. Hopefully next time we come on, there won't be fucking 15 people. Not hopefully, because it's actually a good thing, but super chatting to add a bunch of new shit up front.
All up front.
We'll see. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming. Y'all be smooth. Yeah, you too, Whitey. Thanks for coming in. I'll talk to you guys later. Okay, so we'll probably stream another time during the week, but it'll probably just be like a game stream or something. The next time we'll do a tier list stream will be on Saturday. So come on Saturday to get that. And I'll talk to you guys later. Y'all have a good one. Bye.
Yep.
Done, son. Yeah, no, I need to